And we welcome you to Game 3 of this series between the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. Here's your starting line for the home team. The Philadelphia Phillies at center field batting first, Harrison Bader. At designated hitter batting second, Kyle Schwarber. At first base batting third, Bryce Harper. At catcher batting fourth, JT Realmuto. At left field batting fifth, Brandon Marsh. At right field batting sixth, Max Kepler. At third base batting seventh, Otto Kemp. At shortstop batting eighth, Bryson Stott. At second base batting ninth, Donovan Walden. And pitching today for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's the left-hander, Christopher Sanchez. Your starting lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. All right. Obviously, we're gonna start this stream by addressing the elephant in the room here, and I'm glad that we're all on the same page with this one. We're gonna get to the game in just a little bit. NJ Card fan with a $5 and Gutmana with a $5, and I completely agree with everything that you guys are saying in the chat. I won't be on tonight. This has to stop. We're better than this. We can disagree without this. Please be respectful and think about his family. Rip CK, and they Gutmana with a $5. I said this on June 14th. I'll say it today. What happened in Utah is unacceptable. Cannot continue, and reminder that we urgently need depolarization. Amen to that. Obviously, look, we can have disagreements. There's a reason I don't ban people in the chat. There's a reason why, and it's because living in an echo chamber sucks. Living in an echo chamber sucks. It's not healthy to agree with everyone on something or disagree with 100% of the stuff that someone's saying. It's not healthy. That's not the way you should live your life. And we can have healthy disagreements. We can have disagreements. We don't have to agree on everything. If we all agreed on everything, the world would be a horrible place. If we all agreed on everything, it would be boring. Disagreement is fine. Disagreement is healthy, and there are ways to do it. At no point is it ever acceptable to shoot someone. At no point is it ever okay, whether you like the guy, whether you don't like the guy, whether you agree with his stuff, whether you disagree. At no point is it ever okay because he doesn't share your viewpoint to shoot someone. And I'm scared of what's going to happen next. And at this point, it's sad what the discourse has got into. Obviously, I'm glad that we're all on the same page with this, that we all have morals, and that we obviously agree that whether you like the guy, whether you don't like the guy, it's never okay to shoot someone. Not for that. And it's awful what happened. I appreciate you, Gutmana. I appreciate you, NJ Card fan. And with that, we're gonna play some baseball, and we're going to try and have fun on this stream. And obviously the video, I did see the video. I can't believe that video is still up. I cannot believe the video is still up. That I will never be able to unsee that. That was, yeah. But we're gonna, obviously, circumstances for this stream are a little bit different compared to what I expected going into today. But we are going to play some baseball. We're gonna have some fun on stream, and obviously, you're not gonna agree with everything I say. People are not gonna agree with everything in the chat, but we are going to engage in civil and civilized discourse as we always do, which is why I love this community so much, because we can have disagreements and it never turns violent, which is the way it should be. We're allowed to have disagreements without resorting to violence over words. So, appreciate all you guys tuning in for this one. My name is JGuitar9. If you have never been to a JG9 live stream before, how it works is like this. Fire on the chat with any questions you might have. I'll be happy to answer anything and everything. Any donation, I get to your question right away. Otherwise, I just go in the order that I see them. Vote in that poll. Who do you think wins this game, the Mets or the Phillies? If you are a member, you can show your support for either one of these teams using the emojis in the chat. We got the emojis for the Mets and the Phillies. And every donation counts as triple toward you make the call. You have this game and the first half of the next game to decide which game we're doing for Saturday at 3:30. So Georgia, Tennessee, USC, Purdue, Pitt, West Virginia, backyard brawl, or UNC, Richmond. So I just can't believe like Twitter didn't take it down. Like obviously the video once it's out, but I can't believe Twitter hasn't like taken it down and whatnot. Thoughts on the Broncos who same in 2031? Then we'll spin the wheel in just a little bit for the karaoke. We'll spin it in between the top and the bottom of the first. Yeah, and Aaron Andrew. Yeah, so we got a lot to talk about here. Broncos who same. Look, it's privatized. It is absolutely privatized. Public's not paying for it. You can host your events year-round. Basically, you build a private sim, you can do whatever you want. So I have no problem with what the Broncos are doing, and I'm just glad that the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. Thoughts on 100-game war versus a quarter? Absolutely. Not surprised. I mean, Cohen said they were going to work his way up in corner, and by the end of the season, he might be starting. By the end of the season, he might be starting. So, 100-game war reps at corner, I'm not surprised. And he looked pretty good at corner when he played in the preseason. A little bit. So, how's it going, Michael? Absolutely on that one. Amen on that one. And then, yeah, J.J. McCarthy. He should not have won Offensive Player of the Week. He should not have. He had one good quarter. Played his ball in that quarter, but he had one good quarter. I don't think he should have won Offensive Player of the Week. I think, if you're going to give it a star, I think Ibuka should have won it. Number one stuff of the day, the Lambeau Leap. Yeah, haven't seen today's video. Click the link above. I'm going to guess Amanda by Boston on that one. For November 86, I'm going to go with that. First pitch, swinging at it, and into left center field, caught at the track for the first out. Starting line for the Mets, Lindor, Soto, Vientos, Alonso, Marte, Nimmo, Alvarez, Siri, and Acuna. So that's the lineup. That's the lineup. Yeah, at least he didn't take a shirt off. That is true. The other dumb decision that Callahan made. The other dumb decision was the challenge. The thing that he didn't challenge because he didn't know the rules. That's up there. Indiana Jones, yeah. Yo, that's AFC. That's AFC. Winner, let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, so that video is coming tomorrow. That video is coming tomorrow. We're going to have two videos with that. Should Andrew be fired? No, just think that her comments were completely out of line. I think it's hypocritical. But she should be fired now. No. She's still very good at her job. Erin Andrews is very good at her job. It's just her comments were not the smartest. Only Boston return. That is true. That is true on that one. 1-0 the count. That one in there for a strike 1-1. Which game do you want, Kamal? I'll get you on the call for it. I'll get you on the call, and then NJ Card fan, I know he's not going to be here tonight. So I appreciate his donation, and then we'll put that one to a vote. Yeah, Fox 16 their entire roster, the product's embarrassment. It is. It's really bad. And just the criticism makes no sense. 1-1. Grounder by Soto up the middle. That's a base hit. And Soto gets on board with one out. Mets only had one hit the first 6 innings yesterday. Already got one hit here. Where's the Avid? Probably by the end of the month. Probably the end of the month. Place who won the games with or adding USF Miami. So the problem with that, I would love to. Believe me, that game is going to be great. Having Arizona Algebra. Yep. It's exactly the fuel that they thrive off of. So, obviously, USF Miami is a phenomenal game. It's a phenomenal game. And how's it going, Bobby? Why don't I see your... Oh, no, I don't see your thing. Oh, there it is. It didn't pop up on the right side on my OBS tab, but it pops on the YouTube tab. Up to my coworker at a seizure, suffering postpartum depression, end of trial. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible. Oh, my God, Bobby. Wow. That is awful. Vientos, 1-0, chop foul, 1-1. That is, yeah, hopefully she finds the help. That's awful. That is awful. Did I say recently? Yes. She said that earlier today or Monday. Awful Announcer just posted an article on it. 1-1 the count to Vientos. But yeah, USF Miami, obviously a phenomenal game. No one's denying that phenomenal game. The problem with USF Miami, the problem is that the game starts at 4:30. And if I do that game, I can't do a night game. Because there would be overlap. Outside 2-1. The problem is that college games take 3.5 hours to complete. USF Miami starts at 4:30. The game won't be over until 8 o'clock. Which means the options for the night game would be crap. I can't do anything. It would be a swing and a miss outside 2-2. Yeah, Utah's a nice flag. Utah is a very nice flag. The problem would be if I do USF Miami, which goes at Richmond. It's Richmond. The games for you make the call would be Akron UAB, Air Force Utah State, Minnesota Cal, and Boston College at Stanford for the night game. I'll have it on. Don't worry. I'll have the game on. Runner goes on a full count. Soto steals, and it's now 3-2. Juan Soto, his 31st stolen base of the season. Never had more than 12 before this year, but he's been aggressive on the base paths this year. There's like the playoffs. They could. Mariners are struggling as of late. Full count here. Valletta, I don't know whatever happened. That's right in there for a strike. Vientos looking at that one all the way. And that will send Alonso up to bat. I know I was with the Giants. Did he get arrested for something? I feel like he got arrested. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, he did. He did get arrested for something. A while ago. Alonso, first pitch in there for a strike on the inside part of the zone, 0-1. Yeah, absolutely, Toasted. Absolutely. Yep, and that's what I love about this channel, about this community. It's also why I don't ever mute people or block people, because I want to engage in healthy debate and conversation. And I feel like we should be allowed to do that. We should be allowed to do that in society. That's our First Amendment right, to engage in healthy conversation and debate. And we're not going to agree on everything. But that's how you learn and how you get more experience as a person. 1-1 on the count. Down low to Alonso. Marte in the on-deck circle. Soto on second. Yeah, I mean, Eduardo has been pitching well as of late. To be fair, Eduardo Rodriguez, his last 3 outings, he's only allowed 1 run in his last 18 and a third. He's been pitching very well. I don't know what happened, but he's actually been pretty good. How many non-bats have I ever blocked? 2. And the only reason and that's for racist rhetoric. That was for non-bots, it's been 2, but that was for like racist rhetoric. 1-2 the count. Like, I will never. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Alonso strikes out upstairs. Like obviously there are like rules and whatnot, but like, just because you have a different viewpoint, I'm never gonna block you. Wait, no, it's not him. He can't keep up with the chat. Obviously, there's like 20,000 people watching the stream at the same time. He can't keep up with it's the mods. Yeah, like that, Cujo. Yeah, like that. So we go bottom 1. Sanchez, good start here. Leaves a runner on. Last time he pitched was against the Fish. 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 run allowed. Got the win. He's gotten 7 in his last 2 outings. He's only allowed 2 runs his last 2 outings. Never cost streamer that gets angry because they don't give a big enough donation. I've seen people like that. I've never watched them, but I've seen like people do videos on them. I think that's awful. I think anytime people give you their money, it's like they don't have to do that. Like, obviously, this is completely free. And anytime someone gives you their money, you should be grateful. And to want more is insane to me. It's insane. Yeah, absolutely, Tyrell. Absolutely. Absolutely, Michael, on that one. Absolutely. All right, we're going to spin the wheel. So if you ever do one of these streams, how it works, every Thursday night I do this thing called Live Band Karaoke. And at Live Band Karaoke, I will sing, like, with the live band. I will sing with the live band. I don't know the band. All right, I know the band, but I'm not in the band. This is not my band. The songs list is linked there. $50, I'll sing any song you want me to. But for $25, I will sing the song that is half off. So whatever whatever wheel the song lands on is a song that's for $25 for this stream and this stream only. I'll post it on Twitter. $25 for Elvin John. Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. Oh, that's a good song. That's a good one. Amen on that one, Rob. Amen. So the half-off song is Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. Yeah, that was also true. Yeah, it's just a sad day in America in so many ways. So many ways. Oh, I said negative ASMR, seeing Will that many slices. Yeah, we talk about a lot of difficult stuff there. But yeah, that's how it should be. Yeah, Kira said, Fox and Misfits and Smuck went to ESPN. It's been pretty bad, yeah. I mean, the production's gotten worse. It was always worse than CBS, but it's gotten really bad as of late. Clay Holmes on the bump here for the Mets. Start line for the Phillies, Bader, Schwarber, Harper due up, followed by Realmuto, Marsh, Kepler, Kemp, Stott, and Wolven in his first game of the season. Harrison Bader has been on a tear as of late. How's it going, Charlie? Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you being here. What happens to Dolphins get housed to New England? I think McDaniel's seat is now flaming if that happens. $1 on the Nats with the Marlins. Can't trust Fisher in the 11. And $1 is not too bad. Holmes last time out, 4 2/3, 2 runs allowed, 5 hits, and a 6-2 loss. He's got Bader behind 0-2 here, but Bader rips that one in between the shortstop and the third base and first base hit. Yeah, the Fox scorebook says it all. It really does. Nice, Fox were 9 NBC. Fox blew NBC out of the water. It's funny, Fox had a scorebug, NBC didn't. They actually blew them out of the water. They were innovative. They were fresh. Fox was a breath of fresh air. Yourselves a death penalty? Yeah, I have a feeling if they get enough evidence that, yeah. Bader His 7th hit of the series already, was 3 for 5 yesterday with a homer and 2 RBI, was 3 for 4 the day before that. He is now 7 for 10 this series. And in comes Kyle Schwarber yesterday, hit number 50. Second player in the majors this year to reach the 50 mark. And the second player in Phillies history to reach the 50 mark. Yeah, Jonas is good, but too stale. Yeah, he's not, he's fine. Yeah, I have seen the video. It's very graphic. Yep, absolutely similar. NBC's announcers, Emberg. Phil Simms was good back then. What's that going to do? I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. I have no idea what they're going to do. But they'll do something on it. They're always pretty up to speed with what happens. Then the $25 song is Saturday Night So Right for Fine by Ellen John. 1-1 the count. Schwarber watches that one high and upstairs, 2-1. Yeah, it was a fun show for its time. Yeah. And then Matt and Summerall were just, they were Matt and Summerall. You can't do a whole lot better than that. Yeah, how many skip the head read in real life? Amen on that one, Bistug. Amen on that one. 2-1, down low 3-1. Well, the scoreboard's changed from top to bottom. Yeah, I remember McGuire and Sims. Yes, that was the number 1 pairing. Why did they change from top to bottom? I think it had to do with the TVs. I think part of it was TVs. 3-1, way upstairs, and Schwarber gets on board. So back-to-back guys get on board for the Phils. They scored 2 in the first yesterday. Off to a good start here. First 2 guys get on board. But the scorebooks went from top to bottom. I think part of it was TVs were getting bigger. And because TVs were getting bigger, if you had the scorebook at the top, the way that it was, in terms of the whole line across, stuff was getting blocked off. On the bottom, it doesn't get blocked off. Yeah, Terry pre-recorded segments, not having to do it. Yep, amen on that one. Did that hit Harper on the foot? It did. Harper gets hit by a pitch, and the Phillies have the bases loaded already with nobody out. Jalen Carter's decision, I completely get it. I think it's the right move. At the end of the day, Clemson would go unranked if they lose to GT. Absolutely. I'm not even sure they're that good right now. They almost lost last week. So mound visit here, 9 pitches in, and Holmes already loaded the bases with JT Realmuto coming up. Now, Realmuto's not played well this series. He's 0 for 6, but a chance here with the bases full. If Oxford last one, he's a top screen bug, yeah. In most NHL ones, some of the bug on top. I think part of why is in football, the eyes go to the quarterback, and the quarterback is near the bottom of the screen. So you don't want to have the bug and the quarterback at 2 different spots, if that makes sense. So Jalen Carter got fined a game check, but he did not he got fined a game check, but he did not get suspended. The NFL ruled that if you spit on someone, you get suspended for a game, but because the spit happened 6 seconds in, that he served a suspension. Realmuto, first pitch down low, 1-0. Who called Anthony Rizzo's first serve? I'm just going to guess Joe Buck. I'm probably dead wrong on that one. There were 2 of them that happened today, Michael. There were 2 of them that happened, I think. It definitely was 1. I think there was another one as well, unfortunately. Yeah, with Jalen Carter, basically, he got fined his game check, and he will be able to play week 2. But the NFL said, if you spit on someone going forward, it's a 1-game suspension. But obviously, when you didn't play any snaps because you spit on someone that early, that counts as your suspension. Anthony Rizzo, absolute legend. Top 5 Cub of all time. Ooh, that is... obviously Banks. Obviously Sandberg. What's for the Padres? Oh, Realmuto into the outfield. That's going to drop for a base hit. One run is going to score. Will a second come in? They will hold the runner at third. So 1-0 the score. Mets have still yet to record an out. It'll only be 1 run for the Phils. Mac Jones starting Sunday. I need him to start for the Jaguars game. I need a Mac Jones revenge game. That's what I need. Will I be playing Friday? Good. Good. Oh, Dick Enberg. Really? I never would have guessed that. I never would have guessed Dick Enberg on that one. First pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. Man, top 5 Cub of all time. Man. That's tough. Top 10. I don't know about top 5 yet. 0-1, shot foul. Because obviously Sandberg, obviously Banks, obviously Santo, obviously Williams. Was he better than Maddox? Better than Jenkins? Sosa? You don't have any comments against Buffalo? We can't be able to go with... Yeah, I get that. I get that. 0-2. Obviously, the World Series is doing a lot of work with that one. Chopped. Just fouled down the first baseline, so we stay alive. Yeah, Mets are already being feeble. Yes, still no outs. So the D-backs won today. D-backs won, which I guess is good for you because the Giants were... I think that worked out pretty well, 2 out of 3. You better than Max's Cub? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But it's right, you got Santo, Sandberg, Banks. I mean, those are obviously better. We all know that. Those are obviously better. That's really, after that, there's some debate. I mean, I have no problem putting Rizzo in the top 10. I didn't even go top 8. I go top 8. 0-2 to Marsh. Yeah, I could see him trading for Cousins. I could definitely see that. Holmes has not been that great as of late. His last 5 games, a 4.38 ERA, and obviously that's going up. He's allowed more than a hit per inning. Is Harold Love's Cub? Although they did retire his number. They did retire his number in Chicago. 0-2. Swing and a miss on the inside pitch. How's I line up by division position? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. We're going first to worst. The Chiefs being down here, enjoy it while it lasts. I've not seen part 1 yet. I have not seen part 1 of the Scoregami doc just yet. I got 2 videos to edit tomorrow on JG9, and then we will go from there. And I'll watch that while I edit. We got a Dumb Decisions video on something from the Broncos-Titans game. I'm going to put Callahan on the hot seat again. My Dolphins in last because they lost by more points. They lost by more points. 0-1. The tiebreaker is point differential because every team played... No one played a division game outside 1-1. No one played a division game in the East. Yeah, Grayson Dawson. Yeah, that's fair. That's more than fair. That's more than fair. Would I win? High five. Air high five. 1-1 the count to Kepler. Upstairs, 2-1. So, obviously, the Bills are in first because they're 1-0. Every other team is 0-1. Every team played someone in the AFC. No one played a division game. So, it's based on point differential. That's the tiebreaker. The Jets lost by the fewest number of points. The Dolphins lost by the most. 2-1 the count. That one in there for a strike, 2-2. Yeah, one more thing. The fact they pulled that off, I'm so happy for them. I'm so happy for them. They only need to win one of the next 2 and they're in. Tiebreaker spins up at this point. 2-2. Holmes allowed the first 4 guys to get on board. If you can get out of this with only allowing 1, that's a win for the Mets. If they don't address the O-line, may cost Lynch's job. It really is crazy if you just didn't make the trade up for Lance and just drafted at an average level in 2023. It's insane. 2-2. Down low, that hit him on the foot? It did! That's the second time today Holmes has missed someone on that inside pitch, hitting him on the foot. Well, the Mets challenge this. Otherwise, just like last game when they scored 2 in the first, the Phillies are going to score 2 in the first again. ESPN, did they really? Was it like go to ABC to watch? I've never seen them send out an app notification for something that wasn't sports, but I haven't put ESPN notifications on in a while. Yeah, that hit him on the foot. That's easy. No student schedule? Well, not yet. Not yet. Because, not for the first week, because everyone be 1-0. Basically, all the teams that lost a certain schedule, it's even. It's all, they played opponents that are 100% winning percentage. So not yet. Hugh Jackson, the worst coach, to get a second head coaching stint. I think it depends how you want to look at it. He was 8-8 his first stint, so by that logic, no. Now, in terms of was he the worst to ever get a second one if you're combining both stints? Absolutely. But at the time, he was not. At the time he was hired, I would say Marion Campbell was probably the worst. And he got a third, which was nuts to me. Marion Campbell got a third. A second one with the Falcons, pitching the first strike 0-1 after the mound visit. Kemp coming up. Oh, skill level 17? Not yet. Not yet. Did they do a moment of silence for... I mean, the president ordered all the flags at half-mast, so I get it. 0-1 in their first strike, 0-2. Yeah, Marion Campbell, yeah. And it's so funny because the Falcons gave him a second chance at head coach. Right, it's only based on who you play so far. It's based on the opponents you played so far. So, obviously this will change, yeah. It'd be like if the Raiders in 7 years hired Josh McDaniels again. Swing and a miss, got him a chase down low. Kemp played well yesterday, 2 for 3 after being in a really bad funk, but it was down on 3 pitches there. McDaniels up there too, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Kemp the worst to get 3? Yes. Yes. Unless McDaniels somehow gets a third, he is the worst to get 3. I don't know how he got a third. Second with the same team. The worst part is that guy second with the same team, and he stunk with that team. It would literally be like if the Raiders hired Josh McDaniels. Again. No, he's very well known. Very well known. Stop up to bat here. Close to batting around. First switch upstairs. NHL training camp. Let's go, baby. We are back. We are back. Doesn't this even start in a few... With the new CBA? I don't think it'll start in September. But okay, they put the Dolphins second. I mean, for the first week, it doesn't really matter. Right, at least that's out. Yeah. This out's another one. Swing and a miss outside. 1-1. Clay Holmes has gone under 90 pitches in 4 of his last 5, or excuse me, in 6 of his last 7 outings. And I bring that up because he's already at 27 here. Heavy heart? Yeah, absolutely, Evan. 1-1. Outside. 2-1. Any chance to do some NHL streams? Yeah, definitely to prepare for the Winter Olympics. We're definitely going to do something. We're definitely going to do stuff because obviously I need to stay on my game with hockey. Yeah, Rankin Smith, it was a boys' club. It was a boys' club with Rankin Smith. 2-1 the count to stop. Stop 3 for 4 yesterday. It'll fly out here. Phillies load them up. They get 2. Just like the last game. They lead 2-0 at the end of 1. And Sanchez has some run support early on. Again, if you like what you see, folks, hit that like button, subscribe. It does help us out on the channel. Again, the song that is half off today, $25 for Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting by Elton John. That is a song that is half off. And Gatmana, which game do you want? And I know NJ Carpenter's not going to be here tonight, but the 4 options on the screen are... Especially 3... Yes, it is. At this point, it's a 3-way time. You can go alphabetical, you go any way you want. It doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter at this point. The origination counts triples, so if you're only 5, counts as 15. This is going to be open until the end of the first half tomorrow. So keep that in mind. We're going to close this. You may have to call it halftime tomorrow, which will be very interesting. Yeah, if they don't have a defensive balance for Packers, doesn't have to do anything since he got Parsons out. Yep. Just like how Rodgers had his whole time as OC. Yep. It's crazy. But to be fair, he did some stuff with the Jags in 17. Guys, it was last year. Yeah, it's taking way too long. You would think. I mean, they really should be better by now based on the timeline. The fact they're not is... It's a failure in Detroit right now. It's a failure right now. Marte, Nimmo, Alvarez do opening. Click the link up to watch today's video on JG9. If you want to watch the video on JG9 News, you can... I'll leave the link to that. I talk about what Aaron Andrews said. I'm also going to talk about... I'm going to do a Tank Bigsby trade. I'm going to do a video on that in a little bit. We'll do an actual JG9 News vid on that. But that's the JG9 News vid. Atlantic Division usually seems to be the group of death. Atlantic or Metro is usually something in the East. Again, make sure you like and subscribe. And again, if you are a member, we have emojis in the chat. You can show your support for either one of these teams with those emojis. See what's saying. Bills, Jets. Most of the country learns like that is not going to be a good matchup at all. What are the options they got? Obviously, Jets, Bills, great team. Jets, big market. They got 6 schemes to choose from. Rams, Titans. No one really cares about Titans. Patriots, Dolphins. 2 teams that are not that good right now. Cleveland, Baltimore. No one really cares about Cleveland right now. Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Absolutely not. Yeah, you really... I mean, that's the best game to choose from. No, it's really like, it's not really going across the entire country. It's very scattered. I mean, Bills-Jets is not being seen anywhere in Mountain Time or Pacific Time. It really is a complete array of games. You just start week 1? Oh, let's go. Obviously haven't seen it yet. 1-0 the count. Marte takes one for a strike. Besides hockey, what events am I looking forward to in the Winter Olympics? I love curling. I legitimately love curling. I remember when the USA won the gold in 2018, that 5.8, I was jumping up and down at 3:30 in the morning. I can call curling. I'm excited for that. Foul off 1-2. Speed skating is always fun. Speed skating, I need a Bradbury moment again. I need that. I need a Bradbury moment. I need to call one of those on stream. But yeah, we'll do a lot of curling. Don't you worry. 1-2. Half-hearted swing, strikes out. Suarez struck out 12 batters, a career high last game. Mets went down at the plate very easily yesterday, and so far Sanchez off to a pretty good start, getting batters to chase. He's already got 3 strikeouts. Yeah, if even Aaron Andrews is crashing out, Fox is yeah, it's not good right now. What's a Bradbury moment? The 2002 Winter Olympics. Hang on. 2002 Winter Olympics. One of the funniest moments in the history of sports. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to link the whole race. I'll link the whole race. I love speed skating. 1-0 the count. Backyard Brawl annual? I don't think so, but I'm glad we have it. 1-0 the count to Nimmo. Basically, long story short, Bradbury knew that he was not that good. Obviously, I mean, he's a great speed skater, obviously, but he knew, look, I'm on the older side of things. I'm not as fast as these guys. I can't win. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to intentionally stay behind. I'm going to let everyone else duke it out in front and just hope for the best and hope that they all crash into each other. And that's exactly what happened. Shot back to second. Actually, jumping in front of that one is Sanchez on the 1-1 and tosses it to first for the easy out. Yeah, Chicago Fire putting the other sports team that's public money for new stadiums is a shame. I'm just glad that we're starting to see more privatization based on, I mean, what the Broncos are doing. Yeah. Without Marty, yeah, they're going to take a step backward, I think. He had to go, but they're still going to take a step backward. Yeah, should not say what she said. Yep, absolutely. It's like trying to put out a fire before a jerry can of gasoline on it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, God. Jerry Jeudy. Browns wide out. Ravens by 100. Jerry Jeudy was asked in a press conference just a moment ago, what challenges are there facing the Ravens secondary? His response was no challenges. So, Ravens, whatever the spread is, take the Ravens. 0-1 the count to Alvarez with nobody on and 2 out. Alvarez 1 for 3 yesterday. Not playing great as of late, though. Just 1 for his last 11. 1-1. Again, every day should catch a triple toward to make the call on Miss which game we are calling on Saturday in the afternoon slate. We're calling Bama, Wisconsin at 12. 1-1. Swing and a miss down low. 1-2. Yeah, Browns got their butts kicked. It's funny because last year the Browns played week 2 against the Jaguars and they did the whole Trevor Bank thing. And I'm like, yeah, we're going to lose. And now, 1 year later, the Browns give the Ravens ammo for no reason. Like, okay, good job. 1-2 the count to Alvarez. Sanchez has 3 strikeouts today. Won't get a 4th right there. Down low, 2-2. If you got nothing to say, don't have to say anything. Yep, amen to that. Just a good life advice. A lot of people on social media do not know how to do. But 2-2 the count. What team is able to fleece their say the most? The most money obtained for the worst same imaginable. Cincinnati was, I mean, an all-timer of a fleece. 2-2. Fouled off. Cincinnati, that stadium deal sucked. That stadium deal was terrible for them. Might play fight just for the Browns hindsight? Maybe. We might have. 2-2 the count. Rare chance to make the playoffs. Seattle's not playing the best as of late. I would say about 30%. In Montreal, yeah, they could absolutely. I mean, they stunned everyone last year. 2-2. Looks at that one low at the knees and inside. Full count here to Alvarez. The Mets lost the first 2 games of the series. Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals. On a full count this season, Alvarez getting on board just 33% of the time. Will not get on board here, hitting just 0-37. 1 for 27 on a full count this year. Make it 1 for 28. I don't know how that's possible. 3 up, 3 down. Or at least Venetian, absolutely. Packers with the Cowboys, you know what's going to happen. You know Parsons is just going to go nuts. Wasn't much of a decision? I mean, yeah, it really wasn't. The only decision was why didn't you do it sooner? Columbus, if not now, when? It really is. I mean, why didn't you do it sooner with Moody? I mean, they were saying he should be cut, like, after the first year. Probably should have been cut after he was a rookie. Like, drafting a kicker in general, unless it's outside, drafting a kicker in the first 5 rounds is just dumb. It really is, because then you feel pressure to keep him, and you're going to lose you games. If you do, it hasn't worked out in a while. I can't remember the last time it actually worked out, where you draft a kicker in the first 5 rounds, or first 4 rounds. We'll go first 4 rounds, and it really worked out for that team. When does Dart make his debut? I mean, I thought it was going to be this week, but apparently not. Apparently not. You don't want to start against Spagnuolo's defense. I would say the Saints at this point. I would say the Saints game. Saints might not be a bad team to start against. Right now, so we got a kicker in the offseason. There wasn't a UFO guy out there. Yeah, there was Blankenship. Blankenship played his butt off with St. Louis, and we know he can kick in the NFL. It was all right with the Colts. Yeah, Xavier Gibson, yeah, the fumbles were insane. I like the message Aaron Glenn is sending. I like that. Setting the tone right away that, look, we're not going to tolerate mental mistakes like that. You fumble the ball, you have no spot on this team. Obviously, Gibson will forever be, I don't want to say a Jets legend, but he's always going to be remembered fondly for that Monday night return. One of the best plays in the history of the Jets in the regular season. But it just, the turnovers are too much. If don't say anything I want to say to someone's face, someone asks a question I can answer, then answer it. Yep. For additional context, be on the post. And thank the person for replying to me. Yeah, absolutely. Or at least favor them. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good way to live by. How the Pat signed Blankenship. Yeah, we'll see on that. We will see. I like Blankenship a lot. Right, best way to avoid gambling was fouls to keep the money in your pocket. But you were so close. It's like that meme with the guy digging for the diamonds. You're so close. You're so close. Just one more bet. Just one more, I promise. This is the one. 1-0 the count. Phillies sent 8 to the plate last time. Yeah, that's a good question. I actually don't know the distinction. I don't know the distinction. I guess if it's for someone's political beliefs, if it's politically based, I think it has to be. If it's politically based, I think it's assassination. I think that's what it is. 1-1 the count. Liner right to second, bobbled at second, but recovering and making the play 4-3 Acuna. That's the first out. Much better start to the inning than last time, and I'll send Bader up. Second time through the order now for Holmes. I sure Speed was here to say, oh boy. Oh boy. I did see that Speed went to the Bears game and left after the first drive. I'm like, really? Like, this is the guy who chooses to promote? Like, really? That one outside, 1-0 the count to Bader. Single last time again. He's got 7 hits this series already. Second time through the order this year. Someone's fouled off. 1-1. Opponent's getting on 35% of the time against Holmes. Jeju's comments backfires. Just like the Bills line coach said. It's pretty bad. I think it's a bit different for a coach versus a player, because the player at least can control it. Like, the player at least can go out there and prove him wrong. The coach can't really do that. He went to the Bears game and streamed it. No, he didn't stream it himself, but he was in like a luxury box for the Bears and then left. Bader rips that one over the head of the shortstop. That's going to get to the wall. That should be 2 at least. And Bader, 2 for 2. He's got 8 hits this series. He cannot be stopped. Bader cannot be stopped. Yeah, I don't understand why teams sign it. I don't get it. There's some stuff I'll never get with teams in terms of that. No fan base deserves 15 plus years of no playoffs. No. I don't know about that. If the Chiefs went 15 straight years without making the playoffs at this point, I'd be like, you know what? You had more success I'll ever see in my life. Like, I'm okay with that. There are exceptions. Cheesecake a pie. No. I would say no on that. That's feeble again. 1-0 the count, pitch inside. Or he would not leave. Yeah, he would not leave a South game early. I've never heard of that page, Tim. I've never heard of that one. 1-0 the count. Yeah, as an M's fan, right. M's fans don't deserve it. In the first strike, 1-1. But, like, if Jets, yeah, I'll give you that. But, like, if like, the Lakers missed for 15 straight years, I'd be like, okay, you know what? I'm fine with that. Well, cake is a crust. But what do you call cheesecake a pie? I don't know what the distinction would be. Like, when I think of pie, I think, like, in a tin. Like, I think, like in one of those tins. And you're not really putting cheesecake in one of those tins. Yeah, the Sabres, yeah, that I don't know how they... I mean, that's insane. Or just happened half a century ago. Yeah. That was also a time when, like, very few teams made the playoffs. Schwarber on a 2-1, way upstairs, 3-1. Like, obviously, in baseball, if you said no team deserves 15 straight years, but you said that back in the 40s, it'd be like, okay, well, only one team makes it, so... Someone has to go 15 straight years by default. 3-1 the count. Right, in the NBA, yeah. Well, the Kings have tried. The Kings have tried their best. Schwarber way outside. And for the second straight plate appearance, Schwarber gets on board, and Holmes in some trouble. Already on 40 pitches, just 4 outs, and again, he has not gone 90 in 6 of his last 7 outings. Adam Silver's comments about fans being priced out of watching games. Then why'd you sign the TV deals with every single service? We're all trying to find the guy who did this. Genius. Like, wow. You're putting the games on cable on ESPN. You put the games on Prime, they have to pay for. You put the games on Peacock, which you have to pay for. Who could have seen this coming? And now our fans can't afford to watch? Well, I said something about highlights. I know he said something about it being a highlight-driven league. As Harper into deep left field, but at the track, making the play for the second out is Nimmo. Runner will hold it first, but the other guy goes to the corner. So, 2 on, 2 out. Runners on the corners here. Romuto coming up. How's it going, Jake? Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you tuning in. It was like Manfred St. Pete. Oh, it was even worse? Oh, my God. It was even worse than what I said? Any good fancy waiver tight end pickers in my league? I don't know what guys are in your league, but maybe Tunges. Honestly, probably Tunges with Kittle out for a little bit. Oh, no. Hang on. Okay, so what's the highlights thing? Can't afford streamers can still watch free highlights. Calling the NBA highlights worth. That's not helping your cause. I'm sure the TV networks love that. I'm honestly sure. Absolutely, Jacob. Absolutely on that one. Oh, on the count. Most likely we'll get to baseball. Yeah, I love Skewball too. I love Skewball. Sports talk. Yeah, but to be fair to the Kings also, for most of their draft, 16 teams out of 30 still made it. So, yeah, more than half a chance of making it. In their first strike on the bottom part of the zone 0-2. I'm sure the networks love that where you're saying, yeah, you don't really need to watch the games. You don't need to pay money for these games. You could just watch it afterwards on YouTube for free. Right, the reference to that would use a fire. Yes. Absolutely, sports talk. Yeah, that's insane to me. Thoughts on Phillies Karen? She had nowhere to the ball. Realmuto strikes out. Looking at that one on the bottom part of the zone. Holmes gets out of a jam. Remains 2-0. We go top of the third. But the Phillies Karen, she never possession of the ball. There's literally cases on this in sports of who has possession of the ball. She never had possession of the ball. Okay, someone came into their section. So what? I've gone to people's sections before, not to like catch a ball, but if like if a ball goes, like sometimes in my thing in the same, the ball goes through the tunnel, and it's one of those things where like it bounces, ricochets around, it goes into the concourse, and I'll try and see if I can get the ball in the concourse. So I'll try and do that. Like, the fan had every right to get the ball. Obviously, you didn't catch it. It's not your ball. So, and then to scold a kid, it's like, what are we doing here? Is that a bad move? I mean, the president wore the flags at half-mast, so I get it. Who's on like Mount Rushmore of sports talk YouTubers? Don't show the Jets over EA FC ratings. Yep. Coach Elegant Peacock. Yep. There you go. If I was with, yes. Yeah, the father just let her say whatever she wanted in front of the kid, and I would not have had that restraint. But you gotta stand up for the kid at that point. Marlon's gonna win. Yeah, at this rate, it's not shocking. Sports talk YouTubers. Ooh, Mount Rushmore. I don't watch them anymore, but Chris Smoove changed the game. Chris Smoove changed the game a lot. I don't watch him anymore, but Smoove changed the game for a lot of these guys. Grossi, obviously. Tree. And, ooh. Man, this is tough. So I went to a kid, basically someone was very unhappy about, I said my name, yep. Yeah, you're at number 4 then. Very unhappy about the ball. Basically, a kid got a home run ball, and the girl thought it was hers, and she just lost her marbles. Absolutely, Big Tiger. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we don't have to agree on everything, but obviously it should not result in that. And Brody? Well, Brody just... I love Brody. But Mount Rushmore, I mean, he just started taking off. It was the OG YouTube, yes. Am I an exception? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. 0 on the count. Siri, Acuna, and Lindor do up here. Brody's a tough one because he's not really sports talk YouTube. He got to start as like traditional media. And then only recently has he really become like this big sports YouTuber. Like, I think Mount Rushmore, I think like been doing it for a while. Obviously, Brody's been doing it for a while, but that's more in the traditional sense. Yeah, Mike's not a bad pick. Down low 1-2. Mike's not a bad pick. Yeah, I did not see that coming. I did not see Germany losing 2-0. I did not see that. 1-2. Right. I'm not crazy about his content now, but he was one of the OGs. Yeah, it's not a bad pick. 1-2. That one fouled off. So we stay alive. Why are there really a lot of female sports YouTubers? Part of why is the unfortunate nature that a lot of sports fans are men, and they can be very misogynistic. And it's a lot about the looks, and they'll make a lot of disparaging comments and say that you don't know ball. That's part of why. It's unfortunate. That's because people can be very vile on the internet. That's part of why. Like, there's not a lot when you really think about it. Am I the Mount Rushmore? No, not even close. Not even close. Yeah, Coleman's also a very good choice. Coleman's a very good choice as well. In terms of, is he really sports talk, or is he really more sports film? Swing to miss down low. Series strikes out. Acuna coming up. What Caleb did, I didn't see what he did during the anthem. I didn't see that. Right, he doesn't make it. Yeah, the Wikipedia guy doesn't make it. Breakfast could be sleepers. I mean, the East is wide open this year at the bottom. Steve Dangle. Ooh. Because when I'm thinking like sports talk, I think like current events. And Coleman's not really. I mean, he has bootleg now, but he's not really current events. He's more breaking down film. Castellanos in the lineup. He is not tonight. No, Castellanos is not in the lineup tonight. I was thinking the same thing. 0 on the count. Pitch inside to Acuna. Acuna been struggling as of late, been bouncing around the minors and the majors. Just his 11th plate appearance in the majors since July 22nd. So the season off pretty well, but he's not been playing the best ball since June 8th. Got an OPS of 5.52. Walked through team and started talking, giggling. You can't do that. Can't do that. 0-2, Acuna, high chopper, and he's got speed. This is going to be a tough play, but great throw by Sanchez, and the Mets, the first time through, only got one hit. Absolutely, 4 Nets. Absolutely. You're not wrong on that one. Yeah, football. Yeah. You were not wrong there, Sports Talk, on that one. It's that Barstool McAfee. Well, that was for YouTubers. That was YouTubers. We're not talking like we're talking YouTubers. McAfee is a radio show. McAfee is like a syndicated show on ESPN. That gets like radio play. Barstool is its own website. They're not really YouTubers. They have YouTube channels, but I won't call them YouTubers. Lindor into left, and it's a liner. That's the second time today Lindor's gone out on the first pitch. 3 up, 3 down. Lindor, his struggles continue. 0 for his last 14, and we go bottom 3. Just one base runner for the Mets. They're 1 over the minimum. No, McAfee started with Barstool, yeah. When I think I think of like people that like are. When you think McAfee, you don't think like someone on YouTube. April Fool's dumbest episode of something not football, like Strike loses phone and Muffin and Facey Talk. I might at some point. I might. Or like Dodgeball. Just dumb decisions in the Dodgeball movie. Thoughts on USA versus Portugal game announcement coming up in March. Hopefully we play it against Japan. So that was the first time I felt under Mauricio that, okay, we might be in a good spot. Yeah, absolutely, 4 Nets. Yep, I'm the same way. Next episode for Brian Callahan. Next one's for Brian Callahan. It's coming tomorrow. Argument here is that football is too tough and dangerous of a sport for women, yet they play hockey, and that gets highly promoted by the NHL and the sport at large. Well, I think part of it is because there's I think part of why is that it doesn't take a lot of people to field a women's hockey team, but it takes a lot of people to field a women's football team. I think that's part of why. Like, just the infrastructure and whatnot and all that. You're not wrong, Cujo. You need some context, yep. Aaron Andrews, very nice. Mexico and Argentina, they play each other top November. That'd be a fun friendly. Obviously, Mexico got to play some good opponents because obviously they're not in the qualifying cycle for the World Cup, so. Gotta play some quality opponents. Argentina is up there. Factor for Callahan does not start the season. I think he does, but he's gone after the year. I want to get a lifetime contract. But the fact he didn't know the rules is nuts. Absolutely rookie on that one. Do they have any female coaches? Yes, they do. Yes, I know Bruce Arians had one on his staff for a little bit. There are a few. There are a few strength coaches. I think there's a linebackers coach. There's no one that's an OC or DC, but they're like position coaches. Right, outside of program, I wouldn't say James Gladhouse. Yes, you are right on that one. Explain like I'm 5 why I was calling out the AP top 25 voter. Had to be not professional fiction or Loxley talk about the decision. There you go. Marsh, Kepler, Kemptu up. So, the voter moved Florida up after they lost. Now, again, we can disagree on opinion. It's a stupid opinion. Obviously, South Florida unranked in this vote. Florida moves up 2. She thought Florida won the game. So, that's stupid. But, in a normal situation, what you do in that spot is you say, I made a mistake as Marsh up the middle base hit, and the leadoff man gets on board yet again for the Phillies. 2 teams in this game. Mets are in some trouble. The D-backs and the Giants are really at their throats right now. Right, and not only talk about the Jags, say Lucian in the lane, not only Panthers only interview Jags coach. Yeah, not good. But what a normal person would do in that spot is be like, you know what? I made a mistake on my ballot. I made a mistake. I thought Florida won. I filled out something wrong. It's on me. I'm going to rectify it. I feel awful about it. And my next ballot will have the mistake figured out. I would say no on that one, Sports Talk. I would say no. OC or DC I could see, but head coach probably not. Yeah, Katie Sowers, yes. What she did was private all her social media, living in an echo chamber, and say, yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games. It doesn't matter in the end. Yeah, they're on CBS this week. Yeah, they have like the lowest rated crew, but they're on CBS at least. They're like, yeah, it doesn't matter in the end. I mean, it's all fun and games. None of this really matters. When it does. Like, people's bonuses are on the line. Recruits look at this, and that helps the school out a lot. Like, there's a lot of stuff on the line. Probably social media. Haley Sawyer, the woman who decided, that one's down low 2-1, to make a mockery of her AP top 25 ballot. And she basically was like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Which is what you don't do as a journalist. Every assignment you have matters. Now, granted, covering certain things versus others, obviously, you're going to cover a 5K fun run differently. They're going to cover a State of the Union address or something like that. As Kepler, fly ball, shallow left field, that'll be the first out. But for her to say it doesn't matter and make a mockery of it and then double down by saying, I don't care. Like, it's something you do as a journalist. So that's why she's getting a lot of flack, and rightfully so. It's not just for having a bad ballot. Yeah, amen on that one, Jacob. Amen on that one. Amen on that one. Somebody be the Dolphins head coach? Can't be worse than McDaniel right now. So saying when Levitard stole his ballot? No, I did not. Because at least what he did with his ballot, he left up to the fans to decide. Not for the fans to decide. She said top 20. Yeah, then why are you voting on it, though? Then give the vote to someone else. Kemp, chopper, foul. Down the third base line. I mean, was I crazy about it? No, but at least he used logic. He said why he did it. Like, she was like, I'm not going to go into my logic. It doesn't matter. Like, it's all just fun and games. At least, look, was I crazy about what, did I like what Levertard did? No, I didn't like what he did. But at least he defended it. At least he defended it. Or at least he apologized. Yeah, to double down is insane. Yeah. 0-2 the count. Kemp, down low. 1-2. Nice block in the dirt. Does a week 1 AP poll matter more than Hall of Fame? No, it does not. No, it does not. Or NL player. Yeah, not in the American League. What happens during debate? No, look, we all agree MLB Hall of Fame means more than week 1 AP poll. But at least Lebitard, look, did I agree with what he did? No. No, of course I didn't agree with that. He had a responsibility. He didn't do it. Swing and a miss. Kemp strikes out. That's 2 out. But at least he defended his decision. At least he defended his decision. Oh, not Summer. No, absolutely not. It's a shame that what Sawyer did makes it a lot tougher in the industry because that's like the stereotype, and it's a shame that what she did is like could set some people back. And it sucks. Stott down the right field line and just foul into the corner. 0-1. Yeah, purposely made a stupid ranking and then just said it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what gender she is. It doesn't matter what gender she is. I'd be criticizing this person either way. No, she didn't defend her position. She said, she laughed. She basically laughed and said, it doesn't matter. I'm not, her logic was she said, I'm not going into my logic. Her logic was vibes. Her logic was literally, she said she did it off of vibes. Oh, on the count. Down low, 1-1. But it's more if you have a job and you don't want to do your job, then let someone else do it. Don't do that. 1-1. Well, if you think it doesn't matter, then don't have a vote. Stott, that's a grounder right to first and stepping on the bag to make the play is Alonso for the final out. Phillies leave a run around and go top 4. Again, whether it matters or not, at the end of the day, she is a voter. And if you don't think it matters, then don't do it. Yeah, exactly, Sports Talk. Exactly. Like, if you don't think it matters, you think it's not like. Oh yeah, just got your message, Cable. All right, we might do that at some point. Maybe later tonight. We'll see. I don't know yet, but that could be very. Yeah, you're not wrong on that one. That could be a very interesting debate. Could be a very interesting debate. How'd she get a vote? Yeah. I think every publication gets a vote. Yeah, it's like an art credit, not like an art. Yeah. Like Studios Warriors experts on 100 college football teams. That's another thing we like. Ray, how's it going? Hardcore for all. How's it going? Play with JJ. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Any chance we doing NHL streams? Yes, because I need to get preparation for the Winter Olympics. History video tomorrow. History video tomorrow is Al Michaels related. I said I was gonna do that a while ago. I just ran into some issues with that, but we're gonna do it tomorrow for the first Thursday game of the year. Tom and John will be the last Hall of Famer of his Sublime Logic. A starting pitcher with high enough career totals in the minds of voters. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Ravens usual tool starts to go one guy forgot. Yeah. Especially back then, when you were deciding like national championship and then money allotted to schools. Like at the end of the day, we can debate whether the system's a joke or not. What year? 1986. JJ Rain Credit. How's it going? It's just me, D. How's it going? Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you being here. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Do Mets Phillies top 4, 2-0. Mets right now just one hit through the first 3 innings. Like, if you're not going to watch college football or pay attention to it, then just don't. More comes to let me turn it off. Hang on. I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off. I totally forgot I had that on. My football video? Yes, my football video. Yep. Let me turn it off. Hang on. Give me a second here. Sorry about that. I turn it on initially, get rid of the bots, and then sometimes I take it off, and I completely forgot to do that here. So let me do that. Right, Butcher 86, yep. Give thumbs up. Absolutely. Yeah, Cold Buffalo is yes. Right, but then don't participate. Yeah, exactly. Fly ball, left center field, and at the wall. I think it went over the rail. I think that's gone. What are they going to rule here? Soto, did that go over the railing? Whew, it's gonna be cool. I think it went over the railing. They'll take a look. Hey, Judas Crew, let's go. How's it going, Colton? How's it going, LP? Appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe. It does help us out. It's on the channel. Let's try to grow this community even more. Max and NHL overnight stream. Oh, we won't have that, but more around like December and January, we'll have some stuff. I think they went over the railing. Yeah, that's gone. That's off a fan. That touched a fan. In the stands. He didn't reach over. That's gone. That should be a run for the Mets. Well, he did reach a little bit over, but it went above. Clemson Fan Hero served a good year? Hope so too. Look at the first half of the first week. Second half, not so much. Whereas if she won a contest, we can vote her for getting a coupon on a CO box. Yep. I think it's a triple. We're going to see. I'll put a poll up. Obviously, Soto's going to be on board here. Question is, will the Mets get a run? The fan reached over, but not too far over. He's on third right now. Gave off AVG vibes. Like, what were they thinking? Yeah. I can see that. I can definitely see that. Okay, so after review, they're going to put Soto on second with a double. So he's 2 for 2 today. They might take a look at this again, but Soto's the only guy with a hit today. Let's double check this. He reached in the field of play. I think they're going to say because the fan reached in the field of play, it went off the fan's arm. Because of that, there was no, like, because it went off the arm, it deflected. And because of that, the center fielder, Bader, misplayed the ball, which has allowed him to get to third. And a real thing would get to second. Yeah, I'll be interested if that's Tanner. Obviously, a highly controversial play here. It's under review. It is under review. Either way, Soto, 2 for 2 today. He's playing some pretty good baseball as of late for the Mets. Figure he's going to get ejected. And the race seemed nice. The call in the field is confirmed. String froze. Try refreshing. No issues on my end. No issues on my end. So try refresh. It might be some with YouTube or with your Wi-Fi. Your stream. Oh, your stream froze too? Huh. Try refreshing. Try refreshing. Because. Huh. That's odd. I don't know why it froze. I wasn't getting issues, but multiple people say it froze. So, either way, Soto gets on board. They said hit the fan, he reached over. And with the Rangers, I don't really have a soft spot for them. Inside, okay, so everyone's froze. Okay. Well, it should be good now. Should be good now. Absolutely, Nick. Absolutely, Nick. And the fan's going to get ejected. No surprise. Can't reach over the railing like that. Vientos 0 for 1. Soto, again, he's been playing lights out as of late. Yeah, now it's fine now. Vientos had some nice defensive plays yesterday. Fouled off 1-1. He's 0 for 1 here today. 2 for 8 this series. And just 2 for his last 12, hitting 167 over his last 5 games. Obviously, not a great sample size, but running out of games to turn things around, obviously, for the Mets, especially with the D-backs winning today. In terms of the standings, obviously, Mets still in the playoffs as things stand, but got some help today with the D-backs being the Giants. Giants are 2 out of 3 at home. I think that's the best case scenario for the Mets. All things here. Chopper to third, weak Chopper in. Be 5-3 on the out. Vientos, just 1 for his last 13. Or 2 for his last 13, I should say. And that'll be the first out of Soto to stay on second as a result. The Giants are 2.5 back on the Mets. Yeah, if they won today, they'd be 2. Coupled with the Mets' loss, it would be 1.5. So, Reds are 3 back. D-backs are 4 back. Right, play below JJ Reyes, yes. And the Cards are 4.5 back. Has to be the year for the Hurricanes. You would think at some point it's got to happen. Alonso, 0 for 1 today. Again, no one got a hit for the Mets so far today outside of Soto. Mets only had 1 hit the first 6 innings yesterday against Suarez, and just 2 base runners today, 10 outs in. 1-0 the count. All right, Reds have the tiebreaker too. They do. 1-0 down low 2-0. What's interesting is that the Giants and D-backs play next week in the series as well. McDavid resigns? I think he does. I think he will. So I think for the Mets fans, the Giants winning 2 of 3 at home, it's pretty good. Now you need the D-backs to win 2 of 3 at home there. 2-0, down low 3-0. You get a split across those 6 games. No harm, no foul. Obviously only 2.5 weeks left, and time is running out on the season. 3-0 the count. Alonso swings on 3-0. It's a good decision. He was going to swing on a fastball and ends up sending Soto 90 feet away from scoring with a single pass to the shortstop. So Pete Alonso, the tying run, gets on board, and in comes Starling Marte in the DH spot. There are very few guys in baseball have a green light to swing on 3-0, and Alonso, if he sees a fastball, he's one of them. Will they win the Stanley Cup this year? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. Starling Marte has not been playing the best ball as of late. He's 0 for 1 today. Just 2 for his last 20. Hitting 100 in that stretch. OPS nearing 200. Just 3 for his last 29. Right, I don't think he's leaving without getting a cup. 0-1 inside 1-1. Good eye. Marte has already grounded to 3 double plays this month in 5 games, not counting tonight. So this will be number 6 for him. 1-1 the count. Marte, big swing and a miss at that one. Nice pitch on the outer part of the zone. 1-2. If you like what you see, folks, hit that like button, subscribe. It does help us out a ton on the channel as we try and grow this community even more. Or does there want to be a distraction during the season? Yeah. We'll see. Sorry, it was the worst case if it happens. Last one didn't go through everything. Last one did not go through. 1-2 down low 2-2. Yeah, last one did not go through. Not sure what it was. Score pick for Washington, Green Bay. Ooh. I got Packers. I'll go 27-20 on that. 2-2. Marte. Grounds it to first, but foul. Will Armand get fired? He should. But should have been fired last year, to be fair. I played Leon first for Connor. That's a good question. I might like start the season. Looks like hockey season's back, baby. Maxstrom returns in November, but Cusa Action returns in October. So October, you get Cusa Tuesday night games, and Maxion's really on November. How's it going, Jokes? Appreciate you, man. Great job putting together Ben Johnson. Demonstrated this video. I saw that yesterday. Thanks, man. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was a fun one to put together. 2-2. Marte chops it foul again. Long at bat here. Making Sanchez work. It wouldn't be any competition down here, right on that one. But that was a crazy one to put together because it was just so bad. It was so bad. And we got another one coming tomorrow. Just didn't have time to get to yet. But we got another double session tomorrow, and we'll have an Al Michaels video. So 2 videos coming tomorrow. Then GG, we ship some on Friday. 2-2 the count to Marte. That one ripped into left. That's a base hit. Starling Marte gives the Mets their first run of the game. Again, had not been playing the best ball, so just 3 for his last 29. But on 2-2 on a long at bat, rips it into left. And it's a 1-run game just like that. Mets only had 1 hit the first 3 innings. Got 3 hits this inning. Was he in on it? I don't think he was. Because he would have seen the gun, I think. McDavid's a blank check guy. Yeah, nothing's too much. No, nothing at all. We're going to see Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan's getting the dumb decision. So Brian Callahan for his non-challenge, I should say, is getting the decision. So some of the 20s were insane. I cannot wait to watch that. I know a good amount of them, but I'm sure John Boys has uncovered some stuff as well. Right, it's a triple hard cap league, and because of new teammates get back to even harder. McDavid's one of those guys you pay whatever it takes. You figure out the rest later. Nimmo coming up. They're finally starting to get to Sanchez, who again only allowed 1 run in each of his last 2 outings. The second time through has been a bit of a worry for Sanchez this year. Opponents getting on over 30% of the time, compared to just 26% of the time in a 206 average the first time through. 0-1's an MO. That one's chopped to second. 4-6-3. The damage is kept to a minimum. This is a bit happening later. Yeah, we can do it later today after the game is done. Yeah, why not? After the game is done, we'll do it. Why not? Yeah, I think he's just out. They're not going to challenge it. Yeah, I do this thing called overtime after the game is done. So I stay on the stream. We can do it afterwards. Yeah, why not? There's work for True right now. Sure, you got a banger lined up. Haven't seen Sportsball yet, obviously. I just got on stream, but yeah. Can't wait for that. Yeah, Penn State, Arizona, Arizona State's going to be a good team this year. They should have made the tournament last year. They really should have. Dude, haven't seen 1 game? Yes, and this one's really bad. This is not like a nitpick. The man literally didn't know the rules. Yeah, the Moline Tractors, yes. Well, there was the Washington Glee Club. Yeah, there was the Moline Tractors, the Washington Glee Club. I mean, there were some weird teams back then. So let's go and the podcast. Oh, okay. All right. Right, tonight's called Extra Innings, yes. It's a podcast, yes. This stream is... I basically stream every day. This is basically my podcast at this point. My podcast is basically me streaming every single day. So it's like parodying the NHL the way the cap is makes hard for great teams to stay together. Yes. The NBA is sort of getting to that point, too. Where your window is very short. He does mention the club. Nice. you're good. You're good. You can probably want. I don't care. We all know Trey in this one, so we all know Trey. It's not really self-promotion. You're totally fine. You are totally fine. Yeah, pretty much anything goes in this chat. I do not take off anything. I've seen some crazy stuff in here. Which team can't afford an 0-2 start? With Wolden, first pitch, swinging, weak chopper down the third baseline, foul, 0-1. I don't foresee any future dynasty in the NBA. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Very tough. Wait, Tuesdays in October MLB playoffs, yes. They'll probably have it on the back. Yeah, I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do, because obviously we got CUSA action. Podcast 5 is part of the reason I watch. I'm not terribly interested in these teams. They're just like a chat. Yep, I completely get that. Completely get it. Which team can't afford an 0-2 start? You know, I would say the Giants, because after this, with the Giants, you got the Chiefs, you got the Chargers, you got the Eagles, the Broncos, the Eagles. You have the Saints in between that, but you got a stretch where you got 5 out of 6 teams that are favored to make the playoffs and be really good this year. Unless even a three-peat. We're not going to see a three-peat for a long time. 0-1. Grounder right back to the pitcher, and Wollen's over 2 today in his first game of the majors this year. I should note, Dalvin Wollen last year, spent the time with the San Francisco Giants, hit 136. Yeah, the Giants can't afford an 0-2 start. Where does CUSA play in November? The MAC plays in November. CUSA plays October. Bears are another good one. Yeah, Bears are another good one. Dart is not starting this week. He should, but he's not. Jags should win one of their next 4 and they're fine. Yeah, I mean, if they win one of their next 4... Well, it's interesting now. It's interesting now. Because the news about the Niners changes stuff. I was going into the Niners game just saying we're going to lose that one. We're not beating the Niners on the road. I'm like, we're not going to win that game. I don't even know if we ever beaten the Niners on the road. I know we lost in 17. We lost in 09. We lost to the Niners in 13. We lost to the Niners in 21 and 23. We've lost every year since 2005 to the Niners. Oh, to the count. November, CUSA plays regular. They play like Saturday, Sunday. But in October, they play Tuesday, Wednesday. But now with the news about the Niners with their injuries, we can't cover the middle of the field. Well, George Kittle's no longer there. Brock Purdy, if he doesn't play, Mac Jones plays, swing and a miss. Got Bear to chase. He was 2 for 2 today, but Holmes sets him down there. Right, at least start Jameis. You can throw the ball down the field. Give you something at least. The Niners game looks like a realistic shot at this point. If Purdy can't go. They say he's going to be out multiple weeks. So he's going to be out for a little bit. Sunday against NFL? No. College never plays on Sunday. CUSA's not playing on Sunday. No, they would not do that. Schwarber, 2 walks today. He's got on board twice the painful way and almost gets on board there as it almost hits him on the foot, but he gets out of the way on that one. 1-0. If he gets on board, Harper, the next man up. Again, Holmes got to a rough start today. He got to a very rough start. The first 4 guys got on board. It was 2-0 without a single out, but settled in a little bit as of late. The Callahan say is cranking up. Yes, as it should be. I think people are realizing, oh, you're setting Cam Ward up to fail. And I think people are realizing, oh, this guy is not competent. Jazz going to 2 guaranteed more wins because they got the Colts at home and they're at home week 18. So now we just need to find a way to get 7 more. We're going to beat the Colts at home. We're going to win week 18. We just got to get 7 more. And we're okay. So 7 of the other 14. And that's not a bad way to look at it, actually. It's not a bad way to look at it. We're guaranteed the Colts at home. We're guaranteed the week 18 streak. We just need to go 500 in the other games. 3-1 the count. Yeah, if he starts against a hopefully feast. I hope so, but then again, Blaine Gabbert started for the Cardinals in 2017 against Saxonville. He looked pretty good. So we're going to miss 3-2. Right, plus the Niners. Well, that's not a guarantee. But if Mac Jones plays, I don't want to say it's a guarantee, but we better win. If Mac Jones plays, that guy sucks. I saw him firsthand. He sucks so much. He'll get DS and CS for LB. Hopefully. I have to figure out the schedule. It's going to be very much up in the air. Titans McCarthy, I would love that so much. Dolphins Gruden. I heard that Florida wants Gruden. 3-2 inside, and Schwarber for the third time today gets him over the walk. Coach Shaggy wasn't me. Yep. Giants Belichick, no way. But the rumor that's been flowing around is that Florida really wants John Gruden. If Napier doesn't work out this year, they're going to try and get John Gruden. He wants to get back into coaching. Which it's not hard to see why. But I have no problem with that. Yeah, the injury Moody suffered against Arizona really affected him. Yeah, after that tackle, he was never the same. I found the next 13, yep. Harper, first pitch fouls off his foot, 0-1. Again, every donation counts. Triple to where you make the call. How much which game we're calling? Georgia, Tennessee, USC, Purdue, Pitt, West Virginia, or UNC, Richmond. We're going to have an overtime stream tomorrow at 6:20 Eastern time. We'll go live before the game. Get off at like 7:50, and then obviously we'll do the Thursday night game after that. 0-1, grounder to first, and diving to make the stop is Alonso. He'll step on the bag. It was a liner. So, 3 unassisted double play. Nice defense by the Polar Bear. We go top 5. It's a close one. 2-1. Your score. Demonstrated specific to OC, DC, and special teams coordinators. I'll bring them up. Yeah, if the Dolphins go for McDowell and Gruden, that would be, yeah. That'd be good. I think Gruden is a heck of a coach. I think Gruden could be a very good coach. Especially at the college level. I mean, just getting recruits, it's very easy to play for Gruden. In terms of kids love him. And he knows what he's talking about, obviously. What do you think of squeeze play they're trying on ESPN too? I mean, I'm never opposed to like a red zone style format. I'm never opposed to that. I mean, they have that with extra inning already with MLB TV, so it's nothing new to me. So we got top 5 here. Alvarez, Siri, Acuna. A much better 4th inning for the Mets. They got 3 hits setting after getting just won the first 3. They cut the deficit in half. Obviously still trailing. The offense has not been easy to come by for the Mets. Not just as of late, but over the course of the series. No runs the first game, 3 runs the second game. Just 4 runs in 22 innings against the Phillies this year. Or this series, I should say. This helped count his chances next summer. I was not impressed with him in the Gold Cup. I mean, it's not the best teams they played. I need to see it against Colombia. Colombia is going to be the real test for me. Fan group about saying where he just had a second mediocrity. Well, I mean, they were good, and then the emails came out. They were good. I don't know. I mean, he was not good drafting. Him and Mayock drafting were terrible. But coaching-wise, I didn't really have any complaints with Gruden as a coach. 1-0 the count. And the emails happened, and that was it for him. Alvarez lays that one off 2-0. And Alvarez just 1 for his last 12. They're getting better. Ravens 11.5. That's the higher spread. I was going to be like 8.5. 11.5? I would still probably take Baltimore on that. What's the... Cincinnati by 3.5. Yeah, I like that. Outside 3-0. Philly's a pick'em? Really? They have Philly KC as a pick'em, essentially. Oh, I like that. I like the Eagles in that one. Yeah, Venezuela still, man. 3-1 the count. They had it yesterday, too. They had it. Oh, they were going to be talking about that choke for years. There was no way they weren't going to make the playoff, the Intercontinental playoff. Dolphins over Patriots. I like Patriots on that one. Yeah, McDaniel, he's on some very thin ice right now, obviously. He's on some very, very thin ice. 3-1 to Alvarez. Pulls it fouled on the first baseline, so 3-2. The Africa's qualifying always in the first round is just ridiculously long. Right? I'm not saying it was great, but it was more the talent because they couldn't draft well. Coaching wise, it was I didn't really have to make complaints. That one in there for a called strike. Alvarez can't believe it, and that looked inside. He's got a point. He's got a point on that. I think that pitch was inside. That makes it through the season. At this rate, I'm going to say no. He's got a point on that one. That did look inside. Now let's double check. Let's see if the K zone was off. First pitch of the series, straight to miss 0-1. Let's see if the K zone was off on that. Yeah, no, that should not have been a strike. Yeah, but I addressed it earlier in the stream. Just tragic that we can't like disagree like civilized people. Looking at that one, that is a strike. 0-2. It wasn't confident enough in Indy. I had Indy winning that game. I did have Indy winning that one. Down low, 1-2. And watching the Finns in the preseason, especially the third game where their starters couldn't do anything against our third stringers, I'm like, yeah. Yeah, Saudi Arabia, definitely. You're going, oh. Definitely have Saudi Arabia. I don't know on the other one, but I definitely have Saudi Arabia. I'd be stunned if they don't get it out of there. 1-2 the count. Yeah, start the first round with the JXL largely on AFC South with Pierce and Coach T. It's been a while. It's been a while with that round. Been a while. 2-2 the count to Siri. He's 0 for 1 today. Siri just 2 for 25 this year. Since the start of April, he's 1 for 19. Wait, no one had 24? That is true. That is true. No one had that. Yeah, no one had 33-8. No one had 33-8. Siri fouls off down the first baseline. As far as the pitch count, Sanchez right now at 68. This will be number 69. He's gone above 100 quite a few times this season. You figure he's in line to go 6. Not sure he'll be able to go 7. He has his last 2 starts, but gets the strikeout there on the bottom part of the zone. Back-to-back men down on strikes. Series struggles this year continue. If Indonesia can do it, that'd be incredible. That one is a strike. That one absolutely is a strike. The last one was not. Alvarez should not have been sit down because that was a strike. And that's going to send Acuna up. Amador's done nothing today for the Mets so far. Acuna looks at that one on the bottom part of the zone for a strike. And he's 0 for 1 today. Swing and a miss. Chase down low. Yeah, 1.5 essentially coin flip. Yes, it is. Yeah, anything inside 2 is a pickup, really. Calvin Dolphins beat New England. I will say this week will be a real test for them. We can say, okay, how do you bounce back from a loss like that in game team? Yeah. Oh no, you're good. You're good, Big Corey, on that one. You were good, Big Corey, on that one. We addressed it earlier on the stream. Yeah, we addressed it earlier on the stream. It's awful what happened. Yeah, I always remember how much voodoo Miami is September. We never beat them down there in September, like ever. It's the first time for everything. Except the cold swing in Jacksonville. Hopefully that never happens. 0-2 the count to Acuna. Can Sanchez strike out the side? He's got 6 strikeouts already. And we'll get the grounder to third here. 5-3. Mets just 1 run through the first 5 innings. Twice through the order. We go bottom 5. Remains a 2-1 game. So the Mets offense has scored just 4 runs over the course of this series across 23 innings of work. And the Phillies, their magic number, it is awfully close. They are awfully, awfully close. Phillies right now, a 9-game lead on the division. 4 games up on the Dodgers for the wild card. Not for the wild card, for a bye, I should say. Yeah, Joe's about to break the streak. What an introduction with Grossi's character. What an introduction. What an introduction. I'm excited to see where that goes. If the Mets lose this game, the Giants would only be 2 back. If the Giants lost today, magic number, I don't know what the magic number is, but they win today, they're up by 10. They're up by 10 in the division. The magic number is... I just need the number to win the division. It's at 9. Magic number is 9, but if they win today, because it would also be a Mets loss, it'd be 7. So if they win today, 7. They can clinch by the 14th against the Royals. They can clinch by the 14th. Magic number, if they win this game, drops down to 7. Giants would be 2 back if this result holds. Reds would be 2.5 back. D-backs would be 3.5 back. 1 below 500, but 3.5 back. It's going to be an interesting fight for the wild card. That was hysterical, Corey. That was so funny. That was like... Grounder to third, diving play, but the throw is not going to be strong enough. Good effort there by Vientos, making the play in the hot corner, but leadoff man on board, Realmuto. Oh, now I get it, yes. Right, no, absolutely. No, absolutely. On that one, Big Corey. Absolutely. It's like I'm going to call people out regardless for not doing their jobs. That's my shtick. I've done that for years. Jags Niners, is that on Fox? I would think it's on CBS. Because usually Jaguars, if they're on the road, they're on CBS. Marsh, first pitch, looks at that one down the middle for a strike, 0-1. Like, it was so funny. I don't even play games. I have a vague idea of what Gamergate is. I don't know the full details of it. I have a vague idea of what it is. I'm like, I do not know. I know what a vague idea of what it is. I've never engaged in any of that dialogue or anything. It's like, is that a line taken directly from? I'm like, wait, what? Just saying people should do their jobs and be ethical. Okay, that's not the point you think you're making. 1-1 the count to Marsh. Rips it past the first baseman. That's going to get to the wall. That should score a run potentially if he can't cut it off. Soto lets it bounce to the wall. He juggles it. Soto misplaced that so badly. And coming around to score. Oh, that is on Fox. Will be Realmuto. It's a double. And if Soto plays that better, I'm not sure any runs are scoring. But Soto let that one get to the wall. Juggled it. And Realmuto, no contest on that one. 3-1. Phillies back in front by 2. Hey, Liam Hendricks, yeah. Trey Mancini, same way in terms of baseball players like that. Always a good story when that happens. Yeah, that game's going to be on Fox. I didn't think it was going to be on Fox, but apparently it is. Which sucks. And that might be it. That might be it for Holmes. I think it's going to be. Holmes is done. Only goes 4 innings. That's a horrible start to this one. And Holmes, for the 3rd straight game, will not go past the 5th. In Holmes' last 9 games, he has only gone past the 5th 1 time. His struggles continue. The Mets will go to the pen in a jam right now. It's on TSN Plus. That's a cat. Yeah, I don't know what the TV rights are with that. It's Canadian ESPN Plus. That makes sense. Wait, even it's strong suit. No, not even close. Yeah, literally, Big Yeah, literally. Literally on that one. It's so funny. It's so funny. Some of the discourse on Twitter is just so funny. It's what's the point you're trying to make? It's I literally don't care who this person is. It's just do the job that's assigned to you. And take it seriously. So the new pitcher will be Gregory Soto. Just I was criticizing Juan Soto for his defense. Gregory Soto is going to come into the game here. the best sports network in Europe and Asia, I'm not like too familiar with channels there. I know Sky. So I know Sky Sports in England. But I know I think you have to license for BBC Sports. Yeah, I know Sky. I mean, I've watched Sky coverage. It seems good. Like I like the Sky studio setup. I've watched Transfer Deadline Day with Sky setup. They seem to be pretty good. Right, absolutely sports talk. Yep. Absolutely. It's like there's actual things that need to be called out. It's regardless of who you are. So Gregory Soto, the new pitcher. Last time out was the first game of the series against the Phillies. 2/3 of an inning. Didn't allow any hits. Faced 2 batters. Did his job. First pitch swing, Kepler. That's a base hit. And that should bring the run in. 3 straight guys get on board for the Phillies. And Soto's first pitch, a disaster. 4-1. That run will be charged to Holmes. So his final line, 4 innings, 4 runs. If you're doing the math at home on Holmes, it's not pretty as of late. It's not pretty as of late. If you're doing the math on Holmes, his last 6 games, he's allowed 16 runs in 28 2/3. Tomorrow Thursday night, I have 27-20 Packers. I'll send Kemp up to bat. First pitch swinging inside, 0-1. Even if D-backs finish 81-81. Yeah, it's getting really interesting in the wildcard race. Really interesting. Like Chris Myers came in, yeah. Although I didn't mind Schlereth. I really did not mind Schlereth. He actually called a pretty good game. Yeah, the D-backs, considering the fact they sold, considering the fact that they have used 50 different guys as a closer, like, absolutely nuts. Liam Cohen's not the first coach, yep. It's unreasonable. It used to be AFC on NBC and then NFC on CBS where Fox came in, and then that changed everything, yep. WrestleMania 43 is going to be in Saudi Arabia. How's it going to work timing-wise? Half-hearted swing 1-2. How is that going to work? Is it hell? She was not good. Wait, WrestleMania 43 is going to be in... How is that going to work in terms of the timing? Because obviously, WrestleMania is a primetime event. You're not starting WrestleMania at 3 in the morning in Saudi Arabia. Swing and a miss. I'm surprised the TV networks would allow that. Because the ratings will be crap. Part of the only thing casual wrestling fans care about is WrestleMania. And now you're going to put it at a time where people are either doing other stuff or at a time that is so inconvenient to the people that are actually there. Must have got a crap ton of oil money, though. Must have got a crap ton of money for that. Stott takes that first pitch for a strike 0-1. Opinion on WME pay discourse. Should the pay go up? I'll put it this way. Should the pay go up? Should it not? I don't know. But what I do know is that you signed a CBA that you collectively agreed to and you bargained for. And you're being paid exactly what you're worth right now because you literally signed a contract and collectively bargained for it. So should it go up? I don't know. I don't know if it should go up or not. That's for the player associations to decide and collectively bargain on. But for them to say they're not being paid what they're worth, they're not withholding your pay. You literally agreed to the contract. So it's you agreed to the terms of how much you're making. So yeah, Frank Frankenstein for that was pretty bad. That one on the outside by the zone in the first strike. Soto settling down. Back-to-back strikeouts here. As stock goes down, I will talk with the ump here. Someone wish you can't be that glad. Yep. I like Benet. I think RG3's a bit too corny. Why'd see myself fight to keep the NFC package? So there's a great article on that. There's a great article. I'll post it. By The Ringer. It's one of the best articles I've ever read in my life. It was written 7 years ago. So I'll never do a video on that. But there's a phenomenal article. Basically, Fox was paying an insane amount of money. And CBS was like, well, we have the Olympics. CBS says we have the Olympics. We have other stuff. We don't need it. Walden. Into shallow center field. Underneath it is Siri for the final out. The Phillies get a couple. Holmes is out. Sanchez in line for the win as we go to the top of the 6th, 4-1. Right, for the next team, yes. Right, I think... Yeah, I think it's one of those where you got to collectively bargain, and obviously there's going to be some sacrifices that are going to be made. But... yeah, obviously the finances, they've been in the red for a while, so tread very carefully. Tread very carefully, because the finances have been in the red for a while. Right, they can make anything with 7 finger. Yeah. Yes, they can. Favorite food to cook? Pizza. I love making pizza. That's an easy one. NFL and Fox team songs sports NFL and CBS. That's the one thing Fox does better. That's the one thing Fox does better than CBS. There's only one thing. I like the NFL and CBS theme, don't get me wrong. But NFL and Fox theme is iconic. Why the NHL going a year-long lockout. Bedman was not great back in the day with labor negotiations. Bedman was really not great with labor negotiations. Right, CBS lucky as hell that NBC was too separate and a permanent bug, or else we'd be screwed on having an NFL. Yep. I still love that they didn't do that for like close playoff games. It's like no one's flipping it off. It's like every other network can do it. Yeah, I'm not sure it's gonna be much higher than that. Yeah. Maybe like dynamic flexing. It could be like dynamic where it's like if this happens, it won't be if they're smart, it won't be a long CBA. If they're smart, it will not be like a 10-year CBA because a lot's going to change. Obviously, with expansion, stuff's going to happen in the 2028 Olympics. Women's basketball coming here in LA, probably going to win the gold. A lot more interest there going forward. Obviously, college basketball ratings are going up with women's college basketball. More interest that way. So if they're smart, don't make it a long CBA. Don't make it like a 10-year CBA like the NFL did. If the players are smart, you want this to be a very, very short CBA that you can go back to the table on and ask for more later. So you're not screwed over. Right, he's done better as of lately. Yes. Yes. The first NFL game to get flexed. Okay, the NFL and NBC theme is epic. I mean, John Williams could do no wrong. Outside, 1-0 the count. You're also very lucky to have NFC package without its peak. And then AFC with Brady Manning. Yes. First game in the NFL to get flexed. I don't know if it's gonna be the first one, but Dolphins Bengals, I can't see how that's gonna stay on. Shot foul, 1-1. I can't see how Dolphins Bengals is gonna stay on. Prime time. In terms of first game to get flexed, though. 1-1, outside 2-1. Yeah, Giants Patriots not a bad option. Yeah, I mean, Bengals Dolphins is a safe bet. I don't know what else is going to get flexed off the top of my head. Colts Niners could, but if the Colts play like they did earlier this week. Lindor, big swing and miss, so 2-2. Denver ends up having to own a cancel season. Oh, I don't think it's going to cancel. There'll be some stoppages, but I don't think they're going to lose a whole season. Why conferences quit being exclusive to each network? I think part of the reason why they quit being exclusive is because it gives you more flexibility. 2-2, shot foul. It makes it better ratings, which gives you more money in the end. It gives you more flexibility in doubleheaders. Because before you had no flexibility in doubleheaders, you were kind of stuck. It gives you more flexibility to have better games in the 425 window. And even if you lose out on a good matchup, if you're CBS, you get one later on. It evens out. 2-2. Lindor fouls it off down the left field line. Again, Lindor looking for his first hit of the series. He's 0 for 10. He's 0 for his last 14. Daniel Jones comeback player of the year. Good for him. I got nothing against this guy. I got nothing against Daniel Jones. He handled his exit with the Giants beautifully. I have nothing but respect for Daniel Jones. Obviously, it didn't work out in New York, but I hope it doesn't happen because it means the Colts will probably be good. Back of the track, making the play for the first out is Bader. Lindor now 0 for his last 15. He has no hits this series. And in comes Juan Soto. He's 2 for 2 today. Almost had that home run last time. That went off a fan who reached over. Decided to date your best friend's girl after he broke up. Yep. And Sanchez on 80 pitches. Went 82 last time. You figure unless he gets 2 quick outs here, he's done. They won't let him start a new inning on 90. Time limit on commissioners' tenures. Goodell's been there for 20 years. He showed no signs of slowing down. He had there for a strike 1-1. No, it's not like a politician. I think like, as long as he can still do the job, I'm fine with it. Daytime's being like Geno Smith, affair with a New York team that finds the right team and blossoms. Yeah, Sam Darnold, similar way, for at least a year with Minnesota. 1-1 the count. Soto jammed inside, swings at that one, and grounds it right to Harper at first for the second out. Yeah, stuff up very weird seeing lines backwards on CBS Fox. Yeah, very weird. But that score bug's better than whatever Fox has, so I'll take it. Because the reason the NBA, NFL, and Sony moved on their brand on multiple platforms because it's one of the few things people are consistently following, and the platform wants the leagues. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where people have services, like, sports are the one thing that you need to watch live. Everything else you can watch later. It's the one thing you can watch live. And it has a huge fan base that isn't going anywhere. So these platforms want sports because it keeps you on. You're not going to cancel. You can't binge watch sports. You can't do that. So I can say their strong start. It's always tough coming out of the international window. It's always tough. We'll see in the next 3 games. The next 3 games will be a pretty good tell. A pretty good tell. Political commentator, Eli. Political commentator. Based on how Jets quarterbacks do after leaving, is the New York pressure too much? Down low 2-1. I would say no. I think the common denominator is Willie Johnson. If the Bears start 0-5 as switch of agent, yeah, if they start 0-5, you're done. Lindor is first. What do you have to get base no matter what he wants to be here? Has to play for a team, not for him. Yeah, I mean, the fact he's not got on base. The fact he's no hits this series. The fact that Mendoza is still putting him in the leadoff spot when he's got no hits this series. He's 0 for his last 15. You want your left guy to get on board. And to just start off with a guaranteed out, I mean, you got to change something up. 3-1 the count to Vientos. I mean, the slot right now is just full of guys with slumps. Alvarez, Siri, Acuna, Lindor. Like, 7, 8, 9, 1. Is there anyone who can dress right now in the Mets? Like, the 2 through 6, even Marte. I mean, he got the hit today, but Marte had been hitting 100 over his last 30 at-bats. Fouled off. Like, you have an Albatross at the 5. 7, 8, 9, 1. Albatrosses right now. Like, the line's just a mess right now for the Mets. Campbell is unknown in both your fast leagues. Why? He doesn't miss field goals. He's like one of the most accurate kickers in the league. Especially if there's a bonus for 50-plus yards. 3-2, down low. Vientos gets on board with a 1-out walk, or 2-out walk, I should say. Rares like the playoffs. Does it mean that all 4 AFC West teams make it? No, someone's going to miss. I think if the Rares make it, means someone misses. I don't know who. Hopefully the Chiefs, but yeah, need to win one Dallas or Vegas. Yep. Pete Alonso coming up. Remember, was the main reason why you have to have a certain personality? You do. You have to have very thick skin to play in New York. That's true. Alonso 1 for 2 today. He's got a hit in every game in this series. One of the few players that you can actually count on in this Mets-Phillies series. Jags defense good this year. I wouldn't go that far. The Panthers just suck. Bryce Young missed a lot of wide open guys, and also the Panthers receivers couldn't get their feet in bounds. Xavier Legette is an embarrassment to watch. Xavier Legette had a play where he couldn't get both feet in. It was a very routine grab. So I would wait on saying they're good until we face Joe Burrow. But yeah. Are they good? I like our defense coordinator. We're actually blitzing. Like, we actually get pressure. We're blitzing. So we have a better scheme. Guys are playing at their playing weight. Unlike last year, Ryan Nielsen made the guys come into camp 20, 25 pounds stronger than what they are. 2-0. Alonso swinging and miss 2-1. How was Ben Johnson? Not good. Not good. The offense wasn't that creative. After Caleb Williams started 10 for 10, after the scripted plays to start, the unscripted plays, he looked terrible. They didn't get him in a rhythm. And the challenge he made in the third quarter was asinine. The guy's knee was literally on the ground. I don't know what they were challenging. Having that time, that would have been huge. Grounder right to short. They'll get the force at second. 6-4, and you figure Sanchez is done on 93 pitches. Another good outing for him. 1 run allowed. And if that's it for Sanchez, he has now allowed just 3 runs in his last 3 games over his last 20 innings of work. It is possible, Eli. It is. Right, Sanchez played USC, so he knew when going to the Jets I handled by popular market. Yes. Yes, he did. And the rock, paper, scissors game. Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. But John said I was not impressed by him. I was not impressed in a lot of ways. Did Minnesota's OC change its game plan mid-game? I think you saw a lot more lines on Jordan Mason. I think there's a reason why in the fourth quarter, the running game just went off. I think the first half, they didn't know how to alternate between Jones and Mason. In the second half, they found that rhythm. Also, McCarthy settled in. He was missing throws early on. He was getting pressured. He settled in. He settled down, which helped. So really felt like to thank Mendoza for keeping Holmes in a face Marshall instead of putting his lefty who was already warmed up. Yeah, great decision. Also good decision of Alvarez, Siri, Acuna going 7-8-9 today. In what's close to a must-win game. Good decision to have just three guys in slumps go back to back to back. And then if one of them does get on, you got Lindor up, who's over his last 15. But O'Connell runs the offense. Yeah, that's why I did skid down in Jacksonville. Professor emailed last night how not to use AI. I mean, you see it on the stream. I mean, I put it like ChatGPT and say, write a video script. And I'll give you like completely incorrect information. AI should be used as a tool. It should not be the creative process. It should not be the work. Been feeling dumb for using some AI for help? I mean, look, if it's used as a tool, like I use AI for my videos when in terms of getting rid of the background noise. Using AI as a tool is fine. Using it as the creative process, as a substitute for learning, that's the issue. That's the issue. Like, I think using AI, like for a research paper, I think using AI for the actual paper itself is a problem. But if you want to say, okay, I have these citations, can you cite all this for me? That's a little bit different in my mind. We can debate on that, but I think that's a little bit different. Using AI as using it as a tool, that's a lot different. Yeah, using it as a tool versus learning it as the creative process and the product, that's where it gets an issue. Meanwhile, Bader gets hit by a pitch. That's the third time today a Philly's been hit. All three times on the foot, clearly unintentional. But then it's the fifth time in these 6 innings that a Phillies got on board in the leadoff spot. And Bader, who again has been red hot this series, leadoff walk, hit by pitch. And Schwarber coming up. He's gone on board 3 times today with a walk. Ramon Labs, that's good. Yeah, that's good. As long as you're doing that. And 1855, Ali Morning got an interception against Tom Tupa in the Super Bowl. Yes. That's absolutely true. Schwarber still has no at-bats today. 3 plate appearances, 3 walks. Again, every donation counts triple to already make the call. I'm going to decide which game we're calling. Georgia, Tennessee, USC, Purdue, Pitt, West Virginia, or UNC Richmond. That one in there for a strikeout, too. That's why Gregory Soto, Phillies fans remember. There you go. There you go. Soto hasn't been pitching better as of late. Only 3 runs allowed his last 18 games. Well, if you include this one, his last 17 and a third, he's only allowed 3 runs. And ERA in that stretch below 1.6. No, I don't trust ChatGPT at all. I mean, we've shown examples on stream of that. Mark Sanders ever a good quarterback? I'd say 2010. I'd say 2010 he was good. 09 definitely not. 2010, at least before the Patriot game. And Schwarber gets on board for a 4th time, base hit into right. Hard liner there on the first man get on board. I think before the Patriot game, obviously that game, the Monday night, that was like a massacre on Monday Night Football. That was awful. Before that game, he was playing pretty well. He was playing at a borderline Pro Bowl level. And if you say, well, that's a bit of no reaction, don't you think? Remember that David Garrard made the Pro Bowl in 2009 with some insane stats, and Pro Bowl means nothing. But he had 16 touchdowns, 8 picks. I mean, he was not playing poorly. Before the Patriot game. The Patriot game, after that, it was bad. But at least until December, Sanchez was looking pretty sharp. And if you say, like, well, come on, he wasn't playing at Pro Bowl level. David Garrard made the Pro Bowl in 2009 with 15 touchdowns and 10 picks. So, again, he was playing fine. Yeah, Sanders is a good backup. Yeah, decent backup. there's activity in the Mets pen. As mound visit here, Soto getting rocked right now, and this game in danger of getting on hand very quickly. Static is warming up for the Mets. So Static is warming up. Harper, first pitch, swings, grounds it to first. Alonso, 3-6. Can't get one. Soto wants a challenge. He thinks the throw beat him. They'll get one out for sure at second. Is that fooding challenge we do? I do pancakes. Time break game match 4 or 7? No. Not by maybe the first run, but not by his second Super Bowl. No. I do pancakes. I do pizza. Definitely pizza, actually. He's safe. No, he's definitely safe. A better throw might get him. But no, he's definitely safe. Foot's on the bag before the ball even gets there, and the ball's a one-hopper. So, Harper will get on board. Schwarber's out at second. Realmuto coming up. And Mendoza wisely decides not to challenge that play, despite Soto being adamant about it. Realmuto coming up. Runners on the corners here, 1 out. Down low in the first pitch, 1-0. Yeah, Weiss and then obviously Notre Dame did not work out. Harper's been low-key struggling recently. Yeah, that was not the best at-bat in that spot. But he was 2 for 4 yesterday. To be fair, he was 2 for 4 yesterday. Did turn around a little bit, but before that, he was not playing the best ball. Yesterday might have been the start of something to turn around, but hasn't shown flashes at times. Romulo gets hit on the knee. That's 4 times today the Phillies have gotten on board on a hit batter. And the bases are loaded. Soto hits his second batter of the inning. ESPN broadcast will be red zone after the season? No, I think the appeal for red zone is... A lot of the appeal for red zone is fantasy related. And the fact that all games start at the same time. Baseball, it doesn't happen like that. Baseball is way more regionalized than football. I don't think red zone for baseball for everything would be... If you want it as a standalone, that's one thing, but it's not the same. Brady was a huge one to 138. You can also think John Casey. To be fair, John Casey was also a pretty big reason why they won. You can thank him for those shanks. Yeah, Giants, Pats, my football. Yeah, that was 2 big markets, though. I can get it. Marsh fouls it off. So the base is full. He's 2 for 3 today. They're leaving Soto out there. And Marsh has been red hot as of late. This is first game of the series, but was 3 for 3 against the Marlins last time he played. Had a 4-hit game earlier this month. You go back a little bit. Marsh is 18 for his last 36, which is insane. Do the math on that. He's hitting 500 in his last 10 games. Right, big innings. Yes, that's very good for what it is. Tom Winkler, I have not seen his channel. Oh, you're not wrong on that one, you like. I think everyone agrees on that one. When I showed highlights, I didn't do a lot of hot takes. 1-1 Marsh into left center. That's going to drop. He is now hitting above 500 in his last 10 games. And it's 5-1. They leave Soto in there. Does not work out. Final OT or final 10? I would say final 10 looks more satisfying. And all of a sudden, Kepler up as the line keeps moving. Today's Name That Yankee. Ooh. Blue Jay. This is actually a bit of a tough one. This is a bit of a tough one. It's not as easy as the last one he showed. They're going to leave him in there again. I don't get... You have Stanek. He's ready. Stanek's ready. Kepler into right center. Mendoza's managerial nightmare continues. 2 runs will score. It's 7-1. And Stanek's been ready for a while, but they just leave Soto out there to dry. And now they'll make the change. And the Mets in serious danger of losing the first 3 games of this series. And making this a very interesting wild card race. The last game of nothing? Yes, because that was before flexing happened. Yes. You could flex starting in 06. So yeah. Call the Mets Sugar Ray because it falls apart, Stanek coming in to try and stop the bleeding. As Soto's day is done. Had a good outing against the Phillies earlier this series, but this one not so much. Cecil I forgot he was a Yankee. Forgot Cecil was a Yankee. Wow. He was a good player, too. I love that he had the same number of homers as Prince did. I love that. Yeah, all of a sudden, this wildcard race is getting very, very interesting. It makes sense in both second and lefty, but yeah, when you hit two batters, when you hit two batters in an inning, you clearly don't have control. It's like, come on. When you clearly hit two batters. Like, absolutely insane. Yeah, Prince Fielder could have been a Hall of Famer. He really could have been a Hall of Famer. He had all the tools to be a Hall of Famer. If he stayed healthy, who knows what could happen. Otto Kemp. First pitch upstairs, 1-0. Or just matters who's better. Yeah, if he has no control, he has no control. It doesn't matter if he's a righty or a lefty. Kemp, 2 for 3 yesterday, hit a homer, but has not been playing well as of late. He's 2 for his last 17. 1-0, that one missed upstairs, 2-0. Again, tomorrow we're going to be doing a Q&A overtime stream starting at 6:20 Eastern Time, maybe 6:15. And then we will be live for the Packers-Commanders game at 8 o'clock over on Prime. 2-0 the count. Kemp swings at that one into right field. That'll be deep enough to get the run in. Sack fly. Soto will get charged for that run. Runner will hold it first. So Kepler stays out of scoring position, but Marsh comes around to score. Kemp does his job, and it's 8-1. Where's CC Bethia? And I'll make that run that year without him. I'll make that run without him. I won't be with you guys. Probably going to watch my own. I completely get that. There's a reason I don't do Jaguar games. I completely get it. Yeah, I was happy to see CC get inducted first ballot. I was very happy about that. Such a good pitcher. Yankee legend, and hopefully he gets them retired soon by the Yankees. Hopefully that 52 gets retired. Which I'm assuming it will. I'm assuming it will. Seeing as he's in the Hall of Fame. They've retired guys for way less. It's one of the last 2,000 strikeout pitchers. He's one of them, yeah. He is one of them. 309.3. Kershaw just got there. And obviously he's first ballot. 2-0 the count. In terms of guys right now, Kershaw, Verlander, and Scherzer are the three that are bona fide first ballot locks currently playing. Should Daniels have spiked the ball on 3-1 at the end of the half, and the Mariners kick a chip shot field to take a 17-3 lead? They bungled that situation. I don't know what exactly happened there, but they bungled that situation. Obviously, got to walk away with points. Whether you spike it on 3rd and 1, I don't know, because obviously 3rd and 1, it sets a 4th down automatically, but I get what he was trying to do, but obviously it didn't work out. 4-pitch walk and Stock gets on board, and that will send Walden up to bat. It was 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Yeah, not good. Not good. I think it was 4-1. It's 4-1 in the bottom of the 6th. But 4 runs this inning. Stanek walks the batter. In comes Donovan Walden, who, again, this is first game of the season in the majors. Spent time, oddly enough, with the Mets this year, with the Syracuse Mets, a AAA affiliate. Went to the Iron Pigs later on. Trying to get some revenge against the team that had him earlier this year. Decided not to put him up. The controversial call on Falcons-Niners, the most egregious call that's been forgotten about because it was against team that won. Colts-Bills is up there as well, the wild card game in 2020. Colts-Bills is also up there. 1-1 the count. But yeah, I would probably go with yes on that one. EQ draw no timeouts, yeah, it's not great. But if you just want to get points on the drive, I get it. 1-1, download 2-1. You know, CC, just a lovable guy. You can't hate CC. Right, I had the same amount of homers, 319. Yeah, CC was so good. 2-1 the count. Do you like him working on you guys? Ooh. It was at the end of... It was as the Colts were driving. It was toward the end of the game. It was toward the end of the game in terms of... I think it was a clock issue. I think there was a clock issue where the clock should have been running and it wasn't. It basically gave the Colts an extra, like, couple of plays. 2-2. Upstairs 3-2. Was there a turnover? I forget what exactly it was. But it was pretty bad. I remember it. It was pretty bad. Let me see if I can find it. It was on the final drive. 3-2. In there for a strike. That looked low. Wallen thought that was ball 4, and it probably should have been. He strikes out. Phillies leave 2-1. That's the bad news for the Phillies. The good news is that they get 4. And this game is becoming a bloodbath. Just like last night. The Mets have just 4 runs across this series. The Phillies get 4 that inning. We go top 7. 8-1. With Sanchez getting the quality start and barring anything crazy, getting the win. Yeah, it was a fumble. Yeah, that was a fumble. Yeah, they're NBA players, yeah. Basically, yeah, Colts-Bills, there should have been a fumble on the play because the ball got punched out as he got up. And they ruled it that he was down by contact when he clearly was not. Bills won the game, so it didn't matter in the end. But this is the play I'm talking about. The 8th AFC Championship should have been... Well, the worst consequential call will probably be Colts-Packers 65. And that clearly was a missed field goal. Clearly was a missed field goal. And if that gets called no good, the Packers have no timeouts. Colts win the game to go to the NFL Championship. Everybody, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. CC and Aethrio both first played in the majors in 2001. Retired after 2019. Also, top 2 Rookie of the Year voting. Start off strong, ended strong. Why can't the Phillies ever do this at Citi Field? That's a good question. You wonder that with some teams. And some places. First pitch, in there for a strike. And Kierkegaard is the new pitcher for the Phils, and obviously very low leverage spot. Get in there for a strike, 0-2. First one, I've just hated everyone. Another place where I've saved the Patriots. Did they really screw the Ravens that game? They screwed the Ravens that game more than anything. I remember the manure chance. I remember that. I don't remember that. Marte will get a base hit into left center. Mets get the leadoff man on board. Start. It's a start. It's a start for the Mets. Obviously, a lot of work to do, but got to start somewhere. Marte with a leadoff single. Again, Sanchez is done. Now, Ryan Kierkegaard. Last time I pitched was against the Fish. went a third of an inning. Got the job done there. But obviously has not been pitching that well as of late. His last 8 games, he's gone 5 innings and allowed 5 runs. It's a 9 ERA if you're doing the math at home. And one of his most recent outings against the Braves, he didn't even get a single out. Walked 2 batters, allowed a hit and a run before being relieved of his duties. Went there 0-2. Cribbing catcher they haven't been to. Ooh, cribbing catcher they haven't been to. I'm going to go... I'm going to guess... St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Go St. Vincent. 1-2 the count. Yeah, the Pats Raiders game. Yeah, I did a video on that. The top 5 worst calls in division round history. I did a video on that. Yeah, that was a horrible call. At least a tuck rule. You could debate whether tuck rule was a good move or whatnot, but like a good rule. But at the end of the day, tuck rule was the actual rule. But the Patriots Raiders call in '76 was atrocious. They probably make the Super Bowl that year if it happens. On 2-2, pops it up, and that's the first out. Nelson Alvarez up. Well, they don't get about the field mirrors. Why was Lynch on the field, not 5 receivers? I think because you want a blocker, I guess. Or if I guess the idea also is that if the Packers come with the rush, they have to get the ball off quickly, you can dump it off to the running back and have him do something, and obviously Marshawn Lynch won't go down on first contact. So I get that. Angel the Horse, what's a referee? I mean, you have to do everything on skates. Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Oh, on the count. Imagine Aaron smashed the 6-5 field goal, missed it, skull good. Oh, man. They might have to change the outcome of that game. They would probably change the outcome. That would be one of those that could change the outcome. There would be lawsuits. There would be lawsuits about that. If that happened today, there would be lawsuits. With people, like, with betting and whatnot and losing money, and obviously someone's outside 1-2 to Alvarez. He's 0-2 today. With all that, it would be... Because that's not like a subjective call. That is objectively, that was not a good kick. Even the kicker said it was no good. Even the kicker turned his head. Don Chandler turned his head away. And was like, that's not good. Fouled off, so we still have 1-2. So, yeah, I think the AFC team wins that game. AFC team wins that Super Bowl that year. That happens at Fairbanks afterwards, so you take the job in college. Tigers, I think they go to the World Series. This is going to be very tough to beat Scooball. And he's going to go twice in each series, so then you got to be perfect in every other game. He went on that one. Alvarez strikes out. So I have Tigers Phillies in the World Series. So I picked for the past few weeks. The kick, it was with 2 minutes left in the game. So 2 minutes left. Packers down by 3. Cedric Mullins coming in for Siri. Acquired at the deadline. He has not been great since being acquired. But the Colts had the Packers had no timeouts. So if Chandler misses that kick, the ball game's over. Outside 1-0. Mullins, you don't even want to know the last time he got a hit. You don't even want to know. It's been a while, as Stained once said. It's been a while. Last time he got a hit was on August 24th. Since then, he's 0 for his last 26. He's acquired at the deadline from the Orioles, and he's hitting 174 with the Mets. Swing and a miss 1-2. He's 0 for his last 26. And Miss Cedric Mullins, I think Mets fans would be glad to give him back. Colts had another drive, yes. But remember, that game, the Colts had no quarterback. Tom Matty was their quarterback. He was a running back. The fact that we were in that game is insane. With the same season last season, yep. Only reason they weren't 17-0. Yep, and that was a bloodbath, too. The Raiders had a negative point differential for, like, the first half of the season, despite losing one game. Upstairs 2-2. Like, it really is insane when you think of how long the Raiders had a negative point differential, too. Even losing one game because of just how badly they got demolished in that week 2. Really is crazy. I think it was week 2. 2-2 the count to Mullins. That one inside and low. Uruguay versus, is that Uzbekistan? That's the Uzbekistani flag, right? That's the Uzbekistani flag. I don't know why they're playing Uzbekistan, but... 3-2. Mullins pops it foul, and it gets out of play. So you can say Lucian February after Super Bowl. Nice. I'm thinking about vacations after Super Bowl, because obviously I got to do the Olympics. I have to time it between the Olympics and March Madness, so... I'm going to book a cruise at some point. I have to figure out when UFL starts. Obviously, we don't have the teams yet. We'll know the teams probably by October. But once the schedule comes out, I'm booking a cruise. Because I'll probably need it. 3-2 to Mullins. Shot foul again. Well, they didn't go... I mean, their 2 losses were like by 1 point combined, right? See, let me pasta? Nice. Pasta's good. Like me some pasta. Didn't rest a dumb decision. The dumb challenge calls the Bears timeout. Yeah, that was not the smartest move. It was not a smart move. The knee was down. He was down by contact. Yeah, that was a dumb challenge. And if they have that timeout, changes a lot. Changes a lot of the math. Yeah, I think they lost 2 games, and both of them were like Monday Night Football. It was the Cowboy game by 1. That was the Cosell game with the monkey comment. And the Packer game, which was one of the best games of all time. Mullins gets him more with a walk. Takes that one low and inside. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk some of the greatest games of all time in regular season, Washington Green Bay 83 is up there. I mean, that game was a banger. 83 had some great Monday Football games. Some great Monday Football games. 83, you got some gems. And that was one of them. So 2 on here. Kerkering already on 23 pitches. He usually does not go more than 20, so having to work a lot. This is just the second time since the start of August he's got more than 20. Johnson with the fire. Appreciate you, man. Back at Fiction. Could go bankrupt the next 10 years. I'm going to say Fiction. They're finally starting to get in the red. Or the black. I'm going to say Fiction on that, Johnson. I appreciate you, man. They're finally starting to go in the black. They're finally getting revenue. They're finally expanding. They're finally going to get a good TV contract. I think they were going bankrupt a long time ago. I mean, the NBA has kept them afloat for a while. And I think now the fruits of their labor are starting to pay off. They could have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Now I think we're at the point of return. I think WNBA is going to be, I mean, it's exploding in popularity. So I'm going to say Fiction on that one. Top 10 offense all time make plays since the merger. I mean, that offense was great. I mean, Dickey, Jefferson, and Lofton. I mean, had some good backs too. And I'll put the tenor from Gutmana and from NJ Card Fan on. Beatty's coming in, replacing Acuna. So Acuna is done. Put a poll up. Which game do you want me to do? $10 going there. I appreciate you, John Sturton. Appreciate you, John. I should also have the song for $25 today. The half-off song is Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting by Ellen John. Do you want me to do some Ellen John? That is a song that is half off. Beatty looks at that one outside. 1-1 the count. Guest appearance, someone like Zila. I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that is. But I like helmet collection. Appreciate you. I've got a lot of helmets. So tomorrow night we're doing Packers Commanders. Someone's Shot 81 too. I have Packers Commanders, and I have when I do the game, I'm gonna have all Packers and all Commanders helmets behind me. So we're gonna have that. We're also anytime the teams play, I'm gonna flip them out. I also have a crap ton of Eagles helmets. If you are a Birds fan, I've got some good ones for you. I've got some good ones. See if I can get one right here. See if I can get one. Let's see. That one is not autographed. Some of these are not autographed. Some of these I put outside in my main room. Yeah, the ones I put out here are not autographed. But I've got like David Akers, I got Doug Peterson, I got the old ones, got Bill Berge with the white, or the old throwback from the late 70s. 2-2, Beatty chops it foul, we stay alive. It's Mr. Young's rookie season, yeah. 91, they also, I don't know, if the Niners make the playoffs that year, I don't know what they do, because obviously they start off pretty poor, but then they really got it going at the end. Yeah, 83 Packers in points allowed in League of 28 was 28th. Yeah, that offense should have done more damage. I mean, 82, that was a legitimately good team. Football Manager memes? Oh, I don't play Football Manager. I know the game, I just would get too immersed in it. I know that's one of those games where if I bought it, I know I get way too immersed in it. 2 to the count. That's 7th strike, so goodbye. Goodbye. Beatty strikes out looking. Did they have the worst defense history? No, 6-6 Giants on that one. The 66 Giants are easily the worst defense. I think they allowed like 38 points per game. It was ridiculous. All right. They leave 2 on. It is time for the 7th inning stretch. And let me just adjust this really quickly. Time for the 7th inning stretch. Let's go out to the ball game, boys and girls. And let's do this thing. Take me out to the ball game. Let me move this over. And here we go. Alrighty. And since we're in Philly, I figure, why not do a little bit of Motown Philly for you? A little bit of Boys to Men. J-Rock and K-Rock? I am not too familiar with J-Rock and K-Rock. Top of the order here, Bader, who's 2 for 3 today and been red hot this series. Schwarber and Harper. Yeah, 6 Giants are, yeah. I mean, 40 points in back-to-back games and lost both of them. That says a lot. Devils on the hot seat? Yes, I absolutely think so on the hot seat. If they don't win this year, they're cleaning house. In negative points differential, top quartile offense. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. How's it going? Okay, appreciate you tuning in. 0-2 the count. Down low. Static staying out there. Don't know how many pitches he's going to throw. In terms of how long he can go, he's gone above 30 a few times this year. Went 37 as recently as August 21st. So, ideally, he finishes this inning after entering this inning on double-digit pitches already. Swing and a miss, got in the chase. Down low, that's the first out. Now, found that one? Motown Philly. That was Motown Philly. Can't imagine using all the team logos I do, and now I'm organized league folders, conference folders, team subfolders, picks. I'm pretty good with dates. So I have pretty good memory in terms of, okay, I use this on this date. I do have folders. So that is a misconception. I do have folders. The images I use that you see on my computer, like that's I drag an image and then I put it into Canva and I never use it again. That's what it is. A $10 tribute to Charlie. Really? Man, I get all the tributes. I mean, the flags are at half mast, so I get it. I'm right there with you, Keller. I am right there with you. 1-1 the count to Schwarber. He's reached base 4 times today. How's it going, Dave? Appreciate you tuning in. 3 walks and a base hit. A folder desktop. Well, I actually have a folder of like legitimate stuff. Would I stream games from top junior hockey leagues? Probably not. Probably not on that one. 1-2 the count. Schwarber watches that one down low. 2-2. Someone fire. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Wait, what do you mean, Keller? Oh my god. Download 3. Is your dog okay? What the heck? Oh my god. Is the dog okay at least? That time where our plates were able to pick up where we left. No, they would not be able to. NHL, NBA, what do I prefer to watch? In person, NHL. I think on TV, NBA. But in person, definitely NHL. Hockey in person, so much fun to watch. Absolutely, David. Absolutely. In there for a strike, Schwarber looking at that one right down the middle. Back-to-back strikeouts for Static to start the sitting off. I don't know how the Packers in the 80s just could not get over the hump. It's time for Bryce to hang it up. Feel like they were pitching around Schwarber just to get to him. That feels a bit too premature. So Facebook, I haven't checked. It's time for Bryce to hang it up. I know he's 0 for 3 today, but he's just in a slump right now. Did you ever go to the Coyotes game? It was in a small college venue. I did not, because the ticket prices were insane. It was like over $200. Harper into right field. You were saying, Christopher. You were saying. Solo shot into right. 9-1. You were saying. Oh my goodness. The timing could not have been better on that one. Bryce Harper into right field. Phillies lead by 8. Packers say they had Bart Starr. He was a terrible coach. Bypass surgery. Oh my god, that's awful, Tanner. Hopefully he's gonna be okay. How's it going, Joe? Yeah, absolutely horrible. I'm right there with you. Yeah, you were saying. Yep, you were saying. Yeah, we're saying. Whole takes exposed. Real Muto, 2 for 3 today. First pitch outside, 1-0 the count. Oh, the timing was just phenomenal on that one. Clip that. Oh man, early Packers offense for the mid-80s Giants defense. Oh, they'd be a Super Bowl team. I guess I had to let my dog in at some point and go, oh my god. Why? Why would they do that? I don't even know why you would do that. Was it like charging at them? Was the dog charging at him? Like, was it self-defense? Like, I don't... Is the dog okay at least? Is it okay? Yes. Oh, absolutely. Like, was the dog... Yeah, was the dog on a leash? Was the dog on a leash? Was the dog charging at him? Something still on his feet? I don't know. Was the dog on a leash? Was he charging at him? 1-2. Is the dog okay? First off, is the dog okay? Okay, the dog... Wait. No to what? The leash part or charging at him? Just sniffing around? Oh, you absolutely have a case. Yeah. Absolutely have a case. Yeah. That 100%. Yeah, you have a case. Absolutely have a case. Real Muto... Skies it into shallow left and foul territory that will get out of play. You've always got your base. Yeah, we go all over the place on this channel. We go all over the place. Yeah, I'm with you on that one too, Steven. I'm with you on that one too. About just crazy right now. That was okay. Okay, that's good at least. That's good. Really felt to start promoting boiling hot takes I don't follow. Freezing cold takes. I don't see them promoting stuff. I don't see freezing cold takes promoting stuff. They had an all-timer last week. Policeman call, that's good at least. I haven't seen them promoting stuff. From TPS... Wait. Are we thinking about the same account? 2-2. Romeo Felso. Are we thinking of the same account? Cold Pizza? I'm not crazy about it. Am I... Wait, think of the same account, Mr. Orell, because I followed Freezing Cold Old Takes Exposed for years. I haven't seen anything about, like, thirst traps or anything. They had an old-timer the other day with Jalen Carter will play football today. I think that was like, the best one ever. Thought off again, we stay alive. I mean, I know there are multiple, like, Old Takes Exposed accounts. The one that you're thinking of is probably not the same one that I'm thinking of. 2-2. Swing and a miss outside. Bad weather games are extremely overrated. I get it. The novelty wears off. I do get it. So Static strikes out 3 inning, but does allow the solo shot. Right, it was originally called Cold Pizza. I remember that. I remember watching Cold Pizza. And it was 1st and 10. And it was a segment. It was a 2-hour show, and they would do like 20 minutes of debate. It'd be 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down, and 4th down. I remember that. I'll have to extremely lower scoring. There are some exceptions, but yeah. Thoughts on Stephen A? Look, they work him like crazy. He has a crazy good work ethic. I'll give him that. He's got a crazy good work ethic. Just spoiling hot takes, so it was all spam. Looks like the entire account is gone. Yeah, I think we're thinking of a different account. The one I'm thinking of, and they've reposted me a few times too, is this one. This one's never done like the thirst traps. The king of YouTube sports clickbait. Yep. It's your dog's name. Wow. Your dog's name is Wow. Tua. Dog's name is 0 to represent the number of playoff wins they've won in your life. When I was person open fire, I mean, they can get arrested. They can easily get arrested. You can't shoot at an innocent dog. Stephen A is in those. Yes, he is in those bed ads. Yes, that is his voice. I'm gonna guess some. I'll go with some. Yeah, I think we're thinking different counts, Mr. Elvin, because that one. We go top 8. What do you get? My name in season in the sky. Rain. Get a lot of rain. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were jailed 14 times. I mean, at some point, when you get jailed that many times, it's like at that point, like, why are we letting these people out? You saw the video of semi-films? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They've fallen off hard. Yeah, your uncle's... Yeah, that's awful, Tanner. Hopefully your uncle's can be okay. You have the same idea? Yep. First pitch in their first strike. And the Mets have scored just 4 runs this series in 25 innings. Not going to get it done. Yeah, I remember watching that video 40 nights. I remember watching that. Not the video that they posted. I remember watching the like TPS exposed video that he put out afterwards. Like I don't feel comfortable making this video. Mauricio was the guy on that one, not Lindor. So back to the top of the order, and in comes Soto. So they're trying to switch things up a little bit. Mauricio. Now Alvarado, the pitcher here. And this one's pretty much overblowing a miracle. Pitcher for the Phillies is Jose Alvarado. Last time he pitched was 2/3 swing against the Fish. 1 run allowed. Has not been pitching the best baseball as of late, but obviously very low leverage spot. Chance to turn things around here. Get his rhythm back. But Soto will launch that one into right, a no doubter. Soto is 3rd hit of the game. And it's 9-2. Home run number 39 for Soto this year. Cuts it down to 7. Yeah, what are they doing right? I don't know what they're doing right now. Rolls for the guards? Ooh. Nine 2. Yeah, Rangers. This is getting interesting in the AL now all of a sudden. All these races were done a couple of weeks ago. 9-2 Soto again ripped that one into right. His 3rd hit of the game. Gets high fives around the dugout, but I was saying Alvarado potentially a chance to turn things around here in a low leverage spot. That's not going to help. As now he has allowed 5 runs in his last 3 1/3, with 3 home runs in that stretch as well. At least they won 2 World Series. Yes, you were not wrong on that one, Tel. You are not wrong there. Yeah, if you are a member, you can show support using the emojis in the chat. We have the emojis for the Mets and for the Phillies, and some other cool emojis as well. 0-1, swing and a miss down low. 0-2. We'll do overtime later tonight. And we'll do the After that's done, we'll do the debate on stream. Because why the heck not? I'll make it interesting. 0-2. Vientos. Big swing and a miss at that off speed pitch. Or the culture was toxic, yeah. So Vientos strikes out. In comes Pete Alonso. 4 outs away from taking the series, going for the sweep tomorrow. Because tomorrow we're going to be doing the game between the Packers and the Commanders. Foul ball. Alonso will pop out in foul territory. Harper underneath it. It was very basic information. It was very basic information. We go bottom 8. What we're doing on stream. Caleb want to do something on stream. Caleb want to do something. He does some stuff for Tree as well, so we'll have some fun. We've been talking for a little bit about what we're gonna do behind the scenes, so I've got something planned. Got something planned for that. We were gonna do something a while ago, but then I was on a cruise, so I was like, I'd love to do something with you. I just can't, like, I'm on a cruise. I have no Wi-Fi right now. Like, can't do that. Today's been a day. You were not wrong there. There's some days where it feels like you've lived a year, and this is one of them. Couldn't be you if you were for 29 other teams. Yep. Just over 7 minutes left. Up 12-3. Just score a touchdown, make it 18-3. Your opponent's Mahomes. Your defense is number 1. Go for 2. Kick the extra point. Well, I mean, the idea behind going for 2, it's really low risk. It's no risk. The idea is making a 3-score game. So I'm in the camp of you. I'm in the camp of you go for 2. So you have to remember 2. You have to remember 2 on that. Your defense, anytime the other team goes for 2, your defense can be on the field for a long time. So they're already tired, so you don't have the edge. Yeah, Daquan had charisma. Yeah, he was fun to listen to. But yeah, that channel fell off, and obviously after all the allegations. Andrew Thomas still out for the Giants. If Thomas is still and Will splits up a sinker, I go Winston. Yeah, you can't throw a rookie in the fire if he doesn't have protection. The Giants lose the Eagles 37, score a touchdown. Make it 30-13. I'm in the camp of go for 2, so you know exactly what you need. Yes, I'm in the camp of go for 2, you know exactly what you need. Not a dumb decision, but I'm in the camp of doing that. I try to have him say, yeah, that was so insensitive too. Like I feel so bad for Kwon with what he had to do. Yeah, some people I follow on Facebook were somewhere in the events of today. Immediately follow. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. There was one person I was talking with over the summer, and we're not going to be talking anymore. I'll put it that way. More it's living like a company, the more likely it is to have toxicity surrounding it. Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the more it's run like you take the human element out of it. Yeah. Helsley coming in. Obviously, his stint with the Mets so far has been, how should we say it since coming over the Cardinals? Not good. Not good. And, I mean, this is at least a low-leverage spot. But Ryan Helsley coming in here in a 1-1 game. So this is correct. Last time I pitched was the 8th inning of that 1-0 game in Game 1 of the series. Went 1 inning, struck out 2. But obviously, since coming over the Mets, it's been a train wreck. Since coming over the Mets, if you look at Helsley's last, let's call it 11 games, he's got a 14.54 ERA. Yeah, 100%, yeah. That's why, that's the other thing, too, with my channels. That's a chopper to first, 3-1 on the out. Is it's part, like, I don't block anyone on here. And you guys know that. Like, unless you're a bot. Like, unless you're not a human. Or unless you're engaging in, like, legitimately, like, a racist discourse. I don't block anyone on here. And the reason why is because it's not healthy to live in an echo chamber. It's just not healthy. It's not how society should operate. Like, I think if you agree with everything someone says, you're in the wrong. You should reevaluate how you look at stuff. If you disagree with something if you disagree with everything someone says, unless that person's like a baby, who obviously doesn't have a brain. Like, if you disagree with 100% of everything that someone of a sound mind says, you're also in the wrong. Like, we should be able to engage in discourse. Kepler, into right field, that's gone, 10-2. Solo shot for Kepler. And Helsley's struggles continue. He allows his 15th run in his last 9 innings of work. Nintendo patent situation. Summoning characters? That's not a... I don't think you can patent that. Maybe the method, but just bringing characters in? How do you patent? How do you patent bringing characters into a game? Like, that's not a... Unless it's like the method, like the animation. I'm confused by that. That's not like a unique enough concept. But I'm confused. Confused by that. For ball mechanic. Okay, that at least, okay, I get that at least. Okay. That's different. So you can't summon someone in through a ball like Pokemon. Okay, that actually makes a bit more sense. That makes more sense. That is okay, that's very different. You can't that they have a patent on bringing it with a ball. That at least I could see. But I don't think you can... Yeah, it seems like a perfect case for Lionel Hutz, yeah. I know they're very litigious. I know Nintendo is very litigious with everything they do. Like, they're one of the few companies you don't mess around with. Right, the more you strip the piece of its surface to devalue and streamline, the worse it becomes. Yep, you were not wrong there. You're not wrong there. It's like those music factories back in the 60s. 1-2, Kemp will get a base hit into right center field. Helsley has now allowed 18 hits his last 9 innings. He has been absolutely crap. I don't know how else to put it. I get playing him in this spot because obviously this is super low leverage. You just want him, and that's a bad jump too at second. It's a horrible jump by Beatty at second. And bad to block 3 people, yeah. Honestly, I think if your side is like cheering someone's death and that person didn't kill anyone, maybe you need to reevaluate like your moral standing. Like, okay, Georgia Tech, Clemson, Miami, South Florida, A&M, Notre Dame, LSU, Florida. We got a lot. Okay, rank these games likelihood of upset. I would say Georgia Tech, Clemson's number 1. I could see Georgia Tech upsetting. Florida, LSU is last, I would say. Down low 1-1. I would say... I think you have the right order. Actually, I should think you have the right order on that one. Georgia Tech, Clemson, A&M, Notre Dame, USF, Miami, Florida, LSU. Tennessee beats Georgia. I could see it with the way Aguilar's played. I could see it. I could see it. You look at the record on the street. Yep. You're stocking first word start. Yep. I think Tennessee could win that one. Major U.S. What country? Ooh. I don't know. I don't know on that one. I have an idea, but I don't want... I don't know. That's what's the playoffs. Can you imagine? The small risk got very interesting. Especially because the D-backs and the Giants play each other 4 more times or 3 more times next week. So... someone's got to win those games. Obviously. You can't tie. Someone's got to win them. So... the gap is going to get closed. M. Silver's West Cup. Yes, I did hear that. I did see that. I'm sure the TV partners will love that. Yeah, I was thinking that one, Nick. I was thinking 1-2. Foul it off. We stay alive. Japan? Really? Huh. No, absolutely, Sports Talk. Absolutely. Absolutely. One, two. Chopped. Past the shift. Base hit. The third hit of this inning, as things just are spiraling out of control for the Mets and for Helsley. With Donovan Wolin coming up. Come on, Tour. You know, which game do you want? I'll get you on the call for it. Which game do you want? Yeah, Helsley is garbage. This lineup is garbage. Yeah, I can't say I disagree with your crash out on this one. Hardest undergrad class in college. Ooh, definitely psychology. Definitely psychology. Well, over 4 so far. Yeah, this is bad for the Mets. This is bad. You want Purdue? All right, get you on Purdue. Appreciate you, man. All right, so actually, NJ Card fans 5ers, so that'll be... that's how that will go. All right. That's politics. Yep. Outside 1-1. Yeah, I heard the press conference. Yeah, it's insane. It is absolutely insane. I'm sure the TV networks do not like that at all. Stephanie has hope. She does have hope. She does have hope. Like, psyched so hard. I'm one of... So... I mean, I got a good grade in it. I got a good grade. But it's one of those things where I've never been, like geometry and chemistry are my 2 toughest classes in high school. And part of why is because you can't really see it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really see chemistry. It's all, like molecules and whatnot. Adam Silver's press conference. Geometry, triangle proof. That's a wild pitch. Gets to the backstop. Runners advance to second and third with ease. Come and think would win? I thought the Phillies. The Phillies. Why isn't Ben John... What means talked about Ben Johnson's decision to kick deep outside of me? I think they're talking about Caleb Williams. Because Caleb Williams had a stinker. Right, yeah. Amen on that one, Sports Talk. Right, see you chemistry. Yep. Love that line. Love that line. Best pickup line ever. But it's one of the things where, like, you can't see geometry. Not like, obviously you can see shapes and whatnot. But I'm talking like triangle proofs. Like, if you show me a triangle in front, that's a grounder to second. That's going to advance the runner. RBI ground out. Wall 0 for 5 today, but does drive in a run. Makes it 11-2. Like, if you show me a triangle and it's like, prove that it equals 180 degrees. I'm like, well, it's a triangle. It's 180. Like, I can't visualize that. I can't visualize that. Chemistry, same thing. Psychology is very similar in terms of, okay, the id, the ego, the superego. It's like, okay, like, I can't really visualize that. I can, if I can visualize something, I'm pretty good. But if I can't visualize it, so that's what made it tough. Like, just science was never my strong suit. Anything science-related was never my strong suit. The best first 10 passes, yes. And then it was all apart after that. Get rid of McNeil, Alonso, Marte, and Acuna in the offseason. I mean, Acuna might just be a quadruple A player. Acuna might be a quadruple A. Marte, I don't think it's a hot take at all. Marte is on the older side of things, and he is kind of crap. McNeil, also not a... I think Alonso is the hot take on that one, yeah. Did I want to take psych? I had to take it. It was an honors class. I had to take it. But it was interesting. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was just tough. Just really, really tough. Going through the world classes now. Yeah, chemical. Yep, get them out of the way. Smart. You know, that's the irony in that one, Cujo. The irony in that one too, because, like, do I agree with it? Of course not. Do we think you're a horrible person? Yes, but freedom of speech. But at the same time, probably not the smartest idea to be openly in a public forum cheering on someone's death who didn't kill anyone. How's it going, TJ? Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you being here. There's a way to prove I think involves properties of lines going through parallel lines. I think you're right on that. That one outside 3-1. It goes both ways, yep. I will defend your right to, as long as it's not like obviously like hate crime, I will defend your right to say anything. That's why I allow pretty much anything on the chat. So that's made psych tough for me. It wasn't like statistics. It was more like the mind. It wasn't like the statistics part. Because I took AP Stat. I had no problem with that. It wasn't really like, we didn't like, it was, I like don't remember, because it took the class like in the spring of 2016. It also didn't help that it was a 7:50 in the morning class. So it also didn't help. XP system, basically the more you comment, the more you donate, the more XP you get. That one in there for a strike. Helsley gets a strikeout, but he allows a couple. His Rev season continues. Yeah, basically the more you donate, the more you comment, the more XP you get. And I do this thing where if you are inside the top 3 of the XP, by the end of the stream, you will get a bonus added to a game of your choosing. Friends are okay. That's good, at least. That's good. Yeah, for being hit by the car. Yeah. How's it going, Vito? Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, amen on that one, good job. Yep. They're very... How hard are APs? So APs are interesting because APs... I found APs harder than college classes. I found APs to be actually very, like, harder than college classes. Because you only get... Because there's more homework. There's 40 minutes. More tests versus college, where it's like 3 tests versus APs. There's a lot, but it depends on the school. Depends on the school. So it costs a 4.0? No. No. It's covering doing home the best I can. That's good. Like, I did well in that class. Tell me from... Yes, I think it does. How much advanced steps are in my psych class? I don't remember. Again, this was 9 years ago. I don't remember. It was a lot of just, like, concepts. I think it was a lot of concepts. 71? Oh, he's early 70s. Didn't realize that. Better law school I applied to than ASU. Yeah, I got into some good schools. I just didn't... A lot of the schools for law that are really good are in the Northeast. Didn't want to go there. This was one of the best sport law and business programs. So, I haven't seen the press conference yet. But in terms of sport law and business, in terms of what I was looking for, ASU was probably the best. But there were schools I applied for that were better in the ranking, and I did get into those. That's horrible, Tanner. Hopefully he's okay. It's got to disease. I'm good for... Yeah, I mean, it also helped too, like my family is just all on that psychology. That's him. Sydney blocked me? I don't know who Sydney is. And more conceptual to compensate. Yep, have ideas. Became hard to concentrate with ADHD, juggling everything all the time. Yeah, which ones did I get into? I applied to a lot. Florida I got into. Wake Forest I got into. Miami I got into. Oh, man, I'm trying to remember which ones I got into exactly. So I did apply to a fair amount, just to keep my options open. Fly ball, Trevino, the new pitcher. And that'll be an easy out by Wilson. It's easier to speak a lot of word text come out wrong. Yeah, it's definitely easier to understand text than words. Okay, the Ivies? No, but I didn't want to go to any Ivies. I didn't want to go to any Ivies. The problem with Ivy schools is that they're all in the Northeast, and I did not want to go in the Northeast. I just don't want to go back to the Northeast. Too cold. I didn't want to deal with that. Skiing's denied again. Upstairs for all 1-0. Terrors are rolling again. Jeez. They're eating the Yanks. AP macros, CSP, and stats. Nice. Next time, decision on Napier. So it's actually... I hate Napier. I want to make that very clear. I hate Napier. I think he's a bad coach, and I think he needs to go. I don't have a problem throwing the ball. I don't have a problem... No, it's not political bait. It's not political bait. No. We're not doing that. No, we're talking about the South Florida voter. Kentucky Florida voter? Yes, I did. They had a good journalism program, so I did apply. I got in. I got into Kentucky. I did get in. 3-0. Could I deny if I wanted to? Would have been close. I think some of them I could have. Harvard, no. I applied to Harvard just because. Didn't get in. Got waitlisted. So that's something at least. Some of them, like Cornell, I probably could have. But I still want to go Northeast. And also, like, it's so competitive in the Ivies. It's too, like, they don't focus on sports, which I want to do, like, a sport law and business program. So the Ivies were never a consideration for law school. Never consideration. Fly ball, left field. Yeah, very good acceptance letter. Yes. And the last man up for the Mets in a 9-run game was going to Brown because I got rejected. Oh, man. Yeah, but look, I had no problem throwing the ball. You just got to catch the ball. Just as my favorite coach for 10 minutes ago. Oh, there you go. High school stats. Oh, I was a straight A student. I was straight A, president of student government my freshman, sophomore, junior year. Applied for chairperson my senior year. to be like the head of Student Gov. Didn't win, lost to a very good candidate who did a phenomenal job. But I was in student government all 4 years. Did a lot of extracurriculars in terms of the music department. Got very good letters of recommendation. Oh yeah, like I've got like opinions on both sides with that. But yeah, obviously like there's no place for bigotry and hate. Yeah, absolutely. Did I hit business along with law? Yes, I did. Yeah, sport law and business. You learn a lot of stuff with that. Line right to first, and that'll keep the game alive. Alvarez. All right, politics are let's kick Al Shire out of the NFL, and let's fire Trent Baalke. Those are my politics in terms of like that. Taking a lot of law classes. As you know, a funny thing is I'm the only business student in this class. Really? Well, it helps if you know the law. That's gonna go a long way in business. That's gonna help you with contracts, especially. Like some of the best class that has Mullins, base hit. His first hit in nearly a month with the Mets. Back-to-back guys get on board. Yep, I'm with you on that one, Tanner. Yep. Upside down on a law degree? No, because I use it. I actually do use my law degree. As crazy as it sounds, I actually do use my law degree. Right, Baalke is gone though. Yeah. I actually do use it. Like, do I practice in terms of Speedy coming up, runners in first and second here? Do I practice, like, am I a lawyer? No. But I use it. I used, for copyright. I help, you don't even want to know how many YouTubers I help out with copyright stuff. How much of my behind the scenes that you never see. Like, behind the scenes, you don't know how much I'm doing, not just doing the videos and the streams, but also helping people out in terms of, I'm the guy they go to with copyright issues. So to tell people trying to say, yeah. Like, I'm the guy people go to if they have copyright issues. Someone, a very prominent YouTuber that a lot of you probably sub to, contacted me and said, can you draft me a contract? Can you draft me a contract for, like, a sponsorship? They want us to draft a contract. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Because I took a contract drafting class, and I was able to figure out what they wanted and make a contract. Yeah, they pay me. Yes, they do pay me. Swing and a miss, down low, 1-2. You two went out when I start practicing? Probably not. I'd probably go in the agent world. Probably try an agent. How about you help Grossi? No, for charity. But, like, Grossi uses his own footage. So Grossi is always in the clear. Yeah, I've won a lot of cases against the NFL. Yes. I win so many behind the scenes, you have no idea. Tell us who? They don't want to say exactly. I think I can. You know, Bootleg Football with Brett Coleman, the show he does. Yeah, they have a new sponsor, and they wanted me to draft the contract for him, and for one of their sponsors for the whole year, and I drafted the contract and whatnot. So yeah, I've helped them a few times. I've helped a lot of people. Outside 2-2, I've seen Debate Club. I did not do Debate Club. I've helped Close Call Sports with copyright issues against Major League Baseball. I've helped a lot of people out. So the law degree does come in handy. Now, there's some stuff that doesn't. Like, I do not need to know anything about decedents' estates and whatnot. I do not need to know anything about any of that. But for some stuff, it does help a lot. Copyright and drafting contracts. So if it's have to, I'm going to say no. I think the schedules just too compact for her. 10, where's my liquor? Yep. Glad I steered away from sports. I always steal less, but his flow content way better. I mean, he's got an audience. I mean, as long as I'm plagiarizing stuff. Again, he's got his own niche. I've got have I helped anyone said sports tube? I don't think so. I don't think I have. LB is strict on copyright. Yes, they are. They are. Gross, the NFL stream was pretty good with the NFL. Do it again. Hopefully it opens the door for everything. Hopefully it opens the door for other creators to do the same thing. Tam McRae's tour, I don't think has come to Phoenix. John Video, yeah, by the end of the year. Yes, by the end of the year. Okay, now the greatest game for Ravens Bills. I mean, that really was a great game. Up the middle, base hit. Beatty keeps staying alive. 3 straight guys get on board for the Mets. Sanger comes around to score. It's 11-3. Back to the top for Mauricio. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised today. I mean, look, I haven't watched any of his content since the video, nor do I really have any desire to, for obvious reasons, but at the same time, I get why today based on that. Wait, Tulane was another school I got into. Yes, Tulane was another school I got into. Dua Lipa, she's not coming to Phoenix. Radical Optimism Tour's not coming to Phoenix. I wish it was. I saw her on the last tour. It was incredible. But it's not coming to Phoenix. So I'm not seeing it. Did they drop the full Bills-Ravens game? Oh, good for... yeah, I'm not surprised if they did that. Good for them. Tate McRae, she got big on TikTok and now is a singer and artist and is an arena tour. She's a great dancer. Phenomenal dancer. Tom Grossi did a tour for fans on NFL team cities. I'm not sure he's going to do that. I'm not sure he's going to do that. I think he's got to figure out the... Obviously, he's got to get settled into the house for a year. Why did we schedule so early for next year? To get ahead of scheduling conflicts. Because a lot of ballparks do concerts in the summer. So these artists have to start planning their concert tours. And if they don't have a schedule to work around, they can't do it. So that's part of why. 3-0 the count to Mauricio. Vikings for the North. I had the winning North from day one. So I have nothing to change it. 3-0. That one outside. Bases loaded. The Mets refuse to die this game. Obviously, you don't want to waste any other arms if you're the Phillies. Soto coming up. Still an 8-run game, but he hit a home run last time. Spring Carver in LA. I'm not. But, man, I am tempted. Crystal Homer for the Yankees. I mean, Dua Lipa is great. She's not coming to Phoenix. She is not coming to Phoenix. If she was, I would see her. 100%. We're known pop stars so younger than me. I know Olivia exists, but still, yeah. Be the big fish in the pond, so the guppy in the ocean. Amen to that. Amen to that. That was always my philosophy with that. Again, you never have to like the guy. I mean, did I agree with everything he said? Of course not. I agree with some of his viewpoints? Of course not. But obviously, there's no reason to celebrate it or do that. The Mets get one more round. I got those panic emojis in there. Juan Soto, 3 for 4. The game is over until 27 outs. I think there are some exceptions. There's some exceptions. But if it's like, I think, what was it? Dodgers Marlins last year was like 19-0 going into the 9th. That's a Chris Paul homer. That's a Chris Paul. He did not go. 1 of 5 straight balls thrown by Trevino. There are some exceptions. Soto watches that one down low. 6 straight balls. Obviously, the Phillies, the last thing you want to do is have to burn an arm in an 8-run game. We got the first 2 outs. Vientos in the on-deck circle. Obviously, the tying run is not even in the hole. Well, Dodgers, that was... Soto skies into left center at the track, and that's the game. Bader on the grab, and the Phillies were 11-3. Yeah, well, Dodgers-Orioles was different. That was a 3-0 game. That was 3-0 at the time. Like, that's a save situation. That's a save situation. That's very different. But 11-3 your final. Phillies take the series. I'll go for the sweep tomorrow. Like, the game that Ohtani went to 50-50. That was... What day was that? September 19th? Dodgers. Like that, like obviously a 3-run game is not Chris Paul. No, not even close. Like Dodgers Marlins, like it was 20-3 with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. And then Fortes hit a home run for the Marlins. That's a Chris Paul. To go lost with any future politicians. No, not yet. No. A lot of people went to the private practice. I'm with you on that one, everything. I mean, but also, like, I just graduated from law school, like, 3 years ago. So, I don't think they would have been able to become politicians just yet. Might have at some point, but, like, that's a Chris Paul. The Forte, if you hit a homer off position player, that's a Chris Paul. All right. So before we do the thing with Caleb, we're going to do this thing called overtime. Have you ever been to a JJ Livestream before? How it works like this. I should also note that the song for $25 is Saturday Nights Are Worth Fighting by Ellen John. I should also note Saturday Nights Alright for Fighting is the song that we spun on the wheel. I'm with you there, Tanner. Just graduated 3 years ago. Yeah. Feels like yesterday because it was just that traumatic. But Gatmana was first. No one else who donated was in the top 3. So the bonus goes to USC Purdue to start off, and again, you have until the end of the first half tomorrow of that one. Yeah, we're on the brink. I'm worried. I am a bit worried. I'm not gonna lie. That we can't have discourse anymore without people shooting people for just disagreeing with others. It's scary stuff. It is very scary stuff. I'm gonna put 5 minutes on the clock. We do this thing called overtime. Any donation gets your question right away. Otherwise, I just go in the order that I see them. Every donation, just let me know which game you want me to do. I'll get you on the call for it. I'll react to it. Any audio, video, ChatGPT, any what if sports simulations. You see what it takes, we'll do that. Connor with a tour. Which game do you want? I will get you on the call for it. Dory gets detained from Southport. God. Oh, God. Probably not, Tanner. Probably not. Not sure how much interest there would be in that. Also, it's tough to get like the rosters and a good camera angle and whatnot. Giants fans ranked towards Missouri next. Oh, they have 4 rings. They do not rank high at all. They do not rank high at all. Not even close. You want Georgia. All right, get you on Georgia. Appreciate you, man. Get you on the Dogs against the Vols. All right, let's see. Dora gets detained. Oh, God. Sport line. It's like 3 minutes after I started watching the show. Yep. Why is Swiper dancing with Dora? Browns fans highest? They probably are up there, yes. Browns fans have to be highest. Dora puts her hands up. So not doing Jordan testing. Again, we still have multiple days to decide on this one. Again, I want to do a game. I wouldn't put a game on here that I don't want to do. I can only pick one. There's some good games. UC Purdue is a good game. Is this a good student? Yes. Not as good as me, but yes. Their psychology, she was very good. In her major, she was good. Obviously, very good student, but in terms of the non-major stuff, like the generals, I was better, if that makes sense. Rob with a 6er. Lionel Hutz Jr. Am I going to any World Cup games? I don't know yet, because they're not doing any in Phoenix. Which game do you want to get you on the call for? It's hard to pull the violent video off X, and Blue Haired Lure is hired by Musk. Oh. This will be interesting. So 2 competent people on both sides. All right. I put that in. Appreciate you, man. Black Mountain Tom, Michael with a tour. Guessing you want Pitt, West Virginia. I'm going to guess you want Backyard Brawl. I know you usually put it to a vote. I'm guessing you want Backyard Brawl. So I will put that there. You want Georgia. All right. Okay, Black Mountain Top, Led Zeppelin. Alrighty. Appreciate you, man, as always. Again, if you like what we see, folks, if you like, subscribe. My communication breakdown. We got back-to-back Led Zeppelin. All the low Yankee fans heading for this. I mean, I get it. It's a long season. I get it. It's 10 o'clock at night. Being in the traffic for baseball, I get it. Take the backup, bro. Perfect. Get you on it. But every game has a donation already. Again, we're going to do an OT stream tomorrow before the game. And we will also do the first half, Packers Commanders after the first half. I'll do the runoff for this. And then the second half, we will start the next you make the call. Right, A1, yeah, that's not possible. A1's not impossible, but I get why you leave it that one. I'm not going to criticize people too much. Again, the subway system, the train system, it's kind of a mess in New York, so. Probably not, Tanner. Probably not. Black Mountain Top. Black Mountain Side. Black Mountain Side, I'm guessing, is what you meant. Joe the Fiver, Lil Brumbear, Stutes making an error, stop Ben Johnson making dumb decisions, and put that one to a vote. All right. Yeah, Giants fans definitely. If they have to watch Russell Wilson, yeah. Astute to make an eater to stop Ben Johnson making dumb decisions. And Russian ads from the 80s. Sandra Brogoni. Appreciate you, Match. Which game do you want? I'll get you on the call for that one. Which game do you want? Thank you, man. 3 ads of it. Perfect. Fine with me. Which game do you want? Get you on the call for that one. Thank you, man. All right, so we got that. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. All right, black down side. John Spring, Jackson Dart the way they did Dale Jones. I think Jones is that good. You want Belichick. All right, you want Belichick, and I'll put it to a vote. This is very different from the other songs. This is very different from the other songs of this album. Very folky, a lot of, like, obviously hitting on the guitar. People naturally leave early. Yep. Sometimes there's no option. Like, because you're not going to play during the day because people are at work. It's like, worst of both worlds. So I like the 6:40 start times. Thursday, for Thursday, I'm going to do overtime stream beforehand because I don't do it after because of karaoke. Which, again, $50 for any song, $25 for Saturday Night So Right for Fighting. Because that was a song that the wheels spun on, and, yeah. That's very aggressive. It's just a fun team to watch. UNC versus Colorado football game. Belichick versus G on the Aflac Bowl. I would love that. I would love the Aflac Bowl. I didn't add Rob to George. You were right on that one. I did not. I did not. Well, that strumming is tight. Yep, you're right. That strumming is tough. That strumming is really, really good. I bet on that one. WrestleMania, Saudi Arabia. I'm a bit confused. I mean, obviously they got a crap ton of money. I know why they're doing it. But I'm surprised that they're allowed to do it from the TV perspective. Because the ratings will go down. I'm sure ESPN is not happy about that. And also, or it's going to start at, like, in primetime in America, which is going to be, like, 5 in the morning in Saudi. Which obviously will not work for curfew and for other stuff. Who wants to give a second to coach if Kiffin turns him down? If Kiffin turns him down, who would I want? I mean, they're talking about Gruden. Wouldn't mind that. I don't remember Polly Holiday. I do not remember Polly Holiday. I know they're talking about Gruden. Right, Brewers, Rangers at 2:35. That was probably for getaway purposes. Serious, am I going to play here in the friendly or nah? I would probably say no. If you're going to limit the amount that a 40-year-old can play. Right, communication breakdown. Vansillas are great. Vansillas are great. Kevin Jack in Florida made Ole Miss to be? I would say pretty high. I mean, the pressure at Ole Miss is nothing. He's built a darn good thing there. I'm going to close the bowl here. Play Jill's. Oh, yeah. Joe's Fiver going to Georgia, Tennessee. So he wanted to a vote. We got a close one so far. I'm pretty sure all you guys being here for this stream. Again, make sure your links are if you're not this already. Yeah, the song is great. ML quarterback, I remember the play calls or now? Probably not. Probably not. Now like the specifics. Like now with all the code words. At least not right away. Now, granted, give me like months aside the playbook. But it's the buyout. At this one's probably not a lot because he's entering year 4. So I'm going to skip that. I get it though. I get it because I have to remember a lot of people are finding that out for the first time. A lot of people are like, they're coming to... for answers. A lot of people, you have to remember too, I mean, because I get it, Bobby, but a lot of people come to religion and come to church for answers in life. So, I feel like that's probably why they did it. That's probably why I did it. I get that. I completely get you wanted to... Hey, at least that's a life well lived. Oh, and the Hollow Headset? Oh, I could... Yes, I could remember that. Yes, I could. Yes. Comments here, the concert is oversold. Simpsons, Rabbit Catcher. All right. Beautiful. Eurovision? Yeah, I would. I would. I'm not sure how good it is in person because there's a lot of stoppages for commercial breaks. And for changing the sets and whatnot. I'm not sure how it would be in person. This is definitely this is the precursor to a whole lot of love. This definitely feels like a precursor to a whole lot of love. I guess you're on the UGA game. Appreciate you, man. As always, right. Russian ads from the 1980s. Raising Cane's? I'm not a fast food guy. I'm not a fast food guy. Alright. Russian ads from the 80s. National Championship game? I would, yes, I would. I would. I have never seen the movie. But yeah, no, I knew about it for a long... I know ABBA was in Celine Dion. I mean... Football, yes, I would. Oh, this literally looks like an ad from like the 80s in America. Music-wise, effects. Chicken tenders, I'm not a chicken tenders guy. No. Chicken nuggets, yeah, but chicken tenders, no. I would have thought the 80s ads in Russia would be very different than the 80s ads in the UK or in the US, but this is not like effects-wise, it's pretty similar. Yeah, that left the game outside football. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why you ever leave a game early for football. For baseball, I get it. Like, for a long, like, obviously, if you're a season ticket holder, I get it. For football, I never get leaving a game early. I never get it for football. How short that season is. Sky with the greatest running back in ASU history. I'm inclined to say yes. There are some good ones. I'm inclined to say yes. At least in terms of his peak. I love the effects on this one. Fan brought take out Tom Landry. Yes, Tom Landry. Yes, I'm back in the 80s. Cowboys Rams. Yeah, Chris, I saw one of the greatest college basketball games. Yes, yeah, I was there for Kansas, Michigan. I don't know. I can't believe I was there for that. Right, and greatest teams. Yeah, 2024 UConn. Yeah, I mean that team was insane. This is just an MTV video with the drumming. Oh, this really just... I was expecting something like more outdated. I was not expecting like this to like legit look like an 80s music video. Yeah, he came back on both refs. Yeah, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Get up for run 10. Run 11, yes. God, the Tigers. LB over NFL? It's not that I prefer. It's more like the NFL, I like watching everything. MLB, I'm fine. Like, you don't need to watch all the games at the same time. NFL, you kind of do. The stoppages are better in person in baseball versus football. Atmosphere. And I think also, I mean, cost as well. Also, I have to remember, too, I'm a D-backs fan. They live right next door to me. The Jaguars are across the country, so it's a little bit different. About that, No, I do videos about recent events. I do that. Fire Buddha Club. I've done videos about recent events. I've done it before. I did when Trump got shot. I did the shooting that happened in an NFL game. I did that. The Steelers Bengals game on Monday Night Football. I probably won't do the dumb decisions and the Al Michaels video. I'm not sure yet. If I do, it would be Friday. If I do, it would be on Friday. Some of these ads, these are long ads. I would have thought these ads would be like 30 seconds or a minute long. Like, these are just like music videos. That moon background, and then the effect. It's the most 80s direct-to-video effect I've ever seen. Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, you're good. You're good. You found out the Pope said it because of me. Yeah, man, I got that video up very quickly. I was like working on a different video, and then the Pope died. I'm like, okay, let's see if I can figure something out. And people woke up and were like, wait, the Pope died? And they found out my video. I'm like, yeah. We haven't that much all 162. Not a lot. Not a lot of them. That was great. I actually will go to all 81. Yes, there is actually someone in my section that goes to all 81. There is someone who goes to all 81 games. Longest recent record? Ooh. Eagles to Phoenix took a long time. The Eagles moving to Phoenix took a long time. Obviously, the DG doc took about a week to put together. Yeah, I never would expect American Pop. I don't think anyone did. I don't think anyone did. This concert is oversold. Crawl into the pen. Just open the vents. Or even 82 start, yeah. Can we stop on it? Oh, nice. Fine. I have a moot quarter. I got a trend square. How much do I have to say? $5. I'll do it. I'll do it for 5. I'll do it for 5. It was like Woodstock for babies. It was an all-time stunner. You can go to A without a problem. Yeah. Yeah, NFL you can do. College sports you also can. For like college basketball, you can go to like, what is it, like 13 home games depending on the team. Good job, Bobby. He was put in that for. Yeah, it was streaming game. Yeah, it was like right after. College football? Yo, that's like 7 games or whatnot. I did not play on this concert that well. Worst fan game I ever played? And the one a couple of years ago was pretty crap. EPL, well, that's like 19, yeah. Anything under 20 games, you could probably go to everything without issue. His name is Roofy? Why is there an outdoor concert in the first place of babies? It's gonna be like Woodstock 99. This is Woodstock 99, but for people. When was this episode made? This has to be a response to Woodstock 99. Amen to that one, BW. Fuck. Amen to that one. First is in July? Oh, man. He's watched. It's parody of Rafi. Where's my phone? A Seahawks uniform? Oh. Are people fans crazy in the world? No, not even close. You ever see Greek ultras? Greek soccer fans? NBA? It's tough to go to all of them. 2004? Okay. Movies, birthdays. Where's someone from a Seahawks uniform? Man, who would be the worst? Trying to think like. Right, hard to say on that. Just in terms of quarterbacks. In terms of, if we're just gonna talk like... Yeah, I really don't know on that one. The Premier League fans are wild, yes. But they're not even close to the ultras you see, the fans you see in like Greek soccer and whatnot. Dan McGuire's a good pick. McGuire's a very good pick. Joe, give you a membership. Right, the buzzer too. So that's going to increase the clock. Josh, we're getting this one. Maybe Charlie Fry, but I don't know if I'll go Charlie Fry. As when we get a lot of perks, saving the Twitter members, good answers, and motives in the chat. Email, perfect. And you wanted the vote last time, so it's just going to go back to Georgia. Yeah, Turkish League, yeah. Turkish League, Greek, Brazil, Argentina. They'll get the Sonics, yes. They will get the Sonics. The rights will revert back to the Sonics. You hate everything I like. Good. That's good. All right. Let's do this email. Yeah, I got the Sonics. Got Rick Meyer. No, I mean, he was good as a rookie. He was good as a rookie. After that was kind of crap, but very crap, actually. But as a rookie, he was fine. He was actually more than fine as a rookie. He was better than Bledsoe as a rookie. Money all? What's money all? All right, hang on. I just want to see this really quickly. All right, let's see. Wait, no one hates pizza. Yeah. All right, so let's see. We're here to discuss. Okay, Lindmark. Really, we're in the first meeting of shorts. Yeah, okay, good start. And yeah, make it. Yeah, may police court. Right, you got to do that. Right, you got it right. Obviously, may police the court. Obviously, introduction on that. Yeah, so you got to start with that. But in terms of the questions. Okay, yeah. Like the structure so far. I definitely like the structure. In terms of I'm here to do this. I'm gonna lay it out like this. Simply stay protected. That was a good counter argument, yep. Okay. Let's see. It is a conference game. It is weird. It's also where the USC and Michigan State are going to play a game at like 11 o'clock at night, one night. Okay, I like obviously they're addressing the counter argument with the opposing counsel. I like that. You got to do that, obviously. With that. Cowboys uniforms? Oh, God. Well, the Jaguars are not on there. I know that much. I think before, so, point, counterpoint, and whatnot. I would say, next year was yeah, he was very clearly not. Very clearly not. I would talk a bit more before bringing up the opposing counsel argument about why your argument's in the right, if that makes sense. Like, it's almost like when I do my videos on, like, in defense of or whatnot, or dumb decision. I'll bring my side up first, and then talk about what the other side says and why that is wrong. That's a good way to structure it. I don't start off with what the other side argues and then be like, well, that doesn't make sense because XYZ. I lay out beforehand why XYZ is right. They might bring up ABC, and this is why ABC is wrong, if that makes sense. Because you have a good structure to start. You have a very good structure to start in terms of lay out what you're talking about, brief summary of the case, and then the questions that you hope to answer and the structure of that. But then you go into this, talk about what the other side might say and will say. I would put that later. I would put that later. I would get more hits if I did player decisions. Well, I do videos on those. Problem is that, like, some of them would be like, okay, can you really do it in the heat of the moment? I mean, there's some where it's like, it would just be a lot of them are restating the obvious. I think the other thing too is that, like, most of these player dumb decisions, like, I wouldn't be able to, like, on the field, I'd probably make the same thing. For our most kind of small, yeah. I might flip the 2 paragraphs. I might. I probably have to spin a little. I might flip. Hang on, I'll see if I can show it on stream. I might flip paragraphs 3 and 4. I might do this sentence. This is a good sentence to start off this one. I might put this one there and then put this one here, if that makes sense. So I'm paying for the surgery after it was sacked by Roger. That's good, at least. That's something. So I'd probably do that. I think just the order's a bit. What I would do, I think you're in a good spot. You're on the right track. I think start off with this for paragraph 3 and move this up and move this down, if that makes sense. I would do that. Someone starts CBS. Sorry, counting with CBS. Here all week, folks. God. So I'd probably do that. But I like it a lot. Yeah, I'm saying start with, we need to go back to the Bill of Rights to discuss the Fourth Amendment, which simply stated protects our property from warrantless searches and seizures. The issue of privacy has been debated by courts over the years, and while there have been mixed rulings, it is clear that even in, like, the changing times, we still have a constitutional protection from legal searches, assuming no exigent circumstances. I would start with that, yes. And that, because that's your point. And then I would just flip the 2 paragraphs. So you have a good topic sentence for 3, and then move up paragraph 4 into 3, and take the dissenting, like, opposing counsel might say this, this, and this. Don't say what opposing counsel might do before you say what you're going to do. I would just say there's a rule of thumb. Don't say what the other side's going to do before you say what you're going to do. Yeah. But I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I do like this a lot. But I think you just flip the order. You flip the order, it makes it that much more impactful. Because right now it's a bit all over the place. But if you flip the order, you're good. You flip the order, you're in a good spot. So I would say that. Right, I go to They Call CBS. That's good. Yep, amen to that one, Sports Talk. Yep, you are right on that one. Yeah, it's like when I use dumb decisions, I say my side first, and then I'll do the other side, and say why that's wrong. 99% of the time. There are some exceptions. Sometimes you can go with the other side, like that. I think it's a bit of an exception if, let's say, I wasn't going to do a video on the coach. Yeah, I did notice some familiar lines. I did notice that. That did bring me back. Talk about a dumb decision. There you go. That's good. Like the repetition. Repetition helps. Because you remember how it ends. So repetition, like that, it helps. So just a summary with that. That's good. Like, I think, like, the only time I'll ever start with what the coach says, is if they give a reason that I was never even going to think of. That's the only time I'll ever do that. So, like, let's say, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, let's say, like, I wasn't going to do a video on it, but the coach says something so asinine that I wasn't even thinking of, that I'm like, wait, what? That was your logic? Wait, that doesn't even make any sense. Like if Ben Johnson, let's say, if Ben Johnson said during the post-game presser, we wanted to have the Vikings run it past the 2-minute warning. We were aiming for that. I'd be like, wait, what? Like, I would do, like, that's, like, I wasn't even thinking that. I'd be like, wait, why would you want that? So I wasn't going to bring that up in argument. You brought it up yourself, and I'm like, wait, what? Why would you do that? 99% of the time, start with your side first, and then attack the other side's parts. Intro, your argument, counter argument, and attack that one by one. And then conclusion. All right, let's do these ChatGPTs. Again, $5 more get for any audio, video, ChatGPTs. $25 for Saturday Night Story for fine. $50 for any song at karaoke. And then I'll try and get Caleb on, and we'll see what we can do here. But let's do this. Yep. Difference between prosecutor versus defense attorney. Yep. Let me just run to the bathroom really quickly. The coach answered my question, though he knew he was getting fired. Yeah, he answered all my questions. It was tense. It was tough. And what was crazy, too, about that press conference, it wasn't in the media room. They brought it home from Soto in the 4th inning. Yeah, the fan reached over. That really should have been a home run. He really should have 40 right now. I'm glad he got his homer at least later, but that really should have been a home run. The fan reached over, but it wasn't enough of a reach. Like, that was going over the railing. He didn't reach over, like, a ton. He reached over, like his finger. It wasn't like the D-backs fan reaching over. It was right by the railing. He did have his fingers over, but that could have taken a bounce over the wall. That really could have. I think that should have been a home run. Not that it mattered in the end. Appreciate it, Joe. Yeah, hopefully you gotta let me know how it goes. Why was the media room? Because it was only the two of us. So the media room back at the Millis Center. I don't know what it's like now. So getting fired. I don't think anyone wanted to stay around to talk to him. But how press conferences usually work is they set up a tent. It wasn't like a real media room. It was, you had to go downstairs, and it was like a tent. It was enclosed, but it was like tarped. So like imagine my studio, but tarped. And they have a desk, and then they have like a few chairs, and that was it. So I guess because only 2 people were here, it was me and Greer Smith, the reporter. It was just that. But the questions, yeah, was someone trouble like his golden second. Yep. I mean, to be fair, I'd rather have Karen win it than Grandpa Joe. I'd rather have Karen get that than Grandpa Joe. The Phillies Karen deserves it more than oh, look at me, I'm too sick to do anything. My family must survive for me. Oh, now I can dance and be free. Hey, Charlie, we're gonna be rich. We're gonna be rich, young boy. We're gonna be rich. Choose your fighter. Choose your fighter in that one. But what did I ask him? I don't even remember what I asked him. What was it like to play at home? No. They got off to a rough start, so I did ask that. I did ask. I mean, there was a lot about like I didn't ask anything about like, are you worried about getting fired? I didn't ask anything like that, but I did ask like lack of postseason success, because they'd only won like 1 game of the conference tournament in his 8 years there, or whatever it was. So it was like, why'd you come up short again? What happened to start off slow? Just stuff like that. I don't remember specifically what I asked him. It was all a blur. Really, that day, it was all a blur. Because I was calling the women's basketball game that day in the regular season. I was calling that game. And then ESPN3 was there for the tournament. I was doing the stats for ESPN3. I was the guy feeding the stats to the announcers in real time. And then I went down into the press conference. It was all a blur. How many Super Bowls the Broncos win if there's no salary cap? With Elway? We'll go 1 more. We'll go 3. We'll go 3. Kind of, I mean, it's a good song. It's a good song. I do like it a lot. Line shirt sounds fun. I know they added a new game. I've never So I have no idea what it is, but I'm saying 99. They probably would not, because obviously Elway would no longer be there. Although if there was no cap, I mean, you could theoretically just throw the farm at Elway and be like, come back for one more year. We'll give you all the money you want. And then things get a little bit interesting. I don't think they win in 99. I think the Rams win no matter what, but... The prize are opposites? Oh, I like that. I like that concept. Oh, you're talking now. Oh, I thought you meant when they circumvent the cap rules. Oh, yeah, Jay News is back, yeah. Oh, now? Oh, yeah, they'd be a dynasty. Yeah, now with Walmart ownership, they'd be a dynasty. It would be Dodgers. Oh, yes. Currently, yeah. It'd be like Dodgers levels of spending money. It would be insane. Especially because, like, the Raiders, like, Davis doesn't have a lot of liquid money. The Hunts don't have a lot of liquid money. They'd win the division every year. It would not be close. It would not be close. When should we be allowed to own if there's no cap? Yeah. I mean, well, what would happen if there was no cap would be oil money. If there was no cap, oil companies would start buying in, and at that point, oh boy. At that point, you don't even want to know what salaries would be like. You don't even want to know how bad it would get. If I have 100K, if I have to lose everything, 30 at various prices of money, I like that concept. I do like that concept. Yeah, so about Apple, it would be bad. If it was like oil money, it would be really bad. Like when 11 figures is a drop in the bucket, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. Was it only got before the Cowboys? Yeah, but not to the level of what these Saudi companies have. Like, you want to see what it's like, just look at soccer. Should be more well known. Well, the A-League did have a TV contract in the U.S. I remember that. The A-League, the quality kind of fell off. The problem is that, like should be more well known. The problem is that, obviously, the time zone difference. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, let's see what I can throw in here. Again, $5 more gets here for audio, video, ChatGPT. You have Live golfers for that much money. Imagine the NFL money. Yeah, and Live gets no ratings. I mean, Live gets like 20,000 viewers for their marquee events. Come with a $5. Lionel Hutz is the lawyer for the guy who tried to blank my dog. I am blue-haired. Ooh. I like that. Which game do you want? Yeah, there's nothing obviously. I'm guessing USC. I'm going to guess USC on that one, but I don't know. Packers with no cap? Oh, they would be screwed. They would have to hire an actual owner. They would be screwed. Packers would go winless every year. Unless they drafted, like, their butts off. They'd have to have the best drafting, and then just hope for the best. It would take a lot. No cap and no revenue sharing is the key. No revenue sharing is the key. Look at it in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, now imagine it 10 times worse. Okay, hang on. Just let me know. Just give me one count. I'm guessing USC, but I don't want to assume anything. Dallas open the roof? I don't think so. The original ones we're gonna make. Can't imagine other would if they're good enough. Well, that's revenue sharing though. We're talking no salary cap, no revenue sharing. He went to Green Bay because Georgia Tennessee. Oh, okay. I mean, remember, every team is making an equal amount of money. When all is said and done, obviously some teams are worth more than others, but every team has the same cap space. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. We're talking if it's like a soccer system where there's no revenue sharing. And it's not each team has $200 million to spend and you just go do whatever you want. We're talking no cap, but it depends on how rich you are. All right, let me see. If it's all about capital, why have so many teams? Well, because the more teams you have, the more games that you have available per week. The more games available per week, the more the TV contracts are worth. The more the TV contracts are worth, the more money the league gets that then gets distributed back into the system. It does. Yeah, I saw that when it first was a thing. Like it looked like a transformer going to the bathroom. And once I saw it, I'm like, oh, crap, you're right. I'm like, it looks gorgeous. But then you're like, it's a transformer going to the bathroom. And let in one rip. And I'm like, oh, yeah. It's if Michael Bay built a stadium. When more teams are, less valuable franchises are? I don't know about that. I don't know about that because it's not like it's not like people. It's if it was in a condensed market, I would agree. Like if you had multiple teams in the same city, then you're all fighting for the same piece of the pie. I would agree with that, but because of how big the world is, and if they go international, the country is, it's not like when, I guess when the Cleveland Browns got their team back, it's not like people were rooting for other teams in Cleveland or Baltimore or anything like that. When they got a team, it's not like they were rooting for other teams. Yeah, Rusty had 6 collection. Yes. That was insane. That man, I aspire to be as oblivious as him. Yeah, London's got a crap ton of teams. I aspire to be as oblivious as him. It's like art. It's like art. I made up the Rothstein principle. I made that up. Basically, if the Rothstein principle says that if Rothstein tweets something that is completely insignificant, completely just news that no one cares about, and it gets a crap ton of impressions, It means that something happened in the world that is big, that he's the only person that does not know about it. Because he only focuses on college basketball. Obviously, if it's like a big story college basketball, like a team fires their coach or whatnot, or like Duke gets a 5-star recruit, no. But if it's like this random school playing a non-conference standalone game or an exhibition game, and it's got thousands of retweets and likes, something happens. And it never fails. So that's a good barometer for figuring out what's going on in the world. If you don't want to pay attention to politics, that's a good barometer. Is if Rothstein tweets something and it feels like a nothing burger of a story, and it gets an insane amount of impressions instead of like a couple 10 or whatnot. Well, Cole loves college sports. Maybe at some point, something happened. Like usually his tweets on exhibition games. September 2nd, he tweeted, UCLA will play 2 exhibition games in October. 93 likes. August 19th, Utah State will host Seattle in an exhibition game. 137 likes. Missouri, on July 30th, Missouri will host Kansas State on October 24th in an exhibition game. 43 likes. Today, during all the madness that happened, Ole Miss will host St. Mary's in an exhibition game. 5,000 likes, 1 million impressions, nearly 1,000 retweets. Usually it's a pretty good sign. The Rothstein principle never fails. It never fails. It's actually kind of impressive. It's actually kind of impressive. How oblivious he is. Why? I don't know why on that one. Like, it's not an act. The crazy thing is that it's not an act with Rothstein. The crazy thing is like, based on how he talks, his wife's even come out and said the same thing. Like he only focuses on college basketball. Like, he literally has no idea what else is going on in the world. He only focuses on college basketball. It's like, his wife is like, no, it's not an act. Like, I get frustrated at times too. It's like, it's kind of impressive. Again, $25 for set answer for fun. I'm just gonna make sure everything is good here. JJ is doing very well. We got another one coming up soon with the Tank Bigsby trade. So, all right, here we go. We got 3 ChatGPTs, and then I'll see if Caleb's still around. We'll do that. I'll see if I have any other requests. All right, so here we go. This is about Lionel Hutz Jr. trying to get the video removed, and a blue-haired lawyer saying no, representing Elon Musk. Here we go. Thank you, Your Honor. The video in question, I respect he has hyperfixation, makes him. Yeah, he's living his best life. He's not harming anyone. I'm like, you know what? He's not harming anyone. He covers college basketball. He sticks to that. Yep. And he doesn't care what else is going on in the world. But it's like, there's some people that just, I'm not saying he has to cover it. I'm not saying he has to cover it, obviously. Like, obviously, I'm not saying that's an opinion on this, but there's some people that just don't tweet during that. They know, like, time and place and whatnot. They don't tweet. He just goes. He just is so hyper-fixated. Like one of his craziest ones. One of his craziest ones was, where was it? Hang on. One of his craziest ones. This is when, like, everyone was watching Bills Bengals, 20 million viewers, Damar Hamlin dies in the middle of the game. He dies in the middle of the game. And you see, like, hang on, let's see if I can pull it up and show it. Like, it's like just so crazy on the timeline with that. Let's see if I can pull it up. Wait, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like here's when Damar Hamlin died on the football field, and all that was taking place, everyone on sports is talking about Hamlin and whatnot. Like, prayers up, hope he's okay. Prayers okay. And he tweets this out. Grab your nitroglycerin pills. He's not watching the game. He's just watching a college basketball game that happens to be close. And he tweets that out while an NFL player is dead on the field. And we don't know if he's alive. I have no idea. He's married. I thought he'd be married to the game. I didn't think he'd be married to... Yeah, like Purdue. Yeah, Purdue was going to overtime against Rutgers. That's what it was. Purdue was going to OT against Rutgers. He was only focusing on that. And he tweets that out whilst 20 million people are watching a player be dead on the field, needing to be revived. And he tweets that out. And it's like, yeah, that was crazy upset. And he tweets that out. And it's like, he really is just that oblivious to everything. There was another thing, too, where it was like, oh, it's like when Russia bombed Ukraine, he said something about, like, something about bombs, but he was talking about, like, a college basketball game. Try to see if I can find that one. Like, he literally just has no idea what's going on in the world. He only knows college basketball. He only knows college basketball. He's completely oblivious. I'm trying to see if I can find that one. I remember that one. And then he gets his Twitter accounts, yeah. Oh, man. Like, it's so, like, insane. He literally, like, it's not an act. He just he's hyper fixated on college basketball. And it's kind of impressive. What else did he... Hang on. Yeah, literally. It's February 24th, 22. Hang on. I want to see if I can find this one. Go in the Twitter archives. February 24th, 22. Hang on. You have to capitalize? Hang on. No. Why is it not? Oh, that's why. Hang on. How's it going, man? I appreciate tuning in. But like, this is when when Russia invaded Ukraine, he tweeted, "Oh my God," he was referring to college basketball. Well, he tweeted that. He also said while this was happening, Greg Gard, silent assassin. Yeah, like he tweeted about like assassin with literally while Russia was invading Ukraine for the first time. I was like, he really is just oblivious to everything. It's It's impressive. All right, but here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I only just scheduled Norfolk Sound December 3rd. Not coming show. Yep, pretty much. That's him. That's him. All right. Plaintiff cedes to me removal of violent video depicting the graphic death of public officials, citing incitement, dignity of the deceased, and violation of terms of service. All right, here we go. Thank you, Your Honor. We're an OT, yes. We're doing ChatGPTs, yes. Mets got blown out. Wisconsin tweet? I don't see why he tweeted for that one. He works with the NFL? Well, at least I know him like to shut up. I don't tweet about like current stuff like that, but like I know when to like read the room. I've had him before where like I've scheduled a tweet. Like I go to bed, I schedule a tweet. And it's like, oh, I did. And then something happens, I'm like, oh, yeah, I scheduled that while I was asleep. Like, I did not actually, like, I would have done that if I was awake, but, and knew what was going on. But, like, just because I don't talk about it, I'm aware. He's genuinely not aware of anything happening in the world. He only knows about college basketball. It's impressive. Thank you, Your Honor. The video in question... Oh, the Greg Owen? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Seems too forced of a slogan. The video in question violates long-standing precedent established at FCC versus Pacifica Foundation regarding obscene and harmful content. Furthermore, while Twitter, X, is a private company, it cannot hide behind Section 230 when it amplifies violent content algorithmically. This isn't free speech. This is digital desecration. You know, Lionel Hutz is whispering. Wait. Hold on. What's all this about precedent? Don't we just bribe the judge with a meat tray and say objection a lot? Please be quiet, Dad. Your Honor, the First Amendment protects the right to view and disseminate public content, especially one involving a public figure. The video, while disturbing, is part of the national conversation. Mr. Musk believes in absolute free speech. Listen to someone criticizing my car's panel gaps. Objection. This isn't a public discourse. It's about a snuff video going viral. Absolute free speech does not exist. Not in schools, not in airports, and certainly not when it violates community standards set by the platform itself. Are these real cases? A lot of times, no. Sometimes, yes. A lot of times, no. Wait, we're using the rules now? I didn't even bring my courtroom lines for dummies flashcards. Mr. Hutz, Sr., Jr., you're doing all right. Sit down or I'll hold you in contempt again. What if I'm already in contempt of myself? Your Honor, if we start taking down every upsetting video, we risk creating a slippery slope. Today it's this, tomorrow it's someone filming a barista spelling Greg with 3 G's. The difference is intent. The video wasn't journalism, it was monetized carnage, algorithmically boosted to generate clicks and outrage. May remind the court of Doe versus MySpace. Yeah, like, is that a real one? That's a real case, yes. That is a real case. They used to just make up cases. But there is ChatGPT. People have submitted, like, actual court paperwork using ChatGPT, and it makes up cases that do not exist and have no jurisdiction on anything. And people got in trouble for that. And more recently, Gonzalez versus Google, where the line between platform and public share is already being scrutinized. I hate when lawyers read Supreme Court cases, make the rest of us feel unaccomplished. Objection on the grounds that I don't know what's happening. Overruled. Again. Sit down, Mr. Hutz Sr. This is a free country, and in a free country, you're allowed to be offended. You're allowed to be uncomfortable. Twitter isn't a newspaper, it's a town square. That town square is run by one man who bans journalists, sells blue checks to trolls, and turns terms of service into performance art. The video doesn't just cross a line, it pole vaults over it. Enough. I've heard both sides, and Mr. Hutz Jr., I must say, you're the first Hutz to make sense in my courtroom. Ever. Thank you, Your Honor. Wait, oh. Wait, that way, that's not Hutz. Thank you, Your Honor. Wait, What the judge was to? Ooh. I'll issue a temporary injunction. The video must be removed pending further review. But I also expect Twitter's legal team to submit a First Amendment brief by Monday. And Mr. Musk? Yes, Your Honor. Stop tweeting from the courtroom. So you're saying we don't get paid in exposure? Please don't tell me until we leave the building, Dad. There you go. Have a good idea? Oh, fire away. $5 more gets in. We're in that time. Meanwhile, Little Brown Bear with Dr. Doofenshmirtz trying to make it an 8er so the Bears don't suck anymore. He watches the Vikings game. No, this is the worst day of my life. Did they run out of chocolate milk again, sweetie? Worse. The Bears lost to the stupid Vikings. And it's Ben Johnson's fault. He called a screen on 3rd and 12. He kicked it off deep. He challenged something that should have been challenged. Who does that? Oh, honey, maybe it's just a game. Just a game? Then what's our season opener? Do you even know what that means? It means our season's over. We're like the Dolphins and the Browns. We have no hope. There's only one person who can help me fix this. He goes to the Doofus Lab. Little brown bear, my favorite emotionally unstable sports fan. You know, I usually deal with a platypus, but I must say, this is a nice change of pace. I need you to build something to make Ben Johnson smart so he stops calling dumb plays. I'm 4, and even I know you don't go to shotgun draw on 4th and 1. Ah, yes, a classic case of coaching incompetence. Happened all the time in the European League in Drusselstein. Behold, the smart coachinator! It scans the coach's brain, zaps him with big smart energy, and turns him into a genius! Like Bill Belichick, but without the hoodie of the soul and without the 24-year-old girlfriend. I don't even know what that situation is. I mean, I'm not on great terms with my ex, but I feel like that's even a more stimulation than whatever the heck that is going on with Jordan Hudson. Don't you think, little bro? Well, wait, you're only 4. You don't know what that means. Whatever, just make it work before next Sunday. So now they sneak into Soldier Field. They're going to zap the Inator. And now we aim the Inator at Coach Ben Johnson. And behold, we fire and we make Ben Johnson the smartest coach in the tri-state area. He presses a button, and Ben Johnson's like, must go for it. On 4th and 26 on my own 3-yard line. No, he's dumber now. Oops, I may have set it to backwards mode. You know, usually I'm expecting Perry the Platypus to intercept my inventions, but he's not here. He's taking some time off. So I must say I'm a bit surprised that this actually failed without his interference. That would explain why I tried to zap my own brain earlier. Oh, classic me, but I can't blame the Platypus on this one. This is my own incompetence, I must say. I feel a bit hurt right now. Bears lose. Kel with a 5-er. Rewrite the Peter of the Pen episode, but with Little Brown Bear. Oh, yes. The lawsuit deal CEO is suing Coldplay. I don't think he's suing Coldplay. He has no case. He's in a public space. He has no place. He consented to being shown on the camera when he bought the ticket. Oh, that's a good one. Also gets Tennessee the bonus for now. Oh, man. Extra episode week 1, Brian Callahan. Not challenging somebody because he didn't know the rules. Coach Johnson, can you explain why you punted on 4th and 1? Because math is a social construct. I hate everything. You're stupid and Nader made it worse. This is the most embarrassing season of all time. Well, technically, Super Bowl 41 was more embarrassing. I mean, Lex Grossman didn't play well that game, and we're only 2 weeks into the season. There's still time to turn it around. But shut up, nerd. I want a refund. But what refund? You didn't pay me. I paid you in hope. Remember, storms off and throws his hat against the wall. Next week, we play the Packers, and our coach is a moron. If we lose to them, I'm going to explode. Sweet dreams, honey. I'll sleep when the Bears make the playoffs. He's never sleeping in his life, is he? Next up, Keller hires the blue-haired lawyer to sue the person that shot his dog. And Lionel Hutz is representing the crazy client. All right. Your Honor, my client's dog was leashed, calm, and legally sniffing the public sidewalk. The defendant, unprovoked, discharged a firearm at the animal. We seek damages for emotional distress, reckless endangerment, and the complete destruction of a very nice leash. Mr. Hutz, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court. All right, a bench trial. I forgot, it's a bench trial. Let me just say, dogs, they're man's best friend. But guns, they're America's best friend. That's a little legal humor. You're welcome. I think it's the Second Amendment, if I remember my constitutional law. I don't know. I didn't pass the bar, though I tried. Mr. Hutz, proceed to witnesses for I hold myself in contempt. Mr. Keller, can you please describe what happened? My dog Snuffles was sniffing a tree. The man yelled something about communist mutts and fired a shotgun in the air. Then at the ground, then at us. Was your dog threatening him? No, he was wearing a sweater. Objection. That sweater has not been entered into evidence. Overruled. They always overrule the sweater objections. Now, sir, in your own words, why did you feel the need to shoot at a dog? It looked at me funny. Real shifty-like. Probably European. As you can see, Your Honor, this man feared for his life. And maybe his freedom. And this dog was European. Was it even here legally? Who's to say? Did you just argue your own client is afraid of dogs and democracy? I'm just saying, isn't that the real question? What is a dog? And furthermore, who let the dogs out? Sit down, Mr. Hutz. Right, just warming up. Like a fine wine to get better as the case goes. As his pants fall down. At least he's wearing pants this time. Right, Exhibit B. Exhibit B. No, they just made up a name. They made up a name for the dog. Your Honor, this is clearly a case of reckless, dangerous behavior. A gun was fired at a leash pet. The law and basic decency must prevail. Mr. Hutz, ladies and judge, when I think of this case, I think, who hasn't fired wildly at a suspicious terrier? It's Springfield. There are rules, yes, but there are also instincts. And this man's instincts told him, dog equals threat. That's your defense? That, and I just found some in a briefcase, so, turkey? Anyone want a sandwich? I find in favor of the plaintiff the damages in the amount of $25,000 and mandatory gun safety classes for the defendant. Wait, can we appeal on the grounds I'm bad at my job? No. Well, I did my best, but just to say, I showed up. You showed up drunk! I wasn't drunk. I was drunk yesterday. There's a difference. That's extra billable. Justice wins, boy. The dog is happy. Keller's happy. And the dog starts chewing on Hutz's briefcase. Hey, that's full of my, well, never mind. Your check will arrive in 4 to 6 months, minus freeze and leash deprecation. There we go. All right, let's do this next ChatGPT. Oh, man. Do you remember the episode of Phineas and Ferb? The B-plot involving Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Pierre the Panda. First, I want to see if it knows the episode. Okay. Then we'll go from there. I see Banjo with a fiber. Which game do you want to get you on the call for it? Lionel Hutz. Everyone blew her lawyer voice. It's the closest I can get. The closest I can get. Which game do you want? Suing the NFL team network with the corrections for showing a terrible NFL game on prison TV as a possible 8th Amendment violation. Oh, God. Oh, boy. I picked the bad game. Okay, perfect. I know who I'm picking. Well, UNC, get you on UNC. Appreciate you, man. This is going to be close to make the call. I can already tell. This is going to be close. Is this game Jaguars versus 24? That's cruel and unusual punishment. He actually has a case in that one. That one he actually has a case to win. All right. Just make sure this works. I love Lionel Hutz so much. I don't think that's a real story. I think that was just something floating around on Facebook that wasn't right. Because obviously, he's got no case. He has no case. If that is a real suit, he's got no case. It was... You consent to being shown on the stadium screens when you buy your ticket. It's a public space at that point. Yes, you agree. Yes. That's part of the ticket. So he's got no case. He's got no case. Yeah, I have no chance. So, yes, it is. Yeah, we got 2 more ChatGPTs, and then I will we'll figure out the details. Yes, it is still happening. It is still happening. I'm just doing the overtime period right now, so we're just waiting a second on there. I gotta get these 2 things in first. All right, there we go. We're going to start off with this. All right, here we go. So pair the... Wait. No, that still doesn't work. Wait. Oh, yeah, here we go. This does work. Okay, here we go. So, Peter the Panda, again, is being replaced with Little Brown Bear in this plot. So, Little Brown Bear enters Doof's lair. I don't want to be here. Wait, what are you? I'm your nemesis now, but I'm tired. I didn't get my nap and my banana was too mushy. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, I know I was upset with Perry the Platypus, but oh, I'm very, very worried about how this is gonna work. They go to lunch, but Belomer throws 3 rolls on the floor because they looked at him weird. He rides a Nemesis-themed tandem bike. Belomer cries because the helmet's the wrong color, and they try to thwart each other in a laser maze, and it doesn't work as he pees in the control panel. You know what? With Perry the Platypus, what are you fighting right now? Actual fighting. You're just emotionally attacking me. I don't really like that. I don't like this game. I want a juice box. You know, Perry finally enters Doof, Doofus Incorporated, and sees the office, and walks in like, oh, Perry the Platypus, this is what it looks like. I wasn't replacing you. I was just trying to feel something again, but I gotta be honest, he just doesn't get me like you do. I do too get you. I just don't like you. I don't like anyone. Perry stares at Doof. Doof stares at Perry. Remember, this was a juice box against the wall. You know, he cried because I cut his sandwich diagonally, Perry. Diagonally. What kind of monster? I thought that's the way you cut your sandwiches. This is not the nemesis I want. Do you think I want to? No, this is. Oh, I know you thought my stuff, and I apologize for ever trying to replace you, because this clearly has not worked the way I thought it would, and I'll never make this mistake again. You complete me, Perry the Platypus. You really do. Like that movie, Jerry Maguire. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but yeah, you complete me, Perry. And Little Brown Bear, you gotta talk to the guys at the OWCA, because obviously, this is not working. I'm not sure this guy's qualified. I mean, I like this guy. I like that you have other options, just in case something ever happens to you one day, but I don't think this guy's ready. I don't really like this guy. He's a bad hombre. He's not good. They awkwardly hug. Little Bear shrieks in the background, and Little Bear goes back to OWCA. Still, Little Brown Bear, didn't work out, huh? He bit me. He's 4. Exactly. We never should have hired him in the first place. back in the lair. Perry and Doof are fighting again. Baloma Bear is locked in a plastic playpen. The granola is crunchy and I want it soft. I ate it. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, Pepper. So deal with this background noise while I fight. It's already hard enough fighting. Do I now have to deal with this background noise? No, this incessant whining? Like, oh yeah, we need to put our differences aside and find a way to get rid of this guy. Get this guy back where he belongs, because obviously this is annoying on both of us at this point. I don't think either of us want to be doing this. What's the point of taking over the tri-state area if I gotta deal with this background noise all the time? If I don't have my hearing, it's not worth taking over the tri-state area. You get what I mean by platypus? I don't know what platypus ears are like, but I'm sure you can hear this too. It's not a pleasant experience. All right, next up. Mr. Hutz, you're suing the NFL, ABC, and the Department of Corrections because they aired a football game? That's right, Your Honor. A game so soul-crushingly dull, so devoid of offense, defense, or even basic human decency. It violated the Eighth Amendment. Cruel and unusual punishment, Your Honor. Cruel and unusual. Mr. Hutz, this is a constitutional case. Absolutely. The Constitution says prisoners have rights. And none of those rights include being forced to watch 3.5 hours of Tua Tagovailoa throwing checkdowns to nobody. Your Honor, the league acted within its broadcasting agreement. The game was scheduled months in advance. Objection to that statement. And also to the NFL existing in general. That's not how objections work, Mr. Hutz. Oh, well, my bad. Now, if I may direct the court's attention to Exhibit A. He holds up a grain screenshot of the score. This wasn't football. This was torture with helmets. They have a right to watch TV. It's not our fault the game was bad. Oh, really? Because in my humble opinion, which I formed after 30 minutes of yelling at a vending machine, this is psychological warfare. Mr. Hutz, do you have any legal precedent? I do. As he fumbles a Madden 06 strategy guide. No, the quarterback's not in the league anymore. That quarterback's not in the league anymore. They got rid of that feature. Oh, here we go. Page 27. Always choose a team with a decent offensive line. Clearly, the Titans violated that rule and the Geneva Conventions. This is absurd. Our network simply aired the game. It's not our fault the quarterbacks will leave more passes to the turf than to their own players. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I mean, Your Honor, and the guy with the mop. Doing a great job back there. Can we as a society allow this? Can we let a man do time and be forced to watch a game where the punter was the MVP? That's enough, Mr. Hutz. Do you have any witnesses? Yes, Your Honor. I called to the stand inmate number 3247. So how did that game make you feel? That game broke me. I've seen things, man. 3rd and longs, fake punts on 1st down. He was a model prisoner before the game. Now he thinks Mike McDaniel is a conspiracy. He is! I've heard enough, Mr. Hutz. While your passion is notable, as always, this case, as always, is frivolous. I'm dismissing it with prejudice. So you're saying there's a chance? No, I'm saying never file this again. Okay. Plan B. Class action suit for emotional damages caused by Tony Romo's commentary. Objection! Tony Romo is on CBS. He's not even on ABC. Court is adjourned. This legal system is rigged. Like a Thursday night football schedule. Speaking of which, anyone have a Prime subscription so I can watch all the games? And Lionel Hutz loses another lawsuit. All right. Let's see how I want to do this. I'll get the Zoom link in. I'll do a Zoom link. So I did say we're gonna do something with Caleb today. So hang on. Let me get this in. All right. Let's set this up. You're still there. I'll send you the link. Give me a second here. Just want to make sure this works. So obviously, I have no idea if this is going to work or not. Well, I do have an idea if it's going to work. Fingers crossed. Okay. More. Nope. Yep. Connecting. There we go. That's the screen I know. Of. Oops. Let's do that. Nope. Okay, McDaniel? Oh, man. Let me see if this works. Okay, custom combination. The microphone, the Yeti. I want the speaker from my headphones. Let's try this. Okay. Now, in terms of this, I want to make sure it's not like Inception on this. Obviously, I'm flipped. If I go bottom, okay. Again, I don't do this often. Okay. Let me send the link to our participant who works with Tree on helping out on videos, Caleb, and we are gonna get this thing going. We're going to have a healthy debate just to show that that can be done in today's society. And it should be encouraged. This is about the South Florida voter. So we'll establish our terms and whatnot, and then we'll just go from there. This should be interesting. This should be fun. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this one. Just sent the link. So if he's still on, it is here. And again, after this is done, we'll still do OT. $5 more gets you in at that point. So let's see if he's there. Give it a couple of minutes. I'm just going to run to the bathroom really quickly. So give me a second here. Then we'll be right back. So just run to the bathroom, then we'll go from there. All right. I do not see him on. All right. Ready when you are. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Oh, there we go. All right, he's good. He's good. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Let me just get the headphones on, and we'll be good to go. Just so I make sure everyone can hear everything. Hang on. Obviously, this is not what I need. Hang on. This should be. He's muted. Just if you could. Okay. Oh no, I didn't leave the stream on. I just went to the bathroom. All right. Right now he's muted, so just waiting on that to. And all right, there we go. Okay, I think you heard that. All right, I think you guys can hear it too. So.
How does my microphone quality sound?
It sounds it sounds alright. It's a little bit choppy, but it sounds alright. I think the chat can decipher it. I think it's
what's happening why I sound like this, but yeah, let me.
Yep.
I wonder if it's still on the browser.
Yeah.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're a lot better now. Yeah, you're a lot better.
Yeah, you're a lot better.
But I can hear playback on my, like I can hear myself like 3 seconds later.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably where I messed up. All right,
okay.
Let's see if this works.
Let me just see if I hear myself. All right, I don't hear myself anymore. So I think we're good. Sounds real. Yeah, we're fixing it now. Again, this is like we have not done this. We're not planning like we were gonna do this, but I think we should be okay in a little bit.
Microphone. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Cool.
Yep, good on my end. Good on my end.
Oh God, sorry, I didn't realize that was going out over there. Okay.
Oh, you're totally fine. You're totally fine.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Now you don't sound choppy.
Perfect.
You don't hear any feedback here,
nope.
Unless you hear the birds from chirping. Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting me participate in this little back and forth here.
Yeah, this will be fun. We were talking about doing something like a few months ago, but it's so funny. That was like the 1 week I wasn't working because I was on a cruise, so I had no Wi-Fi. I'm like, I would love to.
Oh, that's right.
I would love to, but it's the 1 week I physically couldn't do anything because it was like the Wi-Fi on cruises. It's not the best when you're not on land.
No, it's not. Much like how it was not good when Le Batard sold his Hall of Fame ballot.
Yes, I think we agree on that. We agree that I don't. I don't.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Oh no, you're good. I don't agree. Like, yeah, like I do not. When I say I don't condone I don't condone what Le Batard did selling the ballot, but at least he left it up to people who knew what they were doing that would never get the honor of voting for someone in the Hall of Fame. It's not like he chose the people completely at random. He left it up to people who were baseball fans who never thought. Now, should he have done it? No. I feel like if you have a responsibility to put together a vote and you don't submit your vote as your person, you should have your vote stripped away. But it's a little bit different with him versus what Haley Sawyer did, just because she had no knowledge. And Le Batard at least left it up to people who had knowledge and had skin in the game, if that makes sense.
No, I can absolutely respect that opinion. The problem with, I'm going through because I have to make sure.
Yeah.
Didn't Le Batard sell his Hall of Fame vote, and wasn't it like Deadspin or something who bid the most, if I remember correctly?
I thought he was at like a bar, and if he sold the vote, then yeah, that's not acceptable. I thought he was at a bar. And he like filled out his ballot in a bar with baseball fans, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. It's like I thought it was that.
Oh, so Deadspin tried to buy his ballot. Le Batard said he did not. He denied Deadspin's offer. I apologize.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think from what I remember with that.
Oh! Actually, I found a CBS News article from 2014 about it.
Here we go.
Hang on. Here, I'll Twitter it to you.
Yep.
So you have a
All
reference. Give me a second here. Okay. This is nuts. It's just, in so many words with this, there's been Hall of Fame voters, at least for baseball, so I'm a big baseball and basketball guy.
Yep.
Especially why they didn't make Ken Griffey a unanimous Hall of Famer was ridiculous.
Yep.
And then that guy can just hide. It's that exact same thing to me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you on that one. I thought he let people vote for him. I didn't really see sold. I thought he let people just vote, like fill out his ballot for him at like a bar, from what I remember. But apparently that I misremember that.
No, so he totally sold it to Deadspin, which I'm not sure. I used to love Deadspin back in the day.
They've fallen off. Yeah. The Wire team sucks was incredible back in the day, but now it's obviously it's a shell of itself.
Your team is shit. Week 3 Bengals. Oh, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
But this is bad, and obviously Le Batard, I believe, got barred from ever getting a vote again.
Yes, as he should have. Yes, as he should have.
Yeah. And this is bad because this is something that affects someone's long-term goal in life and goal in sports.
Yeah.
Which to me, okay. To the difference between the two.
Yeah.
Is, do coaches and players get bonuses for making an AP top 25? And is there a chance that, USF could have been denied that because of Haley's voting? Yeah, but it is week 1 of the NFL, college football and all that. And I had a buddy of mine who worked a long time in sports interview Jim Edmonds. Mm-hmm. And he said, look, man, in a July baseball game, when you're 10 games out of a playoff spot and it's the 5th inning, how the hell do you keep your head in the game?
Yeah.
And Jim looks at the reporter and says, sometimes, man, you can't. Sometimes in life, you're just human.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I view Haley. Is she being a little braggadocious about it? Yeah, but again, to go back to the Hall of Fame vote, it's no different than the one dude who didn't vote for Ken Griffey.
Mm-hmm.
To me, at least.
Yeah. I think, and just so people know what's going on, this first right here is Caleb. He does some stuff with Your Name Tree. He's really good. We're talking about the Haley Sawyer controversy with the AP vote, where she moved Florida up on her ballot from 16 to 14. Didn't have South Florida ranked, and just and there's Caleb. There he is for all you guys to see.
I feel bad because I can't. I'm just like a name on a thing here.
Yep.
You don't get to see my beautiful.
Were you a Suns fan?
Beautiful early. I got family from the Phoenix area, so yes, I saw Dragan Bender fail as a Phoenix Sun.
Oof.
Leandro Barbosa's speed down the court when they were good. I was at. I guess we'll get a little bit Phoenix Sun centric here.
Yeah, why not?
Do you remember? Was it Tyson Chandler hit like a 50-foot
I think so, yeah.
game winner when they were? I was at that game.
Nice.
I was at that game. That was unbelievable.
God, jealous.
I had an older relative. They were in their 70s next to me asleep, and they woke up. How they woke up was people cheering for that shot.
Oh my God, you're kidding me. You know, I mean, I'm like 50. I live like right next to the arena, so I've been to my
oh wow.
I've been to my fair share of games. I'm in downtown Phoenix, so I've been to my fair share. I am a Suns fan, unfortunately. So
suffering Suns.
I was at Game 7. Against the Mavericks. That was, you want to talk the most brutal experiences a sports fan can ever have in their life. That is
Indiana Pacer fan. So no idea what that is at all.
Yep.
No idea.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was the dude that convinced Your Name Tree to go to the NBA Finals game. I'm that guy.
Really? So I was like, he's not an NBA guy. I was like,
do you want to know the background story?
I would love to. I would love to know that.
Okay. All right. So it was the same day we had finished working on the NBA Finals Haters Guide. It was the same day Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
He had a couple beverages. And he's come around on Rodgers, but we knew how he initially felt about Rodgers, right? So I messaged him. I said, what are the odds you come to an NBA Finals game in Indianapolis? He said, I'll be there. And we did it, and we went to Game 3.
God, that's amazing.
We went to this fancy schmancy steakhouse in downtown that all the celebrities go to. Peyton Manning has a private room at the steakhouse. It was fun. There was a guy there. As we were waiting, there was like a Flyers fan, if you can believe it. And because Tree didn't have any NBA stuff, but he wanted to support the Pacers, he actually wore a Penguins t-shirt that was yellow.
It's a P team. It's something.
It was awesome.
Oh my God. Yeah, I've never met Tree in person, but I mean the draft's in Pittsburgh next year, so hopefully
he is as cool in person as his persona is. He is one of my most favorite people I've ever worked with in media, and I've had an awesome time working with him on baseball and basketball stuff. I don't have to
with him. He's a great guy. I've never met him in person, but he's a great guy. So I'm excited.
I bet it's crazy. I can't believe I actually have a photo on my phone with the guy. His phone died during the fourth, going into the fourth quarter.
Oh, no.
So we just used my phone. There's one story I would like to tell.
Yes, go for it. I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
There's an alternate reality where something very cool happens, but we were so close. Okay. By happen circumstance, Pat McAfee was in the suite above us in the same section. By happen circumstance.
Okay.
My first ever Pacer game I watched as a kid that I have cognitive memory of, switching between this and SpongeBob, was Mouse in the Palace. I was 8 years old.
Whoa. It's a good first game.
Crazy first game to watch, and then you read an article in ESPN Kids about sportsmanship. It's the Pacers.
It's all downhill from there.
Yeah. And then the Paul George team, and then they were so bad after Mouse in the Palace that the hot dog, the mustard machines wouldn't have mustard.
Ooh.
JG9. It was bad. It was so bad in the late 2000s. I saw a lot of Luther Head basketball.
Oof.
A lot of Luther Head. Okay. So I was celebrating. I can't remember if it was the one Tyrese Halliburton 3 or not, but I put my hands up to celebrate, and all of a sudden I look over and the dude next to me is clutching his nose. So Tree was to my left. This is to my right.
Yep.
And I'm just like, oh my God, did I accidentally punch this dude in the face?
Oh no.
As I was going like that.
Oh, no.
And so I look over at him like, are you okay? And he's he is blood is drenched. And he's like gargling words, but I am able to make out, no, you didn't do anything. And we were next-ish to the bathroom, so I bolt to the bathroom, grab like a bunch of towels, help this dude out, and it was on a suicide corner to get back into my section. Yep. So I'm going through the section. There's a beer man with a beer cart coming the other way. I smack into him chest first.
Oh, no.
And I bounce off of it. And there's like a security guard dude who comes up. He's like, oh, my God, man, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm fine. I just bolt back to help this dude and make sure he has his towels.
Oh, my God.
And I do. And I later found out I got blood on my Pacers jersey from the guy and shit. And find out this guy was from Denver. And he really wanted to go to an NBA Finals game. Didn't get the chance to see the Nuggets in the finals. So he said, fuck it. And the league came same day.
Yep.
And I didn't realize that there's that whole altitude thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When you go to sea level.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's what happened in the middle of the damn game.
Oh, man. That is...
So rough, right? I run back up to grab water, and I see that same security guard fella. And he goes, dude, that was fucking crazy. You did that shit. Like, hey, man, it is what it is. And eventually figure out his name's Dan or whatever, and surely enough, he was McAfee's security guard guy.
Whoa.
And I'm like talking with him, and I'm like, that's pretty cool, man. And I'm kind of thinking about how Tree talked about once or twice. And so I was like, you know, what are the chances we can make this happen? The security guard kind of looks down and says, I can't bring you in. I'm like, no, of course, I understand that. He goes, but McAfee does hang out for about 10 or 15 minutes before he goes to the bathroom and takes a piss and talks to the public. I said, what? And the security guard just like stares at me. I try to tell Tree, and I'm like, dude, we could make this happen. You could actually meet McAfee. And he goes, nah, man, I just want to watch the game, whatever. And I respected it, and then we went on. Funny enough, as we were walking out, one of McAfee's grunts, I think Gumpy is the dude's name, was right behind us. And I didn't fucking remember the dude's name. I'm like, oh my God, you're on McAfee. He goes, yeah. And I'm like, I'm trying to think of like what I know about McAfee. I'm like, did you place a big bet on the game? He goes, hell yeah, brother. Yeah. Go Pacers. And then walked off, stumbling because he was so drunk.
A lot of beer involved on that night. A lot of beer.
Yeah. Oh, dude, they were all trashed in there. It was funny to peer in and you just see like Todd. Yeah. So, or Tyler, Ty, yeah.
Yep.
That was good shit.
That's amazing.
But yeah. And then the celebration afterwards downtown, you know.
Yeah.
You said you're at Game 7, so you can definitely relate to, seeing that. And it's, well, not your Game 7, sorry, right. But like, you know what I mean. Sorry, I'm a little stoned.
No, I was at the Suns Mavericks. The Chris Paul hits a huge 3 game. That's the Game 7. No, not a good Game 7. I was at the worst Game 7 of all time.
Okay, yeah, no, I was trying. Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry, man. Like that you actually. Yeah. Damn.
I've never seen my team win a title. I've never seen my team win anything. So, Suns, D-backs, and Jaguars. So, and Fulham.
D-backs.
So,
01. Do you guys spend any upon that?
I was 4.
2000s.
I was 4.
Yeah, that was like 4 or 5. So that was same shit. So, it's not really anything. And 2023 was fun.
Yeah, it's funny. I bought season tickets in 23 for the first time because I'm like, I don't have law school anymore. I'm like, I do this full time now. I have not more free time, but more flexibility in my schedule. Let's go to some baseball games. You know what? This team could be good this year. They're exciting, like Corbin Carroll. Let's buy some season tickets, go in on this, and they make the World Series. And it's like I'm getting into the games for like $100, $50. I'm like, I picked the best year possible. Like first year before the ticket prices went up. I'm like, okay, like.
That's the best feeling.
We made it. We made it in.
Cheap.
Yep.
And they're good. Yeah, it's the best feeling when you're
like I was the most popular guy in my friend group in terms of because I buy 2 tickets to the games just because I bring people, and like I bring myself and it's like bringing the other person. I was the most popular person. Like okay, I have tickets to games 3, 4, and 5 of the World Series. Who am I taking? It's like,
damn.
Yeah, it was good.
I've started to hit that though. We're just. If you don't want to pirate the seas and you actually want to pay the streaming fees, why wouldn't you just go to more games and you could resell the tickets and all that? Like,
we're not going to get a lot. Ridiculous. You're not going to get a lot of resell. Like I resell the ones that I can't go to, but I'll go to like 30 a year, 35 a year. Like the ones during football season, like Saturday, Sunday, Friday one. I obviously can't do those, but the like summertime I go to all of them, and then it's nice too because I think next year I think the Yankees come to town during football season, so I'm not going to those games, but those tickets always sell. So I'm like, okay, we're in a good spot. we're in a very good spot with that. So I'll
Good
take
shit,
that.
man. Yeah.
I will take that.
How the hell have you been doing? You've been live for 4 hours. I know radio show hosts that need a break every 15 minutes. How the hell are you doing this for 4 hours straight?
Oh, this is nothing. I've been live for way longer. I've been college football. I do 3 games a week or 3 games a day for college football, and then I do overtime. So for overtime, I like let people donate and they can request anything they want me to do, and I'll do it. So on Friday we did Iowa State. That took 3.5 hours. Then I did almost Kentucky. That took 3.5 hours. Then Michigan, Oklahoma, back to back to back, and then with overtime involved, that took 7 hours. So I was streaming for about 14.5 hours on Saturday, and then it's just what I do. I mean, this is nothing to me. And it's like I used to do announcing. I know Tree did announcing back in the day. I did 4 years of announcing in college, so I just love doing that and just interacting with the chat, and I can keep it entertaining.
Yeah, it's doing 3 games in a day. that's dedication.
It's a lot.
KG.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah. And then I do Thursday Night Football, Monday Night Football. So I think I did the math, and I think Friday night, or I think from Thursday night to Monday when I went to bed after doing the Bears-Vikings game, crashing out, and then doing the stream. I edited a video live on stream. I think I streamed somewhere in the ballpark like 45 hours over those 4 days. It's a lot. I don't have a voice, but we make it work. And then I do the videos on top of that. And the copyright stuff and everything, so.
And you don't have and you just go straight. You don't even have little fake commercials or anything that you play. You just go.
I just go on. I mean, I have my like 5 minutes until it starts. I'll do the P for the D every now and then, but other than that, it's straight through. Straight through. Yep.
Just a guy calling every single college football game on a calendar slate.
Pretty much. And just wait until matching happens. Man. Wait until matching. I do the Olympics too. So when the Olympics, I'm like Scott Hansen with the Octobox. I'm calling all the events at once for the Olympics. It gets insane.
So how much longer are you going with this one? Am I the final act here?
I think so, yeah. Basically, I do this thing where anyone who donates $5, I'll do any request they want me to, and I'll just keep doing that. But usually, once the clock hits 0, once we're out of that, we'll end it. So, yeah, but I got nowhere to be. It's this is nothing. Anything under 5.5 hours at this point is nothing to me. It's light work.
Damn.
It's light work.
I definitely remember you got a better stamina than me. I'm trying to think as far as radio shows I work, because being a writer for Tree is a lot different than a lot of what I was bred in was a 3-hour daily radio show, and you're doing double that. And you don't have Shane Company just east of Scottsdale Road off the I-5, open weekdays till 8, Saturday and Sundays till 5, online at shanecompany.com.
Yep, no ads.
Yeah,
no ads. I
no ads.
I have these things that I'll sometimes say on the stream, but other than that, it's like live band karaoke, $25 for the song of the day, $50 for any song you want me to. Vote in that poll who you think wins the game. You can use emojis in the chat if you remember. Other than that, it's done. I'm saying everything live, and then I have nobody working for me, so I do all the editing, I do all the stream myself, I do all the writing and whatnot. So it's just nonstop grind.
So you sleep 2 hours a night?
Pretty much. I make it work. I'll schedule tweets during the day so it looks like I'm up 24 hours a day. But that'll be when I'm sleeping. Yeah. So half the time, if you see a tweet and it's not during a live football game, I might not be awake during that. You see a tweet, it might be the one time I get a nap in or something.
Damn, man.
Yeah. It's a lot. But I love it.
So, on top of baseball games, you're going to do some NBA streams as well, considering the MLB is going to be having a lockout in 2026.
Yeah, so I think it's 27.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's 27 for the lockout.
Well, technically, it starts December 2026.
Right.
But,
I think. I mean, I get it. I mean, obviously, do I want it to happen? No, but the problem is it's not the owners that are spending a lot of money. It's the owners that aren't spending anything. The problem is not I'm never gonna fault the guy for spending. If I had billions upon billions of dollars and I bought a baseball team, I'd want to buy the best team possible. The problem is the fact there's so many people that are not doing that. The problem is there's so many people that are not spending money. And I took a class with Bud Selig. So when I went to law school at ASU,
oh wow,
there's a law in baseball and lawn society class, and Bud Selig lives in Arizona, and he teaches that class. It's incredible. And he said, you will never have a salary cap without a salary floor. He said, as much as people want a cap, they will never have it happen unless they get a floor. And the owners will never go for a floor. They never want to have to spend a minimum amount of money. So I don't know what's changed necessarily in the last decade since Selig has not been commissioner, but he's been very adamant about that. And he's lockstep with Manfred. Like when Manfred did the whole piece of metal, not piece of metal thing, but when he was smiling at the press conference in 21 during the lockout, or 22 during the lockout, he knew it went horribly, and he was calling Selig, and he was on the phone with Selig for 2 hours as Selig was going from Chicago at the airport to Milwaukee. Like he was on like the entire time, like, okay, here's what you do, here's how you handle this, this is why, like, you should have done that. Like he's still very tight with Manfred. Manfred and Selig are still very tight with each other. So yeah, just knowing that inside information, I don't know if what's going to happen. It's a mystery. I have no clue how much waste we're going to get in 27. I have no idea.
It has to be in a better spot where only 9 teams are spending at least 50% of their revenue.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me 21 Major League Baseball teams spend under 50? Like, could you imagine if it was that way in the NFL?
Yeah, it'd be insane.
Do you want to guess the only? I want to make sure I get this right, but I'm almost certain the only NFL team that spends under 50% of their revenue on their payroll. Only one NFL team does.
Well, I think now, but the NFL has a cap minimum, so I think you have to spend. Right. You have to spend 90% of your salary cap.
Is it really? Okay, well,
yeah, because the
team
Bengals
that has the
were.
least amount of money is the. Oh, it's the Bengals. I thought it was the Saints.
No,
the
Bengals were not spending the money because like the Browns were just Mike Brown was just dirt cheap. They met the salary cap minimum. The Bengals were one of the reasons why, but you have to reach the 90% threshold over I think a 4-year stretch. But that's a little bit different because it's like it's revenue sharing, so it's not really your money. It's not like you're putting in your own money. It's the league makes like $12 billion a year, $6 billion goes to the players, $6 billion to the owners, and then of the $6 billion, that gets split up between the 32 teams, and that's the salary cap. So it's not really like your money that you can pocket, if that makes. So it's
not like baseball in that capacity. No, it's not really
right. Like no, like baseball.
Yeah.
Baseball, you can make bank doing absolutely nothing. Like you don't have to spend anything, which sucks.
And what to say about the state of the league, where a third of the teams are having stadium issues or don't have enough fan support, or they're like, oh, we just need to pull out of like. The one counterpoint I heard about baseball in Florida that actually I had never really thought about, most because I've never really lived there, is most people are there in the winter.
Yeah.
Which I had never. So, yeah, dude, no rich person's going to a Miami Marlins game in the middle of July. They're, at their other compound on the other side of the world. Mm-hmm. So, at some point in time, how much longer do we want to keep giving that a try? Zapolsky has been interesting for the Rays because the Rays... I guess that site that they were going to give them in the Gaslight District is now officially the city's. So they would have to renegotiate, and then Zapolsky's canceling meetings with the new mayor of St.
That's a good start.
So, yeah, it's all just copy and paste.
Yeah. Well, Tampa was in a crap location. I mean, it took a while to get there, and then Miami. I think the problem with Miami, it's not the lack of fan support. I don't think. I think the problem with Miami is that. Because obviously, there are people who love baseball in Miami. You see the World Baseball Classic. It sells out there all the time. It's an insane atmosphere. I think the problem with Miami right now is that they've only made, really, like, 97, they win the World Series, then they blow it up. And then 03, same thing. They win it, and then they blow it up. So you can never get attached to any of these players. So I think Miami fans are like, well, we have... And their owners are cheap. He spends nothing. So I think they're like, you know what, why should we support this team and get attached to these players when they're just going to get rid of them immediately after? Like, they've never had consistent, even just players to latch onto. They get rid of all of them anytime they get good. I think that's the problem.
The problem with that, too, the sport just incentivizes it, right? Yeah. There's compensation picks for a long time if you lose and be a free agency. I think they still do that, but it's not quite as much as you get in return.
Like the Rockies still get like 30,000 a game because like their stadium is gorgeous and like the bar atmosphere. They're crap. They get 30,000. Like
Denver's a lot of transplants,
right? They have no They have no reason to spend money because if you're Monfort, it's like, wait, I'm making money like doing nothing. I'm getting $30,000 a game. I'm losing at a record pace, and people are still showing up. So they've
whack them on for it.
Yep.
It's just so bad.
It's in a bad spot. Baseball is in a very interesting spot right now.
How would you feel about contraction?
Nah. I think we got 30 markets. Obviously, we got to figure out the A situation, but I mean, the markets aren't the issue. That the talent level isn't the issue. I think we've just seen owners that are going to spend the money, and the Players Association are going to go for that because that's not just 60. If you go down to 28th, that's not just 60 fewer jobs, or not 60, but 25-man roster. That's not just 50 fewer jobs in the majors. That's also in the minor leagues. You're then losing 2 AAA teams, 2 AA teams, 4, 6 single A teams, however many it would be. So they would never go for that.
I just don't know. I know they wouldn't, and you're absolutely right. Like, at the end of the day, the union does kind of say all of that.
Yeah.
It's just the optics of it is so awful.
Mm-hmm.
Year after year after, my cat just wants attention.
I know the feeling.
After year, I'm glad Stu Sternberg's out of Tampa at least.
Yeah, thank God for that.
I don't know anything about Sapolsky quite yet, but
yeah, can't be worse.
As we have a Denver resident checking in, not a Rocks fan.
Yep.
Because Rocks fans aren't baseball fans. Yeah, it's Vibe fans, right? Like,
yeah. Rock fans are not massage. Wow, no, masochists. Not misogynists. Masochists.
Yeah, no, I'm misogynist.
Yeah,
wild.
Yeah, no, masochists.
Wild.
Masochists. That's the word. They're going for like you have to be insane to be a Rockies fan at this point because there's no hope. There is no hope.
I'm a long-suffering IU football fan, so I can't relate to that at all.
Yeah.
No idea what that is.
At
least IU footballs.
Yeah.
At least they're good these past 2 years, but the Rockies.
I like Kurt. Yeah,
just,
Kurt's
fun.
Yeah, but man, just it sucks what's happening with the Rockies and most of these teams. Like Pirates fans, like you can't even enjoy Paul Skeens because you know they're not going to be able to re-sign him because they're too cheap and they're doing everything wrong. Like that's the part.
And they're not taking advantage of. Yeah, could you imagine if they spent whatever the extra 10 or 15 million like that they would have been spending on Skeens on just a better designated hitter.
Yeah.
Like
anything.
How novel. Yeah, just not IKF.
Right, they're just pocketing. Yeah, IKF should have been like 5 years ago. They're just
I'm not gonna lie. I thought Brian De La Cruz would have been a good pickup. I was wrong about that.
Except they got no one. They got no one.
No, and then with these teams losing. Okay, I want to know your opinion about this law and media ethics guy because I'm kind of intrigued.
Okay, go for it.
With local TV contracts going kind of bongo upside down.
Yep.
I think baseball kind of has to work their way up because their competition for entertainment is just so vast that, dare I say, I think they should put their games on YouTube free of charge or Amazon free of charge. Every single one in every single market with no blackout. Just to help put their name out there. Because at the very least, you could say some bullshit about a bunch of eyes that you're potentially getting on it and advertising revenue on the stream itself.
Yeah.
But, what else are you supposed to do? Have you the numbers of the MLB TV subscriptions have been putrid.
Yeah.
What's the alternative?
The hard...
Come on.
Yeah. I think obviously, if free games on, an easy-to-access service would be incredible. That'd be amazing. But the thing is that MLB is a very attendance-driven league. Like the NFL is not. The NFL, you could have 0 people show up to NFL games. And they will still make millions upon millions of dollars based on the TV contracts. MLB is not really like that. A good chunk of the revenue comes from attendance. If you make the games free for everyone, where you don't have to pay any money to follow your team whatsoever, no matter where you are, you do wonder if attendance would go down. Because it did happen back in the 70s and the 80s when college football lifted the blackout rule and the NFL lifted the blackout rules. There were a lot of no-shows and a lot of people that weren't showing up to the games.
What if you made an incentive? What if you incentivized people? Hey, if you watch this YouTube stream, scan the QR code, you get $5 off your next ticket or something.
Could do that.
Like that.
I know, like if you're a season ticket holder for a major league team, you do get either a discount or free MLB TV. I know that.
Is it T-Mobile, right?
T-Mobile, I think, has it. Yeah, T-Mobile has it. I
Yeah,
think.
T-Mobile. Yeah, that was that. I'm just trying to even
Right,
because I just don't know. I don't know 2020. Yeah, no one went
right,
to really any
right. And the cap didn't go down. Yeah, the cap didn't even go down. That's the crazy part. In the NFL, like, did it rise as much? No, but the cap didn't go down. Every other league, the cap went down. But the NFL, it's so TV driven that the cap went up even after COVID, when no one was attending the games for obvious reasons. It didn't go up by as much, but it did not go down.
Baseball teams, I think 29 out of the 30 Major League Baseball teams made money during the 2020 season.
Yeah.
So
and keep the operating costs. Yeah, the operating costs to keep down at least with that.
Yeah, and I think the Dodgers. I think the only team who made $0 was the Reds. Even the Dodgers made money when they didn't even have people for 2 years.
God,
it was awful.
The Reds.
So you think my idea is crazy about Major League Baseball putting their games free on YouTube? That's too crazy.
I would love it. Believe me, I would love it.
Yeah,
I would love it. I think at least that TV revenue were okay. Yeah, I think
How about this?
Yeah. Yep.
Can I try this?
Yeah.
Could we use your law brain to try to sell my idea to Major League Baseball?
Yeah. I think the thing is that there's so many companies that are still okay. Like, obviously Bally's going up. But you look at a company like SNY or Yes or something like that. If you make the games free to everyone without having to do anything, they might lose their market share in terms of, hey, we shouldn't have to, we don't want to buy the scale packages. We would just pay attention to these teams instead. We don't pay attention to local teams. We'll pay attention to these teams. Or what happens, I think the confusing part is what happens if, let's say, the Yankees are playing, because Yes is still a channel. Yeah, because the Black and Rules contracts, yeah. Let's say the Yankees are playing, I'm just going to say the Cardinals or whatnot. And the games are free to watch on YouTube. No one's going to watch on Yes. If you're in New York and you have a subscription to Yes, you have that cable package, no one's going to watch the Yankee game on Yes at that point.
In the 2020s, you're correct. But as we approach the 2030s and 2040s, I do really wonder how much longer something like Yes and those other companies can really last.
Yeah. But it's going to be, the national TV contracts would be another thing too. That would be another hurdle to. Yeah. And also the amount of money that you would the amount of money that the owners would lose by making all the games free on YouTube would be a lot, because you would then the national TV contracts. MLB is still going to get probably $200 million in the Sunday baseball deal. They're still getting a ton of money. Now, if that drops down to zero, that's a lot of money, and then the players won't be happy about it whatsoever, because that's less money that the owners have available that they're supposed to spend, and then the players make less money, and the cycle would not be good. Especially because, at least in the NFL, it's the only league you go to. The NFL, if you want to play football, the NFL is your only option, really. Yes, there is Europe. Yes, there is a CFL, but that's really your only option. Realistically speaking, that's the only way you can really make a living. In baseball, all right, you're not making the money because the money goes down, because you don't have the national TV contracts anymore. They just go to Japan. They would just go play in Korea. They could make good money there. Plenty of guys play in Japan and make good money. So it would not be ideal.
I wonder if that would necessitate the creation of another competitive league like Liv did with golf.
Yeah, the problem is that it can't antitrust. Baseball's an antitrust exemption. They tried that. Oh. The Federal League. So you have the American League and the National League in Major League Baseball, and then there was a third league, the Federal League, and the court basically gave baseball an antitrust exemption on the basis of interstate commerce, and you'll never have another competitive Major League Baseball, another competitive major league like the NBA, ABA, NFL, AFL. You'll never have that in baseball because of that. Now, they could always revoke it at any time, and I think if we do have a lockout that lasts for a long time, they could potentially revoke it. They've always dangled that. I know Bernie Sanders dangled that when they were potentially locking out in 22. They was like, hey, we can always revoke this at any time. If you don't get the season on, we can revoke this at any time. But right now, you can't start a competitive baseball league in America. It's the one thing that monopoly is allowed, because the premise of that monopoly is the competition is the teams in the league, and if you have, let's say only 4 teams in the league, you have no league. So that's that's why baseball has that exemption.
And there was the Pacific Coast League for about a 50-year period, but that was just because it took 5 days to travel to California by train, right?
Yeah.
And there was the one thing that does kind of get lost to history that I love is how much do you know about the Continental Baseball Association?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Okay. Without the CBA, the New York Mets don't exist, actually.
Really?
So Shea was one of the original investors in this deal, and they had, I believe it was somewhere between 6 to 8 investors in this baseball league.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole premise of it was putting professional like the Nationals League style back in New York or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he got so close that it eventually pushed Major League Baseball. There were some lawsuits about, God, I wish I would have actually remembered it.
Yeah.
But basically, it was because of a series of lawsuits about Major League Baseball being too big or something that kind of forced their hand in expansion over like a 10-year period.
Yeah. Well, no, like the AFL was created because Minneapolis was like trying to get a team, and then the NFL basically took Minneapolis from them, and they're like, okay, like that was part of it. I know Minneapolis wanted an AFL team, and then the NFL was like, hey, we'll expand to you guys, and then at that point, a lot of people on the outside were like, we're never going to get our chance. We'll just start our own league. That was part of it, at least. But it's crazy the stories back in like the 60s and the 70s with these competing leagues, these bidding wars.
You ever seen stories of like when professional baseball was starting in like the 1870s, they'd be playing like a game at a public park that have apple trees.
Oh yeah.
And there'd be like no rules about what the fuck to do about the apple trees,
oh, yeah.
and you could eat apples during the game and shit. Yeah. Sports is awesome in that way.
Oh,
that way, it must have been fascinating to have had that class with Steve.
Oh, it was incredible. It was incredible. And just the knowledge and the history you learn and just picking his brain about stuff. It was incredible.
Did he talk about the 94 strike at all?
Yes, he did.
Now that would be interesting.
Yeah.
What did he, in so many words, what did he say?
Yeah, basically, because we only have like less than a minute. Basically, long story short, in the 70s and the 80s, Selig knew they were kicking the can down the road. He wasn't a commissioner, but he was the owner of the Brewers, and he knew with how the labor negotiations were going, they kept kicking the can down the road, and he knew at some point it was going to explode. And it just happened to be when he was commissioner in '94. But he knew, like, the labor negotiations were not good. They were not good. They had so many different commissioners in the 70s, 80s. They were not on good terms, and eventually it just exploded into that. So, yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on here.
No problem. No, that was fun. We got to do this again sometime. That was awesome. I'll
hop back on.
All right. Sounds good, man. All right. And on that note, we're just talking with U-Tree's video editor. So Yearning Tree's video editor hopped on stream for a little bit, and we just hello chat. It was good. It was good. That was a lot of fun. Have to do that again sometime in the near future. Don't know when, but sometime in the near future we gotta do that. That went really well. So last chance for anything in the queue, audio, video, ChatGPT. Otherwise, we're gonna sign off here. And again, I should note that we will be we'll be live tomorrow for an overtime stream at 6:20 Eastern time, 6:15 Eastern time, and then Packers Commanders at 8 o'clock tomorrow. First half and that OT stream, you'll help me decide which game we're calling for the 3:30 game. Right now, after the bonus has been issued, Keller in front with that. So 55, 51, 22, 4. The first half, we'll decide that. At halftime, we'll do the last call for that. And then at the second half, we'll start you make the call for Thursday and Friday for the Saturday night game. The NBA and MLB researcher, not video writer, but half of, yep. Yes, there it is. I said video writer, my bad on that one. Yeah, researcher. Yep, script writer, researcher, all that fun stuff. But that was a lot of fun. We got to do that again sometime. Appreciate you tuning in. JG9 signing off. The New York Mets lose again. The wildcard race has got a lot more interesting. The Phillies one step closer to win the NL East. They take it in a bloodbath, 11-3 your final. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 6:20 Eastern, 6:15 Eastern for a Q&A overtime stream. 8 o'clock for Packers Commanders. 2 new videos dropping tomorrow on JG9. Al Michaels video and a Dumb Decisions video. And JG9 News, we got content coming there. And we also have a video that just dropped on Aaron Andrews. Go check that out on JG9 News. Appreciate you guys tuning in. JG9 signing off. And I will see you guys tomorrow as we officially kick off week 2 of the NFL season. Take care, guys.